Exactly. It'll just disintegrate.
The gum never was really good.
We are live at Collectible for what day is this? Tuesday, May 20th. Live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Traffic was bad just because it's storming, and it seems like everybody's trying to get everywhere. So it probably took me about 5-7 minutes longer to normally get here. Then Tanner's here, and then I had to fix a sandwich. But with all that said, we're good to go, folks. Ed's pricing new vinyl, John's pricing old vinyl, Laura's pricing everything. I can't get my chat over here to work. Go. AC/DC is postponed. Yeah, they're supposed to be playing tonight, and they canceled. For them to cancel a big show like that, it must be bad weather happening. Yep, it's been moved to tomorrow, and I still can't go because Paul will be in Georgia buying records. So somebody have to be here to do the sale. When I saw it was postponed, I was like, oh man, maybe it'll be like on Sunday night or something. But no, they said the next day. I was like, oh, dang. So, all right, first thing I'm going to do is share this in the group. And boom. And hit copy link. And then let's open up over here. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Man, I want to see AC/DC. Well, it's really Angus Young and Brian Jones, I guess, right? I mean, it's... But, I mean, that if they were just doing those two, I'd say, okay. Facebook Live. And Ed, I've ordered a lot of vinyl. Next couple of days. I know you probably won't be here a couple of days, but I've ordered a lot of vinyl. So.
Let Laura know.
Yeah, I've got to let Laura know. There's probably one day we'll have about 10 or 12 crates. All right. Da-da-da. Dang it. All right, I'm on YouTube, copying the link. Phantom, are you the only person on YouTube that's commented? We've only had one YouTube comment or one YouTube commentor. I said dang it because I posted the Facebook link twice in the comments. All right. Now our story. Chad, you were correct on how good Tool Fear Inoculum is. I'm 70, and OMG, it's awesome. That's what I like to hear. I'm spreading Tool Fear Inoculum to all age groups. Michael Church says he's 70, and it's incredible. So that tells me I can reach everybody with Tool. Alrighty. It is an incredible song. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, oh man, it's prog. I don't know. It's so Numa, that whole album. Like, I think it's some of the best music recorded in the last 20 years. I guess now almost 25 years. Man, it blows my mind every time I listen to it. I can't believe it. Okay, so I feel better about this show starting because I actually have flip crates to get going. It's always a great way to start the show because it's like I've already got stuff pre-sold, so I'm like, yes. So makes me feel a little bit more like excited to start the show. Now, last night, we went through this crate here, and I'm going to take this off, and then I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to make everything in here. I'm going to make everything in here $9.99. And a lot of it's from that Connery collection where that guy wrote his name. And I've been wanting to do that for a while. And last night, this was a best offer crate. So y'all might be seeing some killer deals in here. Killer deals in here in just a moment. Everything in that crate's going to be $9.99. But before that, I want to let everybody else have a chance to get on. So let me go ahead and grab our first flip crate, which was one of the first crates of last night. It was one of the first crates of last night. And so you may be seeing them again, which is A-okay. Because there's some great titles. We're going to have a bunch of peach crates to sell at the dollar sale. Not for $1, though. We'll have them out on the porch for, what, $10? $5? All right, so let's open up the video from last night. And guess what? The show is officially beginning. So welcome, everybody, to Collectible. Welcome everybody to Collectible. The show is officially beginning. 5:43. I'm right on time. I've got everything shared. I'm going to go to our group, Whole Lot of Records, and pull up this video. This video has 19 comments. Chris Cornell, Skid Row, Mitski, Glass Animals, Bang Tango, Nova Twins, Mastodon, Alice in Chains, Jazz Sabbath, Van Halen, Greg Wheeler and the Polly Mall Cops, Obsess, Belvaco, BMX Bandits, Glass Animals, Brockhampton, Mastodon, Cloud Nothings, Glass Animals, Apocalypse, Builders, Mastodon, Limp Bizkit, Bachelor. So yeah, there's going to be two $9.99 flip crates. We got a sealed Laura $9.99 flip crate, and then we got a vintage pre-owned crate here, stuff that John's marked, like from the Connery collection, and I'm reducing the prices all to $10. And thank God, as of right now, knock on vinyl, I don't have any allergy problems tonight. I don't know what hit me last night, but I'm much better. So right off the bat, Alice in Chains Dirt 2 LP remaster. If you don't have this, then I'm sad. I'm very sad if you don't have this. Alice in Chains Dirt is $36.99. And then there's the next 90s grunge or whichever classification you want to put it in. Nirvana's Nevermind, $36.99. I feel like most people watching right now probably has a copy of this on their shelf. If not, then I would also be surprised. Jason Murphy gets Alice in Chains Dirt. Thank you, Jason Murphy. That's so do you. And you get the prize for having the first purchase of the night. You win an invisible handshake. Thank you. You just got an invisible handshake. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be, without further ado, at this moment, I am adding the first auction of the night. And that is, right now, I don't know. I don't know what happened to them. Oh, they're down here. I think, oh, wow. Sorry, I just squatted down and my knees almost blew out. I had a Japanese pressing of the Beatles' second album. A Japanese pressing of the Beatles' second album. This is going to go up. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a beautiful Japanese pressing of the Beatles' second album. Gatefold. It does have some of those humidity spots on the cover. It has a lot of humidity spots, a lot of humidity damage on the inside. The vinyl's really nice, but that's why we're going to start it for just $25 on that. So we sold Alice in Chains. We still got Nirvana. Korn is still available. Issues. That's a 2 LP, $33.99 for Korn. Issues, that's still available. And so is Chris Cornell's Euphoria Morning. Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning. We did sell No One Sings Like You Anymore. That's coming up. That's $33.99 though, Chris Cornell. And then Savatage, Streets, a rock opera. Streets, a rock opera. Savatage is $49.99. That's available as a 2 LP. We also have Korn, Untouchables. That's also available, $33.99. Yes, we are live. The dollar sale isn't this weekend. The dollar sale's not next weekend. It's going to be the weekend after that. And I think I'm going to go ahead and make the event and make that probably sometime tomorrow, because I did say last week it was going to be this weekend, but some things have changed, and we're going to actually take it out 2 more weeks. Portishead self-titled is $39.99, and then Def Leppard's Hysteria. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Add Angela Lewis to the Faster Pussycat waiting list. Add Angela Lewis to the Faster Pussycat greatest hits. Jason, I gave him an invisible handshake, and he said he's going to send me an invisible virtual public sub. Thank you. I will virtually eat it. Chris Cornell, No One Sings Like You Anymore. Jason, we are in the AI world. Before long, we'll be pretending we're eating food. Chris Cornell, Jason Murphy, this stuff's starting to freak John out. Chris Cornell is sold to Jason Murphy. Thank you, Jason. That's the guy who just sent me an invisible. Wow, he's got the first 2 purchases of the night. And he just sent me a virtual, public sub. Wow. It's like, right here it is. I'm holding it. You just got to put on your meta glasses to see it. Cypress Hill is $33.99. Cypress Hill is $33.99. And then, of course, the John Hughes box set. Life moves pretty fast. That's a true statement. $39.99, unless you're a kid. When you're a kid, it seems like it's like very slow. The Smiths, Hamburg, 1984. That's $33.99 on the Smiths. And I think we did sell some of these Mastodon, Emperor of the Sand. Some of these Mastodons did sell. He had John Grace got one. He got Emperor of the Sand, John Grace, over on the Facebook flip video. And then the other Mastodon is the other ones. The John Hughes box set is $139.99. Okay, let's go ahead and get another auction going. I hope y'all have seen the hot picture. There's some really good stuff. I need some warm-up auctions. I'm missing some stuff. Where's my stuff at? I need to find some stuff to auction. Is this Kiss? Oh, John's marked a Kiss record. Holy moly. Everybody remain calm. There is a Kiss record in the bin. Holy moly. Good God. I need to go get a new basket of singles. Yeah, let me go do that. Let me go do that right now. That would be great. I need, we sold a whole basket over here of hardcore singles last night. Let me go get some more. Put these Kiss pillows right there. If I mention Kiss pillows, I bet somebody will want to buy those, but maybe later. This is also, as usual, morning time for Chad. So Chad's trying to get his brain woke up. The caffeine to start kicking in. Let's grab 3 singles here out of the middle and put them up for a $10 start. Okay. Now, let's go back to the top. So Greg Preston asked, how much was Chris Cornell? Greg, No One Sings Like You Anymore is $36.99. And then I've got Euphoria Morning for $33.99. The next comment is Jason says he'll go ahead and take this one. That's only if Greg wanted the other album. So Greg Preston, let me know exactly. Greg Preston, let me know exactly which one you want on the Chris Cornells. And Jason is going to let me know. And then Jason wants Euphoria Morning. So we're about to figure that out. Okay. I move all the sealed Japanese auctions credit floor. I just seen those. And then Sonic Youth box sets. That's something I'm not familiar with. How much is the John Hughes box? $139.99. And then Greg says, No One Sings Like You Anymore. Okay, so No One Sings Like You Anymore and Korn Issues. These are both sold to Greg Preston. Chris Cornell and Korn is sold to Greg Preston. Thank you. Those are sold and sold. That means Jason Murphy does, in fact, get Euphoria Morning. So that's sold to Jason Murphy. Okay? And so we got that figured out. We got Jazz Sabbath Volume 1. This is sold for $36.99 to Michael Potts. Thank you, Michael Potts. And we have Jethro Tull War Child 2. War Child 2, $33.99. Limp Bizkit live at Rock IM Park. Limp Bizkit is $38.99. And one of these did sell. I know I seen a Limp Bizkit comment. It's just one of those days for Ben Digert. And Ben Digert gets Limp Bizkit. And Metallica Reload, $46.99. And then Mastodon Crack the Sky. These are sold out. Mastodon, $33.99. This also goes to John Grace. He also got Emperor of Sand. Now this Mastodon is sold to Fred Cardinale. And put Matt Shiker on a waiting list. Put Matt Shiker on a waiting list for Mastodon Crack the Sky. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Also add Rebecca Barber to the Faster Pussycat's Greatest Hits. Faster Pussycat Greatest Hits is a Friday Music brand new pressing, and the price on that is $44.99 colored vinyl. And here's our next auction. Let's get started. I think hot and heavy with the auctions, just like Elaine and her boyfriend. Y'all remember that? They were hot and heavy. Who's hot and who's heavy? We have the Beatles' second album. This is going to go up for a $25 buy it now. The Beatles is a no bid. What is wrong with y'all? Somewhere right now, Paul McCartney is quivering. A Beatles album that did not go unsold. Or did not go sold. $25 buy it now. It's got heavy humidity damage. But the vinyl is absolutely beautiful. Casey says he's in for 20 if no one takes it for 25. So we got a little bit of an offer war there. All right. I just pulled this out of a previous crate. It's a sealed copy of the Grateful Dead Skulls and Roses. A 50th anniversary edition. This is, of course, a live album on 2 LPs. Let's reduce the price. It's going to go up for just a $15 start. Sealed Grateful Dead. I think those new were like $40 plus. Sealed Grateful Dead, a $15 start. Now, our first 3 hardcore singles are Control Tribal, Lafayette, Another Yob, We Don't Bury Our Dead. 1. Here is Sick and Tired. And this is an x-ray of a skull with a nail going through the head. Thrash Complication or Compilation. It's probably complicated too. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. And then, Casey, you got it. I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Beatles for $20. All right, so that's done. So Rebecca Barber and Angela Lewis added to that Faster Pussycat. And then Grateful Dead has bids, and we've already sold half of this first crate. That's just from the flip video and live claims. Let's brace those one more time, and then I'm going to put up more, okay? Nirvana Nevermind, $36.99. We have Korn Issues, last copy, $33. Sabotage Streets is $49. Korn Untouchables is $33. Portishead, $39.99. And Greg, I'm assuming earlier you did want Korn Issues and not Untouchables. I gave you a copy of Issues. Def Leppard Hysteria, $44.99. Cypress Hill, $33.99. John Hughes, Life Moves Pretty Fast, 6LP red vinyl, $139.99. Smith's Live in Hamburg, an unofficial on Lagoon colored vinyl, $33.99. Mastodon is $44.99. Emperor of Sand, Jethro Tull Warchild is $33. Limp Bizkit's $38. And Metallica Reloads, $46. Greg wanted both. Okay, good. So he also gets Untouchables. As usual, we're almost sold out of all of our Korn albums again. I just, like, between last week on different days, I reordered the entire Korn discography that's available. About 7 days later now, we've only got 1 left, and we've pretty much sold through every Korn album again. Of course, you can't get originals. I mean, you can. Y'all know what I mean when I say that. You just can't easily. You're not going to walk in somewhere and there's going to be bins full of them like John Denver albums. They just don't exist like that. So if anybody else wants a Korn album, yes, you can do special requests. You can hit us up via Facebook message or send us an email. And because we do unlimited shipping, you're better off probably sending us in request. Ed will order it, I will order it, or we will tell you a price. A lot of people's just like, I'll take this, this, and this, like Troy Robinson. Troy Robinson sends a whole list like every week. Boom, 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 and we just order them, and they all appear on his invoice. Or if you want us to quote you a price, we can do that too. I can't do that right now, but if you send me a list to the Collectible page, Ed will probably hand it over to me, and we'll get some of that ordered. The Korn debut, I've got that right here. It's $46.99. I've got that in stock. So I've got that in stock, and I've got 1 Issues. Never mind, Issues is sold to Carla DeRoche. So now Korn Issues is sold out. And let's, G or Tanner, whoever makes this sticky note, let's make a note, order Korn's discography again. I think I do have that one album, Requiem Mass, over here. I think I do have, make sure this don't have a price on it. Make sure it goes in for $33.99. And Jason, if you don't want a Korn debut, are you ready? Then I will we'll start a waiting list. All right, these 3 singles are a no bid. It's a $10 buy it now. The first hardcore lot's a $10 buy it now. And then quick update on Grateful Dead. Quick update on Grateful Dead. The last bid on Grateful Dead was Preston Rose at $25. This is a new sealed 50th anniversary edition. It's only at $25. Final call, and that is to Preston Rose. So Jason Murphy gets Korn, self-titled, and let's add Rebecca Barber to a waiting list. Rebecca, you're on a waiting list. Anybody else? That's Music on Vinyl. MOV Press, $46.99. All right, let's keep rolling. First, we got Portishead Dummy. Portishead is $44.99. Scott Oman wants those 3 hardcore singles. Those are sold to Scott Oman for $10. Thank you. I'm about to add 3 more. Sabotage, Fight for the Rock. That is on white vinyl with a bonus 10-inch and book $54.99. And then Chris Cornell, Higher Truth. Here you go. Jason, are you sure you don't need this one? I think you do. Chris Cornell, Higher Truth, $39.99. That's a 2 LP gatefold. And then Tool Undertow, $33.99. There's not much variance in the Korn Undertows. From the OGs to the reissues, you're better off just, I think, buying a brand new copy. That's the one I have. I think I have what I believe is an OG, but they're so complicated to look up. Laura can vouch for this. I have an OG, what I think is an OG Tool Undertow, but I really don't even know if it is OG. It's so complicated. So I just, I've got it, and I've got one of those brand new sealed copies, which sounds incredible. All right, here's our next hardcore lot, Internationally Pissed, which has a picture of George Bush Sr. controlling George H.W. Bush as a puppet. Hardcore punk compilation. Internationally Pissed. Wow, that's a interesting cover. And then Hydrophonic Mascara, a various artist compilation, and Homeless Benefit EP. Wow, we might be into a whole basket of comps. Hardcore punk comps. Somebody tag Chris Bryant. If Chris Bryant knew he was missing these right now, he would fall out of his chair. Yeah, it looks like this is a whole basket of hardcore punk compilations. I need to let that be known in the group right quick. I need to let everybody know right now in the group. I'm going to be like, we're selling nothing but hardcore punk compilations all night long. I bet that's what this whole basket's full of. That could be some pretty cool stuff. Give me 1 second. Plus, I need to take a drink of purple juice while I'm at it. All right, I'm back. I had to share that post right quick. Okay. Let me go back to that video now. All right, so, sorry. Let me swap this around or I'll get really confused. Now, the last thing I remember saying is we sold Korn and then we took a waiting list. Grateful Dead got a new bid from Shakedown for $28. Shakedown, $28. Rebecca's good with the Korn waiting list. Jason Murphy does take the Chris Cornell Higher Truth. Stephen Lewis Jr. wants a Savatage. Thank you, Stephen. And I don't know if you caught the video, Stephen, but there's a bunch of Savatage albums in this week. A bunch. That's one of many. Then Grateful Dead got a new bid for $30. And then Grateful Dead 33, and now the singles 10, and now the singles 11, and now 11, and now 10, and now 15, and now 16, and now 25. What is the Grateful Dead? The Grateful Dead is a sealed anniversary edition, 50th anniversary sealed, and the last bid on this is a final call to Shakedown for $33. And Preston Rose says he's done, so that probably is about to be a final call. These 3 singles are a final call for $25. Moving on, Bang Tango. I know for sure Mr. Danny Thomason got one. There's one for Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny. That's so do you. Here's another Savatage, Poets and Madmen. That is a 2 LP glow-in-the-dark vinyl with bonus 7-inch and booklet. That is $54.99, and that's Savatage. That is Savatage, Poets and Madmen. Skid Row. This is sold to Jason Murphy. Thank you, Jason Murphy. Friday Music Colored Vinyl. I've got 1 Skid Row left if anybody wants it. Don't forget about the Smiths. The Smiths is $33.99. Strange Ways, Here We Come. Don't forget about Soundgarden. Soundgarden is $33.99. Louder Than Love. Here's another Savatage. Dead Winter's Dead. $49.99. 2 LP red vinyl with 16-page book and poster. $49.99. These 3 singles are sold, and those are sold to Rebecca Howitt for $25. Stephen wants Sabotage. He's going to let me know which of the 2, or maybe he wants both. Now the Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead is officially sold to Shakedown for $33. Thank you, Shakedown. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing of the Tubes. I don't feel like I've ever had this before. This is the Tubes. It's a 2 LP, the live album. Japanese pressing with Obi. Both discs are near mint minus and a really nice jacket. The Tubes is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Stephen Lewis wants Sabotage and Sabotage. So he's got so far 1 each of all the ones of the bin. Thank you. Those are sold to you. And then this live Alice in Chains, which was $29.99. This one is sold to Monica Malley. And I think we're going to have 1 left. We had 10 last night. We've sold 9 so far. There's 1 live Alice in Chains left, live at the Palladium Hollywood. And then here is the Van Halen 5150. Van Halen is $39.99. Now, Stephen, the only Sabotage album you've missed or hadn't claimed would be that Streets. I don't know if you want that one, but we still got Streets. It's $49.99. It's a 2 LP, and it's still available as well. Now, we're about to go through, let's see here. Let's just read through these again. We've almost filled up a whole crate tonight. That's just from selling the new stuff from last night and the stuff from the flip video and selling it here live as well. And I don't know if y'all heard, but I've put in some major new vinyl orders. I've went through list, and I'm going to do it again tonight because I can tell everybody's hot on the new vinyl train this week. Portishead Dummy, $44.99. I've still got 2 copies of that. There's now 1 Sabotage left, Fight for the Rock. Chris Cornell, Tool Undertow, Bang Tango, Sabotage, Skid Row, The Smiths, Soundgarden, Sabotage, Alice in Chains, and there's Van Halen. And Stephen Lewis says he will take Streets as well. All right, Sabotage, Streets. Did you say Sirens? I'll take Sabotage Sirens. I have Streets, a rock opera. I don't think Sirens is in print, unfortunately. Final Call on the Tubes for $25. Guess what? I've got another sealed Grateful Dead to put up for auction. This is a sealed Grateful Dead copy of In the Dark. It's a Rhino on silver vinyl, Grateful Dead In the Dark. Put that up for a $20 start. Sealed Grateful Dead. It's now for bid. Let's lay down 3 more hardcore punk singles. I don't know if they're all compilations, but they very well could be. This one, the first word says Bitter Code Compilation. So there's that. There's Blast Night. And there is PCP Roadblock, the Clancy 6, Charm City Suicides, and all 3 of those are going to be a $10 start. The Tubes has another $25 bid with Patrick C. Smith, and that is at $25, okay? Candlebox self-titled. I don't know. I'll check to see if those are available. There's a few music on vinyl presses that I always order. Puddle of Mud, Blind Melon, Candlebox, Stone Sour, and did I mention Korn? There's a couple of those 90s albums that, thank goodness, Music on Vinyl has in print. Steven doesn't want Streets. Okay. Yeah, Sirens isn't in print. Hall of the Mountain King is in print, but it's not... Hall of the Mountain King's in print, but it's usually not available. It's usually never available, but I have them back ordered. So whenever they do another pressing, we'll be on the list. All right, let's go through this crate here. And we're probably only going to go through half of this crate because that was the only half crate that was posted in the video. And then we're going to do 2 back-to-back $9.99 crates. One's going to be on sale new vinyl for $9.99, and the other one's going to be a vintage bin for $9.99. And this crate started right here. The video started right here. I only did the first half on this. Van Halen Balance is $39.99. That's the only way that album's in print. Okay, and Jay Condi wanted a Van Halen. I'm glad I'm going back through the comments a second and third time. Jay Condi got a Van Halen 5150. I think that leaves me with a couple. So, what is and how much is Balance? What is and how much is... Actually, this is 5150. This isn't Balance. Balance is not in print anymore, or it's not in print unless you get the box set. So Van Halen sold to Jay Conde, C-O-N-D-E, and I think that's it as of right now. Okay, so we're about to sell the tubes for $25. Grateful Dead's a $20 start, and Craig has those 3 singles for $12. These are available. The Who, a quick one and sell out. It's a double pack, 2 albums in one, $29.99. Rebecca Bang Tango is $33.99. Jerry Rafferty Night Owl is $19.99. Gary Wright Heading Home, that's a sealed original for $19.99. Genesis Duke is $24.99. Supertramp Famous Last Words, VG Plus $14.99. And Kansas Monolith. Kansas is VG Plus $14.99. Melanie's on the Grateful Dead. Yeah, the newest pressing of Van Halen 5150 is from Sony Argentina. Sony Argentina. John Prine, The Tree of Forgiveness. John Prine is $34.99. The Flamin' Lips, American Head. The Flamin' Lips is $24.99. And An End Has a Start, Editors. $34.99 on An End Has a Start. Yankee Hotel Foxtrot, that's by Wilco. $34.99 on Wilco. The Doobie Brothers Farewell Tour is VG Plus $17.99. And Daughter, If You Leave, $22.99. Craig gets these 3 singles for $12. The tubes is sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr. for just $25. Let's go ahead and put that in a new sleeve. And Melanie is in on the Grateful Dead at $20. Going once, going twice on that. Going once, going twice on that. Going once, going twice on that. And I'm going to read through some of these comments and make sure I don't miss anything. I still got a pull of the following. Mitski, Glass Animals, Nova Twins. Also, Greg Wheeler, Obsess, Belvaco, BMX, and Glass Animals. Brockhampton, Cloud Nothing, Glass Animals. Builders and Butchers, Bachelor, Dead Reckoning, and Bellyard, which I will get to those in just a second. I could sense John was standing behind me. Thank you, John, as always. Here is Squeeze, East Side Story. Squeeze is $17.99. We have Mitski, and I know that's sold to Kristen Barnett. That is $19.99, sold to Kristen Barnett. Also, we have Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? That's a Gatefold 2010 for $34.99. And this is Cloud Nothings, Here and Nowhere Else. Cloud Nothings is $19.99. Cloud Nothings. Now, I'm pretty sure I read that. It sounded like something Fred Carnell claimed. Yeah, Fred Carnell got the Cloud Nothings. And the last thing in here was the Paracosm Washed Out. And that's still available. It's on maroon colored vinyl, $34.99. Melanie, you get the Grateful Dead for $20. The Wilco is pre-owned. Yeah, the Wilco's near mint minus. It is pre-owned. 2021, $34.99. All right, I just had to go through that because there was a couple in there. Let's see what's up with this Kiss Asylum. John's marked a 1985 OG Kiss Asylum here, and this looks really nice, and it looks like it needs to go up for auction, eh? And let's put this 1985 OG Kiss Asylum up for bid, right, Ed? And it has an original inner sleeve, and it needs to go up for a $35 start. It's a really nice copy. It's EX or better. It has the original inner sleeve, and Kiss Asylum is going to go up for a $35 start. That's a bonus auction. That was just casually laying over here in a new arrivals bin. So that tells me he's got into some good stuff tonight. That tells me he's got into some really good stuff tonight. If he's finding Kiss albums and putting them out in the buy it now bins. Let's go ahead and get that thing in a nice new protective sleeve. And now Kiss is a $35 start. Start bidding away. Otherwise, you're going to make me very upset. Then I'm going to stop the show and go home, and everybody's going to have a bad night. So if you don't want that to happen, just go ahead and bid on Kiss. That's all you got to do. Say Kiss 35, send. Kiss 38, send. Kiss 40, send. Kiss 42, send. I do have 2 crates of new vinyl, but we got 1 more crate to do. And unless you were watching really late last night, you missed the first read-through on this. And this is truly a final call because I feel like these were best offer, half off, posted. Now they're $9.99, posted for $9.99, and now we're showing them early for $9.99. And everything in here is new and sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed for $9.99. Then after this, we got a vintage bin. So a lot of stuff coming up. We already have over 200 people watching. That's great. First thing we're going to be doing is doing 1, 2, 3 more hardcore singles for a $10 start. The first one I have here is Power of 10, a Northwest hardcore compilation. Prototype, another compilation, and Pressure Drop, Hardcore Fancy. At one point, that was marked $15. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. The next auction I have going up right now is the following. I have up for auction right now a Kevin Cronin Real Deal REO Speedwagon guitar pick. Kevin Cronin REO Speedwagon guitar pick. That's going to go up for a $5 start. There's our current 3 auctions. David Bowie auction request. All the stuff, I don't know if that's even up here yet. Laura's working on the rest of the auctions right now. There's a note. She said, I will bring up the rest ASAP. I don't think Bowie's even up here. We're going to start all the advertised stuff at 7. We'll start all the advertised stuff at 7 tonight. Okay? $7 start on that. Or $7 PM, I should say. All right, first thing is Bell Yard, which is numbered 42 of 125. And one of these did sell to Paul Beal. This is $9.99. $9.99 on Bell Yard. Bowie's already up here. Okay, Bowie's up here. We'll start all the advertised auctions at 7 o'clock. Let me see. Let me get my finger on it because I flipped and I didn't see it. Duran Duran. Where is Bowie? Flaming Lips. John Prine, George Strait. Oh, Black Star. Oh, I never see that in my visualization. All right, so we sold 1 Bell Yard. There's 1 left. These are $9.99. They're numbered on the back. And yes, I still have these. I've got 2 copies. I've got Dead Reckoning, The Builders and the Butchers. I know somebody claimed one of these, the Dead Reckoning. These are also sealed, $9.99. Sealed, $9.99, and this is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron Lingefeld. That's sold to you. Make sure that goes in for $9.99, and also give one to Paul Beal. Paul Beal also gets one for $9.99. So right now, those 3 hardcore singles do not have a bid for 10. Final call. The guitar pick has multiple bids. It's at $9 with Patty. And right now, the Kiss, which is an OG pressing, does not have a bid for a $35 start. Final call on that to get a bid in for $35. Late Night with Shabazz 3, that is sealed, now $9.99. Everything in here is $9.99. And Bakar Halo, that's $9.99. And I think several Glass Animals sold. It definitely should. Brand new and sealed for just $9.99. $9.99 on Glass Animals. Let's see who all got one. Kristen Barnett got one for $9.99. Also, Cynthia Herdren wants Builders and Butchers for $9.99. And then also Glass Animals, we have one sold to Rebecca Howitt. There's one sold to Rebecca Howitt. And then we also have one sold to Fred Cardinale. That's also sold to Fred Cardinale. Glass Animals. That is sold to Fred Cardinale. And the last copy of Glass Animals is, let me make sure I got everybody one here in the video. I got one for Kristen. I got one for Rebecca Howitt. And then I got one for Fred Cardinale. And that was it. So I've got one left, and it's going to go to Rod Bryan. And then Carla, unfortunately, that's all I had on those. So that's sold. These videos, don't forget, I schedule these every morning at 6 a.m. in Whole Lotta Records. Every morning at 6 a.m. in Whole Lotta Records. These 45s do have a bid for 10. I'm going to go ahead and make Kiss a buy it now for $35. Unfortunately, I've been better off leaving that one in the crate because that's much less than what we had it stickered for. So somebody can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. And I've been better off leaving that one in the bin. I thought everybody would be like, oh man, an OG Kiss album? Are you kidding me? But evidently not. Kiss Army must not be on here. Or they're like, well, Chad, I already have 10 copies of that from 9 different countries. Are you kidding me? Shabazz 3 is sold to Tim Colino for $9.99. We also have R&R Now Live. That's a contemporary jazz album. That is sealed for $9.99. That is sealed for $9.99. Also, BMX Bandits. This is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $9.99. And I should have one extra. Let me make sure nobody else gets one. That is definitely sold to Rebecca Howitt. And there's one left of BMX Bandits. Life Goes On. Sealed. Everything in here is sealed, $9.99. And Michael Peveler gets the Kiss for $35. Joe Delgado, you get these 3 singles for $10. And now the original Kevin Cronin REO Speedwagon guitar pick. The last bid was Patty Anderson Williams at $9, and she's about to get it. Next, Belvaco Homer. This is, or Heyman. H-A-M-E-N. I think I've been calling it Homer. It's actually Hamen. And this is also sold to Rebecca Howitt for $9.99. These are all brand new sealed releases for $9.99. Yes, about the cheapest you're going to see these. Also, Beanie Sings, Young Hearts. Beanie Sings is $9.99. Stacy's in on the guitar pick at $10. So, Patty, you've been outbid on those. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's 3 original Johnny Cash Sun singles. 3 original Johnny Cash Sun singles. The first one is Goodbye Little Darling, and You Tell Me. Also, Johnny Cash, I Just Thought You'd Like to Know, and It's Just About Time. And then the other one is number 2. Check this out, 258, There You Go, and Train of Love. That's an early one, Sun 258. So 3 Johnny Cash singles there. These are all VG or less. 3 Johnny Cash Sun singles, a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Also, we have a Tease. This is sealed for $9.99. Jetstream wants R&R now. That's sold to Jetstream for $9.99. And then Brockhampton, which was originally $30. This is $9.99. I know we sold 1, maybe 2. Ronnie Ritchie gets 1. Brockhampton, that's sold to you, Ronnie Ritchie, for $9.99. And was there another Brockhampton sold? There's 1 Brockhampton left. 1 Brockhampton Roadrunner left. Also, Chief Keef Mansion Music, blue with gray splatter. That's $9.99. And then we sold a Nova Twins. It looks like there's going to be 1 left. This one sold to Rachel Crosta. Make sure Rachel Crosta gets that for $9.99. The Johnny Cash singles are at $11. Stacy, it looks like you're going to get the guitar pick for $10. Final call on that. Rod Bryan wants a Brockhampton. That was our last one. That sold for $9.99. Also, there's the other Nova Twins. And here's Bachelor, Doom and Son. Bachelor, Doom and Son. We did sell one of these to Paul Beal. Thank you, Paul Beal. They got all 3 of his done. That's for $9.99. Also, the other one, Bachelor, I think those are going to still be available. I think we're going to have 2 Bachelor still available, $9.99. Lonnie Jolly on Chief Keef. These are all sealed releases for $9.99. It looks like we're about to sell the Johnny Cash Obsessed Political Vomit. Obsessed Political Vomit. This is sold to Rebecca Howitt. That was our last copy of that. $9.99. Greg Wheeler and the Polly Mall Cops. This is also sold to Rebecca Howitt for $9.99. That was our last copy of that. Jim B gets the Nova Twins for $9.99. And Masigo Capital Cuts, that's $9.99. Now there's a new bid on the 3 Johnny Cash singles for $10. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a Japanese pressing of Randy Meisner. A Japanese pressing of Randy Meisner's self-titled solo album. Very, very nice all the way around. $25 start on Randy Meisner. Let me just check the gatefold. Maybe a couple humidity spots, but very nice. Randy Meisner is a $25 start. Next in the sealed $9.99 is Andy Schaaf, the Neon Skyline. Andy Schaaf is $9.99. We have Young Boy, Never Broke Again. That's $9.99. And then New Sensei, Sundowning. New Sensei is $9.99. And the Everyman, Giving Up on Free Jazz. That's $9.99. I think I got everybody's taken care of. Let's go through all the video comments. I've already locked all those. I've locked all those. Rebecca got that. Yep, so Rebecca, I got all of yours. And then Jeremy Todd asked if I have any sleep token. I'll reply to him after I can check. Fred got Mastodon, Cloud Nothings, and Glass Animals. Okay, now what was Cloud Nothings? That's the only one. Did I actually pull that for him, Cloud Nothings, or is that something still in here? What was the artist for Cloud Nothings? Cloud Nothings. Let me see what I have here. Cloud Nothings. Is that something still in here? Cloud Nothings. That's the only one I don't know for sure if I've pulled for them. Who was that artist? Some of these I've got to like double check and be like, wait a second. A Tease, it wasn't on that. Yes, you pulled that for, okay, so that means Fred got, thank y'all. Y'all probably can keep up with some of these. And then John Durden asked, do I ever get the Apocalypse Now soundtrack? Occasionally an OG, but that album's not in print. And then everybody else got everything except Matt Schicker's on a waiting list for Mastodon. Okay, we're good to go. Thank y'all. Some of these artists, y'all, aren't familiar, and I'm like, did I pull that? Because some of these, I'm like, is that the album or the artist? And I've got to figure that out for a second. Okay, so... And then this guitar pick is sold to Stacy for $10. Thank you. I've got some Metallicas going up right now. And then Randy Meisner is a final call to Todd Fisher for $12. We're about to do a $9.99 vintage crate. And then we're going to do, I've got 2 crates of new vinyl I'm going to do. Yes, you need to stay awake. Jason Murphy, everybody needs to stay awake. What about these singles? This was very odd. We had 1 bid from John for 11, Tim bid 12. I haven't heard back from John Durden in about 3 minutes. So Tim Graham, those are about to be sold to you because I hadn't heard back from John. Anybody else, these are all sealed, $9.99. The Everyman, New Sensei, Young Boy, Andy Schaaf, Masigo, and I think that was Sundowning here. New Sensei Sundowning. Andy Schaaf, Masigo. We have Bachelor. We have Vatiz, Beanie Sings, Balvaco, Hamin, BMX Bandits, Bakar. I have not sold any of those. I have not sold. We had 4 out originally, and there's still 4 there. And then Bellyard, okay? Here it is. Chad, I take that 81, or can't remember, has it come in? No, Stacy, they came in damaged. And I put in for more, and they were sold out. So it's basically we're waiting more to come in because those came in damaged. All right, now let's do that vintage flip crate. And then, yeah, we'll pretty much do 2 back-to-back crates of new releases. Or we'll do 1 and then a new arrivals bin, something like that. But, yeah, there are 2 crates of new vinyl tonight. All right. So let's do that. So I showed some of these last night for Buy It Now Best Offer, and I actually told some people, I was like, here's what I'm going to do with these. I am going to sort some of these that are possibly from that Connery collection that has beautiful vinyl. Let me see if this is all them. Yeah. Let me sort all the stuff, the very nice stuff from that Connery collection, which if y'all been getting some of those, they're fantastically nice condition. Really nice. There's no rotting or there's nothing wrong with the vinyl. Typically, the only thing that's been wrong with them is there's rotting on the cover. And what we're going to do is we're going to put all those together so I don't have to be monotonous reminding everybody there's rotting on the cover. But also, if you don't mind that, they are going to be reduced to $9.99, and they're beautiful condition. They are really, really nice. Like, all of his stuff was super well taken care of. He was just paranoid about maybe theft, and so unfortunately he wrote his name like on the front of the cover. He would write his name on the back of the cover. He would write his name on the label. He would write his name on the inside of the jacket. He would write his name on the other label, on the inner sleeves. It's not all of them are that bad, but some of them have quite a bit of writing on them, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. But I think the first half of this crate, yeah, the first half of this crate's actually pretty dang nice with just great records. Some of them do have maybe a check condition cover. But yeah, I think the rest of this crate is going to be really clean and nice. Okay, yeah, so everything in here is $9.99, and I've got the Connery stuff, I think, pushed up to the front, okay? Here we go. So, Tim Graham, you're out on Johnny Cash. John Darden, Tim is watching over on YouTube. So, if you're looking for the Facebook chat for bids, you're not going to be able to see people on YouTube. Make sure you're watching here on the screen. So, right now, we got a lot of 3 Johnny Cash singles. John Durden has these for $14. Tim Graham, you're out. And then the Randy Meisner is sold for $25. Randy Meisner is sold to Todd Fisher for $25. And this is sold to Todd Fisher for $25. And we make sure there wasn't another bid that come in on that. And $25 on that. And we're good to go. Okay, so now let's keep going. So this is going to be a vintage flip crate. Everything in here is $9.99. I'm going to go through them pretty fast. The good thing is none of them have any condition notes on the vinyl. No condition notes on any of the vinyl. So no condition notes on any of the vinyl. Here we go. I'm waiting for 10 gram on those. Those have been up for a long time. We have Jethro Tull, a Passion Play. These are all $9.99. No more, no less. Exile, $9.99. Jay and the Americans, that's in shrink wrap. And none of these have writing. The first half of the crate, there's no writing on any of these unless it's somebody else's name. Jan and Dean, Filet of Soul. Also Kansas Mask. I love flip crates. I used to do $9.99, $14.99, and $6.99, and sometimes $19 and $24.99, but it takes a lot of time to make them. I've got to sort and have tables and get them all sorted, but we'll do that eventually. Mike Bartlett gets that first record for $9.99. Melanie was second. Mike Bartlett also gets Kansas for $9.99. But yeah, the first half of this bin, there's no writing on the jackets. John Denver's in shrink wrap and hop sticker. That's $9.99. John Darden, you're out on the singles. Tim Graham has them for $15. You can bid 20 or more. It's totally up to you. Here is our next auction. Is going to be right now. I've got some Metallica guitar picks. These are really cool. These are the cartoons from 2009. There's Lars. There is James. There is Lars again. Or James again. I guess that's Lars again. So let me get them all over here. Robin wants Jay and the Americans. I've got them in a coin flip. So there is like a cartoon. It says Metallica Sucks. Asia 2010. There's a Robert Trujillo. There's another larger bass pick like for Robert. And then I've got a James and 2 Lars. So Metallica guitar picks all being sold together, a $15 start. And those should do really well. I thought about splitting them up, but all those together are $15 start. Now the Johnny Cash are at $18. Now Jay and the Americans is sold to Robin Glenn for $9.99. Most of these are going to be half off. You're essentially looking at a half off or more crate. Nothing wrong with Gord's Gold, $9.99. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, that's $9.99. If you're ever at a Metallica concert and you can catch a pick, be sure you can, because like the Nashville picks sell for, right now, a Nashville guitar pick is like 40, 50, 60 bucks. So if you're ever at close to the front of the stage and you can catch a pick, make sure you can, because they're expensive. Now Johnny Cash is at 18. Now the Metallica picks are at 30. Now Mike Bartley gets Gordon Lightfoot for $9.99. Now the Metallica picks are at 35. Willie Nelson, there'll be no teardrops tonight. That's $9.99. We have Dr. Doolittle. This is $9.99. The Righteous Brothers, that's $9.99, and so is Huey Lewis and the News. So that's a half-off record, $9.99. So some of these are going to be half off, like Huey Lewis there. And then Fred Morris gets Jan and Dean, that's $9.99. John Darden got Willie Nelson, that's sold to him for $9.99. And then these 3 Johnny Cash singles also sold to John Darden for $18. Now the Metallica picks are at $40. And now we have Melanie Jennings on Huey Lewis for $9.99. And now we have Lionel Richie Can't Slow Down. Now this one does have some writing, but it's not from the Connery collection. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Let's go ahead and put up another auction then. And then the next auction I have over here is from Sonic Youth. And Sonic Youth is essentially a hits compilation. It's called Hits Are for Squares. It's a record store edition on gold vinyl, and it's sealed and never been opened. Sonic Youth is a $20 start. Gentry's, this is $9.99. Gentry's, that's $9.99. And I'm going to put Lionel Richie in the crate for Robin Murphy Glenn. And that is $9.99. And now my crate's full, and now we're about to fill up another one as soon as I step in here and grab a new empty crate. Right now, the agenda is we're going through a $9.99 vintage flip crate. We're also going to be going through new vinyl, and there's already new arrival crates up here. Give me 1 second. 1 second. All right, we're back. So we sold Huey Lewis to Melanie, Lonnie second, Robin third, Joe Farrell fourth, the guitar picks 45, Robin got Lionel Richie, Sonic Youth 20, Sonic Youth 20, Sonic Youth 23, Sonic Youth 25, Sonic Youth 30, Sonic Youth 30, back to the $9.99, Bobby Fuller 4, I Fought the Law, and the Law won, that's $9.99, Billy Squier, Signs of Life, Billy Squier is $9.99, and Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still. Don Henley, that's essentially half off at $9.99. And these here don't have any writing on them, so the first back half, these are just really good deals on vintage pre-owned records at $10, like Don Henley and Billy Squier and the Bobby Fuller 4, and Jade Wilden Fur. Jane Wilden is $9.99. And Joe Jackson, Night and Day. That is $9.99. Are we done on the guitar picks? The last bid on the guitar picks that came in, Jerry Ferguson went out. Rebecca Howard has those for $50, and we're about to sell them. Sonic Youth is with Craig Sweden at $30, and Jerry Ferguson on Bobby Fuller 4. That is sold to Jerry Ferguson. Stacy, you were second. Jeff Hallwitz got the Don Henley Dirty Laundry, sold for $9.99. Cynthia Herdron on BS for Billy Squier. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron for $9.99. Sonic Youth has a new bid for $32. Michelle next on Don Henley. Sandy Villa next on Billy Squier. Carole King, Speeding Time. Carole King is $9.99. And this is Bobby Darin. And this one does have some writing. It looks like maybe we try to take it off because it's a glossy cover. But Bob Darin compilation does have a little bit of writing on it on that one. Blind Faith, no writing on this one. It is back here on the back. He didn't write on the front, but he did write back here on the back. But that's a major discount on that record, $9.99. So Mason, you've got Sonic Youth for $32. Craig says he's done. Mike Bartlett on BF, and BF was for Blind Faith. Yeah, right here in front of me. That was a big markdown on that one. Holy moly. These $9.99 crates that I just randomly grab sometimes can have crazy discounts in them. Olivia and John Physical, no writing on this one. It's $9.99. And Exiles and Shrink and Hop Sticker, it's $9.99. We got a new bid on Sonic Youth. That's a sealed gold compilation, gold vinyl compilation of hits. And now Rebecca Howitt gets the Metallica guitar picks there for $50. And now let's get back to the hardcore stuff. Is it close to 7 yet? We'll start our featured auctions at 7 o'clock. Here is 1, 2, 3. I don't know about y'all. I'm pretty excited to see what John and Laura mark for us tonight. I know y'all look forward to some of the crates Laura's going to be marking. Holy moly. She holds all the power back there. There are going to be crates being marked, and everybody's going to, the eyes are going to be like, what is in this bin? And it looks like John's marked some really good stuff. I've already pulled out a Kiss record that John priced, and we auctioned it for much less. And there's new vinyl as well. So here's the next 3 singles. We have Grind in the Mind, Reagan Regime Review, and In Progress for Annihilation. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Sonic Youth is at $35. Chris Ridling's on the Jane and Blind Faith. Blind Faith's already sold, but I will give you the Jane Wilden for $9.99. Robin got Olivia Newton-John. Mason, you were second. And Robin also got Exile. Everything in here is $9.99. We also have Jefferson Starship Spitfire. That's $9.99. And the Guess Who Rockin', a beautiful copy, orange label. That's essentially half off at $9.99. And Kansas Audio Visions. Really nice. Nothing wrong with this one. Just a little bit of cover wear. No condition notes on the vinyl. $9.99. Rebecca's in on the singles. Final call on Sonic Youth. And our next auction is going to be the Beatles. Man, this is a good item here. This is a good item. This is the Beatles. She Loves You. Swan picture sleeve that is absolutely beautiful. They usually don't exist in this high of grade. I'll Get You and She Loves You. This is when they was on Swan. This is pre pretty much right before, as far as America record distribution, right before Beatlemania. So they was still, you've seen those labels, Swan and Tolly and VJ, right before everything went crazy, and they did go to Capitol. So here's She Loves You. Beautiful. Vinyl and picture sleeve. $25 start. $25 start. Dwayne Caldwell. This is Dwayne Caldwell, Kansas. That is sold to you for $9.99. Irene Cara in Shrink and Hype. That's $9.99. Also, Cher, I'd Rather Believe in You. Cher is $9.99. And the greatest hits of Johnny Maestro and the Brooklyn Bridge. This is in shrink wrap, essentially half off. The worst that could happen, that big hit song on that one. The Beatles has bids for $25, $25, $25. Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire. Daylight, Katie, Come On. That's $9.99. And Clear Spirit. Spirit's half off. That's a UK edition. $9.99. $9.99. We've got 3 hardcore singles here. So to Rebecca for $10. And let's move over the Beatles. She Loves You, $25, $25, $25. And Sonic Youth is sold to David Tate for $35. Thank you, David Tate. That is sold to you for $35. David, that's gone. Sonic Youth is sold. We're doing a $9.99 flip crate here. Diego gets Spirit. That's sold to Diego. Here in a minute, the records with the writing starts. Is this the first one? Here's another Bobby Fuller 4. Here's where the ones with writing start. All right, so one more quick note about Connery. I've grouped them all together to save me a lot of oxygen. These will have a name written on the cover, okay? These will have this guy's name written on the cover. If you can look past that, he took exceptionally nice care of his vinyl. This is a beautiful disc, and they're all going to be like that. So if you missed out on that other Bobby Fuller 4, there's another one, $9.99. Andrew Shaw gets Share. Andrew Shaw gets Share, and these are all $9.99. David Tate says, Chad, send Sonic Youth to my man Craig Sweet and bill me. A nice gesture from David Tate. David is purchasing the Sonic Youth album. He's going to pay for it, and let's send that to Craig Sweden. So Tanner or G, whoever watches this sale, whenever you get to this record, let's just go ahead and key it in for David Tate, and then let's move this over there to Ed's desk and say send to Craig Sweden. Okay? Everything in here is $9.99, and we've reduced these to $9.99. I feel like that's still fair for the condition of the vinyl for some of these great titles. So Stacy gets that for $9.99, and that was the best of. Also, we have the Brooke Benton Anthology. It looks like he used like a black Sharpie almost. Some of them we've tried to rub off, and they've kind of, the glossy, like this Brooke Benton's a very glossy cover. John's put some alcohol on some of them, and a lot of it's come off. But that was $26.99. So Brooke Benton is now $9.99. $9.99 on the Brooke Benton Anthology. So everything in here is $9.99. That's a 2LP Rhino. Pat Benatar in the Heat of the Night. Pat Benatar is $9.99. And Suspicion by Terry Stafford. That's $9.99. Rick Springfield, Success Hasn't Spoiled Me Yet, $9.99. So here's who's out on the Beatles. Chris Bachek's out on the Beatles? No. Mason has it for $35. Actually, Mason's bid came in first. So it was Michael Butler at $30, Karen at $28, Mason $30, Mason $35, Chris $32, and Michael $35. So yeah, Mason has it for $35. We pulled Cher. Stacy got Bobby Fuller. And next thing we have is, I think I've got everything. So here's our next new claims. Robin Glenn on Pat. Pat Benatar sold to Robin for $9.99. Michael Peveler was second. Greg Preston on Rick Springfield for $9.99. Now the Beatles 37. Now the Beatles 37. And now we're ready for another auction. Now, David Tate, that was a beautiful gesture for you to send that to Craig. Now, I don't know if you're actually interested in the Sonic Youth. There's another copy if you want one. If not, if you were just doing that for just a nice gesture, I may offer this to one of the backup bidders for the same price. So here's how this works. If David is interested, here's another one. If maybe he wants one for himself. If not, if anybody is interested in a backup bidder, $35. The last two bidders was Mason and then Craig. Of course, Craig is getting one. I don't know if David actually wants one, but Mason, if you want one for $35, let me know. And if they pass, if anybody else wants one, let me know. He said he wanted just for Craig. So Mason, here's another one for $35. David didn't really actually want one. He was just buying it for a gift. Craig's going to be getting one as a gift. So Mason, if you want this one for $35, that's 3 more than your last bid. That's my second and final copy. Second and final copy on that one. All right, they're still bidding on the Beatles. We're doing some $9.99 records here, Boz Scaggs hits, and the rest of this crate will have some writing on the cover, but very nice vinyl, $9.99. Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You, same thing. Very nice copy, just got some name on the cover. Just got this Connery's name on the cover. Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser for $9.99 in beautiful condition. Eurythmics Savage, The Fabulous Thunderbirds, and let's pause there on Sylvia's Greatest Hits. So here's the Beatles, She Loves You. Yeah. Chris Bachek has this for $37. Beautiful picture sleeve, Swan. I've seen these sell on eBay in various conditions, but nice ones like $150 isn't out of range. Like a beautiful copy, $150, you're still within range on something that's this nice. Right now, we're at $37, and it's a final call to Chris Bachek. Final call on that one. Mason does take Sonic Youth for $35. And let me pause right there and go ahead and get another auction rolling. I've got a couple messages over here I need to read too. And don't worry, there's another really cool Beatles single coming up. But I've got sealed. You're not going to believe this. A grail for some people. Unopened. Never has been opened since the day it was factory sealed. Walt Disney Productions, the Mickey Mouse Disco. Are you kidding me? This is sealed and has never been opened. That is going to go up for a $10 start. The Mickey Mouse Disco. All right, the next comment is John Smetzer put BS. That's for Bob Seger, $9.99. Mike Bartley was second. Cynthia Herdron on the Eurythmics for $9.99. Patrick Fu was second. Robin Glenn gets Sylvia. That's so for $9.99. Stacy was second. Michael Peveler on the Fabulous Thunderbirds, $9.99. Tennessee's going to be home to the world's largest punk rock collection. Danny Thomason on BS. That was, well, was that for, I'm assuming those BSs, John, were for Bob Seger and Mike, also Bob Seger. There's also a Boz Scaggs Hits if y'all wanted that one. Danny was next on BS. That's either for Seger or Boz. The Beatles has a new bid for $40. And then Mickey Mouse Disco, 10, 10, 10. And we have James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. Now this one just has writing on the label. Just yesterday morning, she let me know you were gone, or they let me know you were gone. Johnny Winter Anthology, that's $9.99. Also, we have the Buckingham's Greatest Hits. That's only $9.99. Don't you care? Okay, and then over here, we have the Beatles. And the last bid on the Beatles was Thomas Baumhart at $40. The previous bidder was at $37, and that was Chris Bachek. So, Chris, you've been outbid on the Beatles. It's at $40. Make sure Chris hadn't bid again. And Patrick C. Smith on the James Taylor. I've seen Fire and I've seen Rain. Michael Peveler. Wow, look at all those comments that just came in. So there's James Taylor to Patrick C. Smith. Michael Peveler on Johnny Winter. Mickey Mouse is at $15. Danny wanted Seger. Diego on JW. That was Johnny Winter, so you're second. Robin got the Buckinghams. Bill Stewart next on Johnny Winter. The Beatles, $42. Chris next on Johnny Winter. So all those BS comments were not for Boz Scaggs or for Bull. It was for Bob Seger. So Boz Scaggs is still available. Also, Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart, $9.99. Jay and the Americans, All-Time Greatest Hits, $9.99. Jason and the Scorchers, $9.99. Jan and Dean, $9.99. REO Speedwagon, $9.99. And that last batch there do have some writing on the cover. Wow, we've almost sold this whole crate. Everything in there is $9.99. Now the Beatles is at $45. And now the Mickey Mouse Disco. Wow, it is at $15 with Mason. Sealed, unopened. Going once, going twice. and then Mike Bartlett on JC for Joe Cocker, and that is. Now, I was going to say something about, I don't know about the punk rock collection you're talking about, but MTSU, we bought their radio station's record collection. So MTSU in Murfreesboro has like one of the world's largest archives of records. And Fred Goodwin actually used to coordinate with them, and they would give him records. He would give them records. And so Fred contributed financially and actual records to that large collection at MTSU. But I tell you what's weird, that radio station that was there on campus, I mean, they were literally on campus. When they closed down or when they got rid of all their inventory, the library didn't want it, and we went and bought it. And I don't know if y'all remember, about 3 or 4 years ago, we bought that Insane Jazz. They had soundtracks and even some rock, and we still got all their CDs. But the archive there at MTSU didn't want any of those records, and they were incredible. It was jazz and rare soundtracks and all kinds of stuff like that. They either already had them or just not interested. But I feel like the curator or somebody would have at least taken them and took them home or something. You know, like, I'd been like, free records, I'll take them. You know, but yeah, MTSU has one of the world's largest record collections, from what I understand, and it's just right down the road here. And Fred, for years, he contributed to them, gave them stuff. They gave Fred stuff, because people all the time donate records to libraries. And don't worry, I have connections. I've talked to the people here in Wilson County. Everybody back home knows me. And when I was in Cookeville in college, I'd go by that library, because people all the time leave record collections to libraries. Families don't know what to do with them, and they take them to libraries. Of course, libraries don't really use them anymore. And so when libraries get them, they just give them away to somebody else. So I've got a lot of records before through libraries before they get distributed to other people. Beatles at 45. Now, a lot of stuff they get I don't want. I'm like, yeah, y'all can do whatever. It's like stuff that I don't want. But if they do get like an insane collection of rare rock and psych albums, so that was literally everything left over the record sales on campus. Wow. Interesting. So, yeah, that's... I got all their CDs back here. That's what all those CDs are back there. It's actually crazy. And there was a lot of stuff still left too. There was great jazz. The craziest thing was soundtracks. Yeah, there were so many great soundtracks. You just got to make a donation sometimes. Okay. Beatles at 45 with Thomas Baumhart. Beatles at 45 with Thomas Baumhart. Beatles at 45 with Thomas Baumhart. Chris Bachek, you're out. Just got to make sure you want back in. The Swan does have Don't Drop Out. Yes, Don't Drop Out. And now Mickey Mouse Disco. Mickey Mouse Disco is sold to Mason for $15. Sold to Mason for $15. There's that. Interesting. I know up at Tech, they were trying to just give away books, and they had those bound volumes of old magazines, and I got a bunch of those one time, and they're very valuable, and I was like, these are free? Y'all are giving this stuff away? This is like thousands of dollars in books. Next thing, Classic Rock Volume 2. I have never seen this compilation before. Classic Rock Volume 2. Leonard Skinner, Steely Dan, Chuck Berry, Dave Mason, James Gang, Steppenwolf, Elton John. That is sealed for a $10 start. Susie said she bid $18 on Disco. Okay, that never did come in unless you bid before Mason. Now, a bid that didn't come through, we'll have to rerun it. So Susie has Disco for $18. Susie, that never did come through. That never did come through on Restream. Now, if it was a claim, but an auction, we'll put it back up. Now, we're also saying Chris said he bid $48 on that. That never did come through. Right now, it is coming a hellacious thunderstorm here in Lebanon. So I'm sure the internet's wacky. It is thundering. It's lightning. Rain is pouring on the building. So sometimes we'll have glitches. So let's go through this again. The Beatles is at 18. Or I mean 48. So let's update all these again. Mason, you're out on Mickey Mouse Disco. Classic Rock Comp just got put up for bid. And now the Beatles is between 2 or 3 bidders. It's at $48. And it gets glitchy sometimes. It's coming a storm here. We're under tornado warnings, tornado watches, etc., etc. Okay? Now, we're going to go through this $9.99 crate quickly one more time. That way we can go through tonight's newest new vinyl. Boz Scaggs just got claimed $9.99. And the Boz Scaggs was sold to Greg Preston. Now, this is a $9.99. Not everything in here is $9.99. $9.99. And the back half of the crate is really nice stuff. No writing, nothing. Just nice records for $9.99, including Exile self-titled, John Denver, Some Days Are Diamonds. That's in Shrink with the Hype. More George Thorogood and the Destroyers, George Thorogood. The Dr. Dolittle soundtrack. The Righteous Brothers. The Gentrys. Joe Jackson, Night and Day. Carole King, Speeding Time. Bobby Darin. Now, this one does have some faint writing on it. Bob Darin, $9.99. Jefferson Starship, Spitfire. The Guess Who, Rockin'. Irene Cara, What a Feeling. Johnny Mastro and the Brooklyn Bridge. Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire. And right there is where the writing stops. Let me go ahead and move Bobby Darin up here. So all those are nice with no writing. Here's an update. Mason's out on disco. So Susie, this is So Do You for $18. Classic Rock Comp has one bid for $10. And that is with Mason. And then Tim Graham, you tied him. So Tim Graham, you're out. Michelle Wagner wants REO Speedwagon. That was from the previous flip. So Michelle gets REO Speedwagon for $9.99. And then Scott Oman got George Thorogood for $9.99. Michael Rudolph on Dr. Dolittle. And that's exactly why AC/DC was postponed, right? AC/DC is supposed to be playing in Nashville right now, and they canceled for tomorrow. All right, and then what about the Beatles? I'm mostly concerned about this one because this one went in and out. Baycheck bid 48. Who is before Baycheck? Thomas Baumhart. And I don't know if Thomas has said in or out. Thomas, if you're out there, Baycheck has this for $48, and I'm about to sell it to him. It's been up for a long time, but it should be. It's an amazing piece. Beautiful high grade. There we have it. Also, we have Bob Darin. These have writing on them. The Brooke Benton Anthology, that's a 2 LP from Rhino. Terry Stafford Suspicion. Scandal. Jay and the Americans. And there was a question. Somebody said question on Jay and the Americans. Robin Glenn, let me know what your question is. Also, Jason and the Scorchers Fervor. It just has writing on the back. If there's writing on the front, it's camouflaged. Yeah, there it is. It's kind of camouflaged. Jason and the Scorchers and Jan and Dean collection. Everything in there is $9.99. If you change your mind and you want something, just let me know. Let me know right now, though, because I may try to bundle everything that's left in here for a great price. So, Chris Baycheck, you get the Beatles for $48. Unfortunately, I lost Baumhart on that one. And Classic Rock compilations now at 12 of Tim Graham. But you tied Thomas Baumhart. Who's bidding on this? Thomas must have set out on the Beatles because Thomas, I lost you on that. But now that's at 15. And Jeff Halsworth wants Scandal. And I got one earlier. They're both greatest hits, Robin. You got a greatest hits, and this is a greatest hits. They just look different. They just look different. You got an original. You got an original, and you got an original record that was a reissue. This is like a reboot compilation, if that makes sense. And Jan and Dean sold to Patrick C. Smith. Patrick C. Smith. And then Mike Bartlett wants GL. And that was for Gordon Lightfoot, which was Endless Wire, Daylight Katie, Come On. All right, anybody else? Because I may bundle these and we may go ahead and clear them out. I didn't know we had an inside. Laura has an inside connection to MTSU's archive of music, and I didn't even know it. We could have cut some kind of even better deal on that collection I went up there and bought. Also, didn't know they were selling that stuff. They kind of misled me. But it was so much good stuff, I didn't think it had been picked through. That's amazing. So I wonder what they got rid of. Okay, or I wonder if they sold off all the rock and they didn't ever sell any of the jazz. I bet that's what they did, because it was a rock radio station when my uncle went there in the 70s. So I wonder if they sold off all the rock, because there was very little when I got there. And I wonder if they kept all the jazz, Laura. I wonder if that's what they did. And then they decided to get rid of the jazz. I'm kind of curious now. They basically begged me to come get those CDs, though. They had, man, Ed went and helped me get them. It took Ed 3 or 4 trips in his Bronco. It took us 2 trips, and then Ed went and got the rest, I think, in a couple trips. So, yeah, it was mostly rock. So that's what they did. Okay, they sold off the rock at those sales, and they sold me the jazz. They probably were tired of having sales. Whew, having yard sales and stuff like that's a headache. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Actually, let me count these and see if anybody wants them for a bundle. I'm going to cut the price in half again just to try to get all these sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 times 5 is $75. Bundle deal for everything that's left. $75. And they're still great titles. $75 there. Let's go ahead and get up some auctions. Eventually, we'll get to those jazz CDs. I think all the vinyl from that collection's gone. But Paul recently bought another big radio station, jazz. Our best jazz records have all come from radio stations. I don't know what's up with that, but there it is. All right, so who's on the classic rock? Tim Graham for $18. Tim Graham for $18. Who wants that bundle? Who wants that bundle? First auction is David Bowie. Here we go. It's 7 o'clock. This is a 2016 Euro original. This is the OG pressing. This is the cheapest copy on Discogs. Is $112 after shipping and fees, and that's over in the Ukraine. There's none for sale in the United States, or maybe that's the cheapest. So if they are for sale elsewhere, they cost more than $112. Some of these have sold for as much as $157, and that's David Bowie, Black Star. That's sealed, and that's going to go up for a $95 start. Sealed for a $95 start. And guess what? If we're going to do Bowie, we better do the Beatles. This is an original mono 1965 EP. Beatles for sale too. Very nice. UK flipback, an original mono. This has I'll Follow the Sun, Babies in Black, Words of Love, I Don't Want to Spoil the Party, So I'll Go. Beatles for sale, number 2. Mono 1965. A $25 start on the Beatles. First thing in here was a special request. Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same box set. This man wanted a Japanese pressing, and they sold out. We couldn't get them. And so I told him I can get the Super Deluxe box set, $274.99. I just got one. I'm going to make a post in the group and let everybody know I can get these. So if you want one, let me know. Let me get my laptop. I got to remember who bought this. It was John. It was Paul. It was his name George. It could have been Richard. It might have been Joe. Hold on. This is my memory at work. I might have to bring out the MacBook, which holds even more data for me. Who wanted this? Hopefully he's watching. Or hopefully I wrote it down. If not, I can find it easy. Nope, I don't need that spreadsheet. I don't need this spreadsheet. I need this spreadsheet. Let's see what's in for lead. Not Fillmore. I didn't write it down. Dang it. This was for... Oh, he might be on the Japanese list, though. Let's see here. Nope. Dang it. Maybe he's watching. This was... All right, I can find out very quickly. I'll tell you how I can find out. I can scroll through messages because I was talking to him on... Let's see. If not, I'll set it aside. I'll find it. It wasn't a day ago. It might have been a few days ago. There's 4 days ago. Chris, David, Duke, Anthony, Jeff, Alan, Peyton, Richard, Barbara, Randy, Troy, Patrick, Richard, Carol, Paul, Rob, Daryl, Lisa, John, Craig, Michelle, Ron, Matt. All right, I'll have to think about it. Of course, I didn't write it down. Anyways, that's sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $274.99. I will find out. One of the few times I don't write something down very important like that. All right, so let's go over here and see what happened. Wow. Okay, so I checked out by saying Classic Rock comp was at 18, and we're about to sell it. All right, and then we have next. We have Bowie, 100, 150, 105, 175, Beatles, 25, Beatles, 30, Bowie, 125, Bowie, 200, Bowie, 225, Beatles, 26. We have Bowie, 250, Beatles, 29, Bowie, 275, Bowie, 325, Bowie, 325, and then we got Bowie, 400, Bowie, 450, and Tim Graham gets the Classic Rock for $18, and now we have the Beatles, a final call to Thomas Baumhart for $30. Thomas Baumhart has this for $30. David Tate, let me know if you want back in. The Kelly Wlodarczyk has Bowie for $450. And we also have 2 copies of Jazz Sabbath Volume 2. I'm only going to have one left. This one goes to Donna Turner. Donna Turner gets this one for $36.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That one is sold to Donna Turner for $36.99. $36.99. I'm going to have to search my... Hold on, it might be right in here. No, okay. I'm going to have to pull it up on my phone. Next thing is Toby Keith's 13 #1 hits. Toby Keith is $33.99. Toby Keith should have been a cowboy. So 1 Jazz Sabbath Volume 2 left. 1 Toby Keith. Tool Opiate. Tool is $28.99. Tool Opiate, $28.99. And Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, $39.99. Limp Bizkit is $39.99. So Beatles is at $35. Bowie is at $505. Bowie is at $505, and let's also go ahead and add another auction. And back here in some sealed records, I have the Lone Ranger. No, what is this? Heart Rock? Here's another sealed compilation. Here's another sealed compilation. It's a 3 LP. Berlin, Take My Breath Away. Culture Club's on here. The Doobie Brothers, Cyndi Lauper. We have the Commodores, Marvin Gaye, Joe Cocker, Quincy Jones, Al Green. That's a 3 LP Time Life. It's called Heart Rock. They're in love with each other, if you can't tell. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing we have is Beatles was at $35. We got George Samberez, Should Have Been a Cowboy. That's sold to George Samberez. Nick Bargeron also on Toby Keith. We also have Jason Murphy on Limp Bizkit. He's doing it for the Nookie. That's sold to Jason Murphy. We also have Tool Opiate for $28.99. Tool Opiate, $28.99. Heart Rock's at $10. We have Pink Floyd Animals, the amazing 2018 remix. That is $34.99. How about MoFi? It's on deck. I've got a lot of auction requests. Right now, they're battling out Bowie. Bowie is at $505 with Kelly Wlodarczyk. It goes back to Rebecca Howitt. Also, Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory. That's a 2 LP. This one has Wonderwall on it, and Don't You Look Back in Anger, and Champagne Supernova. And this is $44.99. That is a 2 LP gatefold, and Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits, an 8-time platinum release, 13 tracks, $33.99. We got a request for Billy Idol. We got a request for MoFi. We got a request for Rush. We got a request for Sting. A request for Mazzy Star. A request for Talking Heads. A request for Pink Floyd. A request for George Strait, R.E.M., Bob Seger. A request for Rush, Dennis Wilson, Lenny Kravitz, and Madness. Also, I've seen a request for Traveling Wilburys, Elvis Costello, more Japanese, more hardcore singles, and more Beatles. So I have quite the request list. I'm working my way down. The good thing is I'm here till 1:30 a.m. tonight. Hope everybody's drunk their coffee. Next thing we have is Heart Rock was at 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 15, 18, 15, 22. And then next is Jeff Halsworth also wanted The Cure put up for auction. And some of these I don't know if we even have. I've had a lot of stuff requesting tonight that I don't know if we even have. Like somebody said earlier, can you run the Metallica? And I was like, what are they talking about? This is an OG 2016. This is OG sealed David Bowie 2016. This is the Euro edition. So there's usually for albums like that, Euro and US, that is the original European version. Okay? Now, over here, we have Led Zeppelin Charlotte Volume 1. And I'm pretty sure that was, I ordered that because I've had a Volume 2 forever. So somewhere, I've got a Volume 2 that goes with this. And this is $44.99. And yeah, Laura don't even have, there's not even a MoFi record up here, David. So I'm not saying we're not going to sell them, but Laura's still doing the cleaning and research on them. So somewhere I've got a Volume 2. Somewhere I've got a Volume 2. That's Volume 1 on Led Zeppelin Charlotte. So if you want both, let me know. I'll find the other volume. Here is Iron Maiden. Maiden Voyage, Iron Maiden live in Nijmegen, Holland. April 1981 on lagoon-colored vinyl. They're numbered on the back for $38.99. Okay, I definitely need to update all these auctions. That was a fury. Everybody just came in fast and furiously on the bidding and on the request. So here's where we're at. Everybody's trying to go to bed early. I'm not going to allow that to happen. Nobody's going to bed early, okay? If you think you're going to go to bed early, you're mistaken. Just go ahead and put on your coffee. You're going to be up all night with me. There's no dilly-daddling. I'm going to get my auctions and get out of here. It's not happening tonight. You're going to stick with me all night long. Otherwise, you're going to regret it in the morning. You're going to wake up when you're brushing your teeth. You're going to look in the mirror, and you're going to be like, why did I go to bed early? Chad sold all those incredible records that were surprises after I went to bed. Heart Rock. Heart Rock is a final call. It's a 3 LP compilation. Stacy Metternich has it for $22. If you think you're the high bidder, then you need to bid again. I've got Stacy at $22. That's a final call. Now the Beatles. I feel like I lost Thomas Baumhart again, but I'm going to figure out where he is and who has this. I lost everything when okay, so Thomas has it and then David went out. Almost the same people as the last auction. Thomas has that at $35. Very nice. And now everything went chaotic when I put up David Bowie. David Bowie's at $505. And that's with Kelly Vlodarchik, and we're about to sell it. Kelly Vlodarchik has it for $505. Michael Salazar gets an Iron Maiden live. Kenny Stanley, you also get an Iron Maiden live. William Howe, I'm going to put you on a waiting list. These will be in this week, I promise. Iron Maiden is sold to William Howe on a waiting list. Does anybody else want one? Heart Rock has a new bid for $23 and now $25. Here is Led Zeppelin's debut album, the deluxe edition. The album, remastered, and then the two other LPs is a complete live concert from Paris, Olympia, 1969. One of the few full live concerts Led Zeppelin's actually released. So 3 LPs, $64.99. That's the deluxe edition of Led Zeppelin 1. Now let's go through that again. I don't think anybody else is going to bid on the Bowie. It was really got down to just 2 people. Rebecca's out. Thank you. Let's blow the air horn. The first air horn of the week. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchik, the Bowie. We got some serious Bowie fans on here. I mean, I got to order more new stuff. I know there's some stuff in print that's pretty much impossible getting new vinyl of that I bet y'all don't have that I probably need to order. I will put those in tonight. Thank you. Here comes the air horn. I knew that was going to be a war. As soon as I go live, like within the first 30 seconds, and 5 and 6 people are already asking me to run something at 5:15, then I know it's going to be something wild. Like as soon as I start to stream and it's like all kinds of requests and they're wanting me to run it in the first 10 minutes, I'm like, okay, this is going to get wild. Thomas Baumhart, you get the Beatles for $35. And Heart Rock is with $26 of Brandon Lack. Stacy said she's done. All right, so let's read through those again. That was one of those crates everybody got distracted by the auctions, and there's still great stuff in here. So let me read that again, and I'll also remind you of the waiting list. The next auction that's going to go up right now is Duran Duran. This is really nice. A top copy. Where are the Duran Duran collectors? Where are the Duran Duran fans? This is a 1983 U.S. Jacksonville. Is there something I should know was added to the track list of later copies? It's still in shrink with the hype, and it's a top copy. It's a top copy. Duran Duran. It advertises Girls on Film. It was added. The first album now contains their latest smash single. So this was a little bit later edition that added that other track, $35 start, Duran Duran. That's now up for bid. So we have Jazz Sabbath Volume 2. We've already sold out of Volume 1 this week. This is jazz covers of Black Sabbath music. To me, it's very interesting. I've enjoyed listening to them. $36.99. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. Pretty much not a super expensive original, but nearly impossible to find. $39.99 for Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. That has break stuff on it. We got Tool Opiate. Tool is $28.99. That's new and sealed Tool Opiate. Pink Floyd Animals 2018 remix, $34.99 for 2018 remix. Also Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory. Oasis is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. We have that. Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits is $33.99. That's Rhiannon, Don't Stop, Go Your Own Way, Hold Me, Everywhere, Gypsy, Say You Love Me, Dreams, Little Lies, you know, Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits. I've got 2 of those. And then the deluxe edition of Led Zeppelin 1, $64.99. $64.99 on that, okay? Let's see. Let me do this. Okay. So, Heart Rock got a new bid. Guys at $27. Brandon Lack, you've been outbid. The high bid on this was $26 and now $27. Duran Duran is a top copy. That means the vinyl and cover are all EX++ near mint minus. That means it's a beautiful top copy. The high bid's $40. All right, let's grab some singles. 1, 2, 3. We hit some really cool early hardcore compilations earlier. Here is, or I should say early in the sale, Traffic Violation Records 6-band compilation, Youth Liberation Front, and Zeke, or Zyke. That is, looks like another compilation. That's from Relapse, maybe. And those 3 are going to be a $10 start. Brandon, you're out on Heart Rock. Duran Duran's at $40. Does anybody want anything in there? I've got one more crate of new vinyl, but the first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and go through some pre-owned new arrivals. Zeppelin, Fleetwood Mac, Oasis, Pink Floyd, Tool, Opiate, Limp Bizkit, and Jazz Sabbath. That's all that remains in there. If anybody changes your mind, you're like, dang it, you know what, Chad? Go ahead and give me one of each of everything in there. You know what? Actually, let me go ahead and do all the duplicates as well. I'll take everything, and I'll be like, you rascal, you. All right, let's do it. And then I'll pull them all out. We'll write your name on them. You'll get invoiced on Monday. Then they'll get delivered to you. Then you're going to be happy. If not, you're going to wake up in the morning, you're going to be mad because you didn't buy everything in that crate, and you're going to be saying, dang it, it's only money. Why didn't I just go ahead and buy everything in that crate? Now Chad's going to sell them to somebody else, and they're going to be enjoying them, and then I'm going to be mad, and then that's what's going to happen. So it's your decision. It's your decision. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready. Are y'all ready? The first record in this crate is going to be something you normally wouldn't see just laying in a crate, okay? So here it is. Heart Rock, 27. Heart Rock, 29. The 45s are at 10, and now Duran Duran's at 46. We got a lot to get to here. A lot. Here we go. First thing we're going to do. Sean says he'll take the crate and Massey's going to pay for it. Even the Led Zeppelin records. Next thing in here is Raise Your Fist and Yell. Alice Cooper. No condition notes on anything in here. Alice Cooper's $29.99. A Gift from a Flower to a Garden, Donovan. Donovan is $29.99. Jefferson Starship Spitfire. Jefferson Starship $14.99. Jimmy Buffett One Particular Harbor $19.99. These have all just been cleaned and checked and inspected, and they're really nice. Hank Williams Jr. $24.99 live at Cobo Hall. Christopher Cross Every Turn of the World Shrink, partial shrink. It's kind of torn here, but it does retain the original hop sticker. $9.99. And Crosby and Nash is $19.99. Fresh Air 4 Manaheim Steamroller, $14.99. That is available. No condition notes on any of these. And Louisiana's LaRue, that's $14.99. So here's where we're at. Next thing, Duran Duran, 48. Heart Rock, 28. Heart Rock, 29. Duran Duran, 46. 45's 10. Duran Duran, 47. Duran Duran, 48. Heart Rock out. D-Kong, first on Alice Cooper, then Todd Fisher. The 45s are at 13. Rebecca next on Alice Cooper. The 45s are at 11. Next is the new Commander Cody Band, Rock and Roll Again, $19.99. The Cal Seals, We Can Fly. 60s group there, $9.99. Boogie with Canned Heat, that's $39.99. An original on Liberty, Woodstock Performers Canned Heat, very nice vinyl, that's $39.99. And Tony Bennett, The Summer of 1942, $9.99. These singles are a final call to JK for $13. Chris is out. Also, the first bidder is out, Darren. And now we're going to sell Heart Rock, the Guy Shard, the 3 LP compilation. That is sold, and that is sold for $29, the Guy Shard. Let's go ahead and tag that. Robin Glenn on the Cal Seals. Karen Robin was second. Also, Stephen Stills. Lots of great people play on this. Jimi Hendrix plays on this album. Eric Clapton plays on this album. Stephen Stills is $9.99. And this is why inner sleeves with a hole cut out of the center are some of the worst things ever, because when you try to put the record back in the sleeve, sometimes it gets all jammed up. I'm going to go ahead and put this in a brand new outer sleeve. It's in beautiful condition. It's a 4-digit 1841 Broadway. There's Stephen Stills. Also, we have Crosby, Stills and Nash Daylight Again, $19.99. When you see the Southern Cross for the first time. Solid Gold Party Rock, 52 #1 hits. Holy moly. $34.99 on Party Rock. $34.99. Romelu C on the Tony Bennett. That's sold to him. The 45s are at 14. And Duran Duran is moving to a final call. Jason Thomas has it for $48. Beautiful top copy. All right, let's get another auction. Y'all keep reminding me of the request. I'll start slipping them in here, there, and everywhere. I'm going to go ahead and do this one. It's a 2010 US 180 gram with insert EX edition. And the note from Laura is one of the greatest albums ever recorded. Mazzy Star, So Tonight That I Might See. EX edition, a $25 start on Mazzy Star. It's up for bid. The 45's 14, the 45's 15. Romelu on Christopher Cross. That's another turn of the world right here. He played at Newman's Newmanium New Year's Eve party. That's sold to Romelu. There's that. 45.17. I said out. John has it for $50. You're kidding. Somebody has the high bid on Duran Duran at $50. Well, that's not even on my screen. Who has it for $50? You probably want to bid again. There's Jason Thomas at 48, and there was no other Duran Duran bids. There's Jason Thomas at 48, and John Durden said, I bid 50. That never did come through. I'm showing you the receipts right here. That never did come through, but we'll say you have it for 50. Does Laura have room to put her auctions in there? Good deal. And then the 45s are at 18. Mazzy Stars, a $25 start. John Fogerty center field. Put me in coach. That's $19.99. Iron Butterfly. 2 people asked last night, do you have a copy of Inagata Davida? And I said, we do. I just don't know where they're at or when they'll ever pop up. There it is. Also, John High, warming up to the Ice Age. John High's $19.99. And Leo Kottke, My Feet Are Smiling, $14.99. We Are the World. That is the original with all the different artists like Chicago and Huey Lewis and the Pointer Sisters. That's $19.99. All right, the singles are at 18. JK and everybody else, you're out. And now Mazzy's at 25, Mazzy's at 27, and now Duran Duran is sold to John Darden for $50. Thank you on that. So that's sold to John Darden for $50. Next is the best of the Guess Who, $19.99. We sold one of these last night. It's on the original label, gatefold, These Eyes, Guess Who, and then Lone Justice. Lone Justice is $14.99 on that. So Mazzy Star's getting new bids. It's up to JK on the singles. William Drugovich has bid 18. Laura has delivered new auctions. I'm going to go ahead and put up one right now. We got to give David Johnson a taste of some Mo-Fi. One of my favorite albums. Is that the rest of them? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Jethro Tull Aqualung. Jethro Tull Aqualung is a 1981 Mo-Fi. Unfortunately, someone cut a chunk out of the back cover. It does have the insert, and unusually, it's in VG condition. For a Mo-Fi, I mean, I see why she graded it VG. For Mo-Fi, it definitely needs to go VG, but that's unusual to see a record like that in this condition. Just a $15 start. Let's see what the back cover looks like. What in the world? Somebody took out a big chunk of the back cover too. So, yeah, that definitely needs to be a $15 start, but there it is. Sitting on a park bench, snot running down his nose, greasy fingers, smearing shabby clothes or something like that. Next thing we have is Mazzy 29. 45s are at 22, and Mazzy 33, 45s 23, Mazzy 35, Mazzy 35. How about the Bird Singles Collection? $19.99, Mr. Tambourine Man, 8 Miles High, All I Really Want to Do, so many great songs on that. Jimmy Buffett, Coconut Telegraph, $19.99, and the Steve Miller Band Anthology. That's a compilation of some of the earlier Steve Miller tracks, $34.99. $34.99, Steve Miller Band. Now, speaking of giving shout-outs, everybody here at the store this week and last week has been doing a fantastic job. I want to let y'all know, I just got to show up every day here and just start selling records. About the most I have to do before the sale is fix my purple juice and eat something. Now, maybe one day I'll have somebody preparing my own meals, but I'm joking. The first thing when I get here every day, I just go right here and start selling records. And that's because everybody here at the store takes care of everything else. Great people here at Collectible. They are shipping Tuesday's orders of last week. So I was told with everybody here this week, and Tanner may be able to help, by the end of the week, they should be caught up with last week's. And that will keep us about, 5 days out now? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're about 6, yeah, so if they're done through Tuesday, about 6 or 7 days out right now. Just letting everybody know. But when I show up, Laura always has all these auctions ready. John, Paul, and Laura always have records priced, and it's great. And so I couldn't do it without them. Now, if I didn't have help, if I didn't have all this great help, one, y'all wouldn't be able to watch these shows every night. There wouldn't be great stuff just coming one after another, because I would be trying to do this, and then after the sales, have to stay up all night to get everything ready. So we do a tight schedule. That's what I was actually just working out. We're got to make sure we have auctions ready. And then far as the crates, if John's here, Paul, they will always mark stuff, but we always find something to sell. And that's why we're able to do this every night. Total staff count, I think, is about 12 right now. So for those that's relatively new, just for this to happen every night, including me, it takes about 12. And then sometimes part-time people, like when Sev's here or Jake, it's sometimes as many as 15 people every week making all this happen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as smooth and it wouldn't be as much great stuff available every single night. All right, so let's figure out where we left off. We left off with Jethro Tull, Mazzy Star, and those 3 singles. So these 3 singles are now at $30 with JK. That is still getting bids. Those 3 singles are at $30. Mazzy Star is a 2010 U.S. reissue. 2010 U.S. reissue, 180 gram EX with the insert. That high bid on Mazzy Star is $40. $40. Mazzy Star. Carla DeRoche, $40. Carla DeRoche, $40 on that. Now, the last thing that I have over here, was Jethro Tull. Jethro Tull is an 81 U.S. reissue. VG condition. VG condition. And the back cover has been cut out. So it's got a lot of hairline scuffing from what I've seen. A lot of hairline scuffing. VG on that. VG on that. So it's a $15 start, and as of right now, it does not have a bid. $15 start. As of right now, it does not have a bid on that. Okay? What was the other question? Seth does prepare a lot of Japanese stuff. He does. And he keys in records, but sometimes he's a hindrance. I walk in and just seeing him makes me mad. Thank you, Laura. Laura's like, same. She didn't say it, though, but she wants to say same. Mazzy's at 41. Okay, next is the Beach Boys Endless Summer. The Beach Boys is $24.99, and Donovan's Greatest Hits, $12.99. Dion, Love Came to Me, Dion's $29.99. And Manaheim Steamroller Fresh Air. Manaheim Steamroller is $14.99. Tubular Bells, the original Tubular Bells on picture disc. That is $34.99. And Jeff Beck Flash. Jeff Beck is $19.99. And the Good Feeling music of the Big Chill generation. Really good here, $19.99. Four Top, Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, Smokey Robinson, all that great, good feel, Big Chill generation, $19.99. All right, are we done on the singles? Mazzy Star is still getting bids. The singles are at $30 with JK. And that means William Drugovich, let me know if you want back in. They're at $30. He's back in at $31. And we have a pass on MoFi. Nobody else bid. So Jethro Tull's just a $15. Wow, this is like what? Near mint, $100 record. So if you can get past the VG and the cover chip, wow, that seems like a great price, I think, even for that. That is a buy it now for $15 on Jethro Tull. And I think you're going to be pretty happy. I think you'll be pretty happy with the playback on that one, even at VG with that cover condition. Burning Bridges is $9.99. Mazzy still getting bids. Those three singles are still getting bids. We got a lot of compilations tonight, so I feel like the hardcore singles are going to be good tonight. The Call, Into the Woods, a 1987 gold stamp promo on high quality vinyl, and that is actually a promo label too. So The Call is $24.99 on The Call. Tangerine Dream, Pergamon. Tangerine Dream is $19.99. Also, we have Woody Herman's Greatest Hits. That is $9.99. And yes, Jetstream mentioned the growth. That's true. So great staff. The second thing is, y'all, and I have to be more remindful every night, I got to remind y'all how great of customers y'all are. Y'all are the best customers in the world. We've not only seen tremendous growth the last 5 years, but the repeat rate tells me we're doing something right. So thank y'all every night. For those that tune in every night or have an order every week, a big majority of y'all have an order like every week. It may be one record. We shipped out a couple orders today. The combined postage for somebody's order today was $158. That's what we had to pay in postage for their order last week. All their boxes and miscellaneous stuff, we paid $158 in postage. We only charged $8. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul, is a 2011 US, and this is a Sunday's pressing. A Sunday's pressing. Interesting. A Sunday's pressing. 2011 Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Next thing was the 45s. We're at 31. JK, you're out. Mazzy Star 43. Mazzy Star 44. Mazzy Star 45. James Fairfax on TG for Tangerine Dream. And next is Harry James today. Harry James, $9.99. Harry James today. Old Timey Concert, Doc Watson, Clint Howard, and Fred Price, $26.99. Candidia, Dawn, Knock 3 Times, $9.99. And the Winchester Cathedral, the new Vaudeville band, $9.99. I love how everybody's saying, that's probably mine. Yeah, that's probably mine. That's probably mine. Yeah, Sunday was a big night. Last Sunday, when we sold all that miscellaneous, holy moly. Fresh Air, Manaheim Steamroller, $14.99. Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $14.99. And then David Crosby, nice. A classic here, if I could only remember my name. David Crosby's $39.99. And we have the Cars Greatest Hits. $32.99. All right, I got to sell these singles. I have lost JK. The timer is on. William Dragovich has had these for $31. The clock is ticking. Mazzy Star is still getting bids. It's a final call, though, to Carla DeRoche for $45. Stevie Ray Vaughan has one bid for $25. If anybody else wants anything else in here, let me know. Stevie Ray Vaughan's a 2011 Sundazed, and it's a final call. It has one bid for $25. Dr. Zebo on Dawn Candidia. And if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. And we're going to flip through a new crate right now. But let me remind you what's in here. The Cars, David Crosby, Jefferson Starship, Fresh Air, Winchester Cathedral, Doc Watson, Harry James, Woody Herman. The Call, somebody wanted the information. The Call's a 1987 gold stamp promo label, audiophile vinyl, hop sticker, direct metal mastering, $24.99. Glenn Campbell, good feel chilling. The good feeling of the big chill generation. Jeff Beck, Tubular Bells, Manaheim String Roller, Devon. How about it? Dion and Donovan? I just combined them. Dion, Donovan, Beach Boys, Steve Miller Band, Jimmy Buffett, The Birds, Lone Justice, Guess Who, We Are the World, Leo Kottke, John Hyatt, Iron Butterfly, John Fogerty, Party Rock, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Stephen Stills, Canned Heat, Commander Cody, Louisiana's LaRue, Fresh Air, Crosby and Nash, Hank Williams Jr., Jimmy Buffett, Jefferson Starship, Donovan, and that's it. Info on Hank Williams Jr. That was live at Cobo Hall, $24.99, no condition notes. David, all you got to do is say sold. That's all you got to put, sold. There's the call if anybody wants that. I lost JK. That's very unfortunate. Make sure if you're bidding, you let me know if you're in or out. We can definitely expedite auctions. William Dragovich gets these for $31. Mazzy Star is officially sold. Mazzy Star is sold for $45 to Kelly DeRoche. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, just one bid, sold for $25 to Troy Overmeyer. There we have it. Those are gone. And let's put those right over here. Dr. Zebo wants Donovan. Cynthia Herdron got the call. That's sold. Donovan is sold to Dr. Zebo. This is a new arrivals crate sticker price. If anybody else, you want anything in there, just let me know. Here we go. I'm going to put this one where? I'm going to put this one right here. Okay, Chad definitely needs a drink of purple juice. All right. All right. Okay. The Black Crows, live at the Greek, 1991. There's definitely a waiting list for this. But first, let's introduce some new auctions. Our next auction is Queen, The Works. Queen is a 1984 U.S. Jacksonville original with the original inner sleeve and EX condition. Very nice. It also has the original inner sleeve, nice jacket. All you hear is Radio Gaga. Queen is a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Also going up for bid is this right now. Without further ado, this is a super nice copy of Bob Dylan. I think this is the one that John had priced yesterday, and I left it for Laura to mark for auction. Yeah, check this out. OG mono with the insert, and we've graded the vinyl EX+. EX+. Unbelievable. See this? It's like you can almost see the grooves. It's beautiful. Bob Dylan. The times, they are a-changing. A 64 Terre Haute mono, a relic, beautiful, $95 start. It does have the insert, beautiful jacket, a relic, a 64 OG mono with insert, a $95 start. And some of these have sold for $200 in near mint condition. Next is the Black Crows. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. The Black Crows, and there was a waiting list. Now, this is 1991. That's early for the Black Crows. I know it's at the Greek, which most of the time you hear that Jimmy Page show. We still have 4 people on a waiting list. Chris Gardner, Chris Kirkley, Monica Malley, and Chris Smith. Chris Gardner, Chris Kirkley, Monica Malley, and Chris Smith. Wow, 3 different Chris's. 3 different Chris's, Gardner, Kirkley, and Smith, and then Monica Malley. So 4 of these are already sold, $29.99. $29.99. 1, 2, 3, 4. That means I've got 3 extra copies. 3 extra copies. This is $29.99. This is Live at the Greek Theater. This is Early Black Crowes, Twice as Hard. Hard to Handle, Could I've Been So Blind, stuff from that first album. Now, let's go back up to the top and figure out where I left off. I left off by saying Queen 35. How much is Led Zeppelin? George, I've got Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 2's around here somewhere. That's why I ordered a Volume 1. $44.99. Then there's another question here that's really, really, really long. The Birmingham. I'll have to read what Harry sent here. Harry, I'm just going to have to screenshot this and maybe there's a lot of information there. And then if you don't see the grooves in a record, we have a problem. And Dylan 95. No, like these, it's like they're shining or something. You'll see what I'm talking about, whoever wins this. It's a bizarre looking. It's like you can see, I don't know, when you tilt it, it's like, I don't know, it's a very interesting looking record. Oh, it's just so glossy, I guess. I'm used to not seeing them in this kind of condition. They're just very, very nice. So there is Black Crowes, $29.99, and Led Zeppelin is, what was this? Oh, that's the sticky note for Dylan. So George wants Volume 1 and Volume 2. Okay, so go ahead and tag this for George Jones, and when I find the other volume, we'll give that one to him as well. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Next is the 2LP pressed at furnace, the 45 RPM of Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $59.99. Let's grab 3 more singles here. The next 3 singles are 1, 2, and 3 here. These are going to go up for a $10 start. Power of 10, we had one of those earlier. A Northwest Hardcore compilation. Soundbite House. And we have Spare Change, I Don't Know Why. Those 3 are a $10 start. Bob Dylan, $99. Bob Dylan, $110. Next is Stone Temple Pilots. This is $33.99 core. Stone Temple Pilots is $33.99. And 2 copies of Sting 3.0 live. Sting is $39.99. These are all new releases in here, new sealed records. Black Crowes is sold to Danny Thomason. Also, we have 2 copies of Simple Minds, and this is $44.99. The best of Simple Minds, $44.99. I order new vinyl every night. Yep. And Queen only got 1 bid. Unbelievable. Sold to Chase Arnold for $35. Chase Arnold gets Queen for $35. That's sold. Now the singles 10. Now the singles 10. What about Bob Dylan? We opened Dylan at $95. And then we got Dylan at $99. We got Dylan at $110. Danny got the Black Crowes. $10.99 JT Salvation a la Node. I have no idea what that means. Mike Massey gets Sting. That's sold to Mike Massey. The 45s are at 10. The 45s are at 10. And we have JT $10.99. If you're talking about the Jethro Tull, I'm going to keep that at $15. And then Tim Graham gets Sting. 10 Graham gets the other copy of Sting. Sting sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Blackberry Smoke, Flock and Arrow. Blackberry Smoke is $36.99. And I've got 2 copies of Vixen. Rare Vintage Vixen. Colored vinyl, $33.99 on Vixen. And Stone Temple Pilots, number 4. That is on white, opaque, and black splatter, $33.99. Bob Dylan's at $120. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Lenny Kravitz. This was actually in a crate last night. This is, I pulled it out and said, let's get this information looked up for auction. This is a 1993 U.S. original Lenny Kravitz. 1993 OG, Are You Gonna Go My Way? Wow. 93 OG clear vinyl. It's supposed to come with the CD of full bonus tracks, but the disc is missing. So we got the CD case, but no CD. Original inner sleeve, EX, Lenny Kravitz, 1993 OG, a $45 start on that. Bob Dylan, $120, Bob Dylan, $130. These 3 singles are at $11 with Darren Final Call. Next thing here is Limp Bizkit. And I meant to post that we got more of these in. This is Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water, $46.99 for Limp Bizkit. keep rolling, rolling, rolling. My Way, $46.99. That is Limp Bizkit. That's on silver and brown colored vinyl. Chocolate starfish and hot dog flavor colored vinyl. $46.99 for Limp Bizkit. I've only got one copy of Queen's Rock Promised Land, $34.99. And Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. Tool is $44.99. Bob Dylan, Catherine, it goes back to you. Cynthia has it for $130. Lenny Kravitz is a $45 start. The singles are at $11. The singles are at $12. What are the singles? More information about the singles. Bob Dylan's at $145. And we got two copies here of Roger Waters, Chaos FM 1987, $29.99 for Roger Waters, Chaos FM. George Jones, no update on the other bootleg. They're still on back order. And then I've got two copies of The Cure, BBC Sessions, 1979 to 1983. That's The Cure live doing BBC Sessions. They're hand numbered on the back. They're $36.99. We have three singles here. Power of 10, a Northwest Hardcore Compilation Volume 2, Soundbite House, and Spare Chance. I don't know why, or Spare Change. Spare Change, I don't know why. There's three there, and the high bid on those three singles are at $13. Cynthia's out on Bob Dylan. Catherine has it for $145. Lenny Kravitz is about to be a $45 buy now. I thought that would get somewhere like way up there, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Final call on that. Final call on that. Next is Bob Dylan, and it's also a final call. It is at $145. And John had this price yesterday. We are very close to what he had at stickered price. Cynthia Herdron on The Cure, George Jones on Roger Waters, and now the 45s are at $16. John, I have stuff priced like records I normally wouldn't price, and I always do an experiment. And the only thing that didn't sell below about what he had it priced already tonight was Kiss, Asylum. He had that marked for $45, and we sold it tonight for $35. We are very close on the Dylan. Very close on the Dylan. I think I remember what the sticker was. I'm pretty sure. Jerry Ferguson has Dylan for $150. Chris Knapp has Lenny Kravitz at $45. The other Cure is sold to Juanita Gagney. If anybody else wants that, let me know. And we have Robert. Did I not pull you a Limp Bizkit? I didn't. Robert Vladerchik wants a Limp Bizkit. And these are typically never in stock. They are tonight. Let's read through those again. I expected everything in here to sell. It hasn't. So we need something else to happen here. Catherine, you've been outbid on Bob Dylan. Jerry Ferguson has it for $150. Lenny Kravitz does have a bid for $45, and the three singles are at $16 with Chris Bryant. And that means the last bidder, Darren Johnson, you've been outbid. We got two copies here, $29.99. We have the Black Crowes live at the Greek Theater, $29.99. The Black Crowes live at the Greek Theater, $29.99. That's an early concert, $29.99. We got two copies of Fleetwood Mac Rumors, 45 RPM. That is $59.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, a 2LP, $49.99. Jethro Tull is a buy it now. It's MoFi. There's a big chunk of the cover that's been cut out of the back. It's VG, but it's $15. Next is Stone Temple Pilots Core, Plush, Creep, Wicked Garden, Sex Top Thing. That first track, Dead and Bloated, is really cool, $33.99. Cracker Man, Where the River Goes. Also, we have Simple Minds, the best of Simple Minds, $44.99. $44.99. Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me. Also, Black Crowes Like an Arrow, that's $36.99. Vixen, Rare Vintage, $33. Stone Temple Pilots, Carla, is $33.99. That's on white, opaque, black splatter. That's available. Stone Temple Pilots and Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water, $46.99 on that. Queen's Rock is $34. Tool is $44.99. And Roger Waters is $29.99. Okay, now we have these three singles here. These three singles are sold to Chris Bryant for $16. Those are sold to Chris Bryant for $16. Did Catherine go out on Bob Dylan? Catherine bid $155 on Bob Dylan. Jerry Ferguson, you're out. Catherine did bid $155, and Robert Johnson said he'll take an STB4. Carla, let me know if you want the last one. better check the Fleetwood Mac price. Fleetwood Mac is $59.99. Fleetwood Mac is $59.99. Lenny Kravitz, I've tried every way possible to get Chris Knapp to get outbid, but he doesn't. He gets that for $45. That was marked last night, I think, for $60 or $70. So that's sold for $45. Now Dylan's at $160. Okay. Chad, did anyone put me down for the Metallica low box set to reserve it? I told Ed to tell you as long as you prepay for it. I can't order you one of those or pre-order unless you pay for it in advance. If you can pay for it today, I'll make sure you're marked down for one. But given everything that's happened in the past, I can't put you down for something like that unless you can pay for it right now. If you can pay for it right now, I'll say that you've got one. STP Core is also available, $33.99. $33.99. Okay. And then Jethro Tull is $15 if anybody wants that. Let's go ahead and put another auction up. Okay, another auction is going to go up right now, and it's Billy Idol. And Billy Idol's a 1983 US. It has alternate cover art and slightly different track list than the OG. This pressing replaces B5 Congo Man with the Radiohead Dancing With Myself, original sleeve, EX edition, a $15 start. Billy Idol, this is going to go up for a $15 start. Billy Idol, a $15 start. Here's my thoughts. If you've bought stuff from us before and you hasn't been able to pay your bills and you want to buy from us again, I'm not going to sell you a $300 box set if you can't pay for it right now. I'm not going to order one if you can't pay for it right now. Because if you can't pay for it right now and you're begging to get one, that means there may be something wrong in the future that you can't pay for it then. If you can send us the money right now, I'll make sure you get one. But based on what's happened in the past, if you haven't been able to pay for stuff, I'm probably not going to start selling you $300 items again unless you have the money in your hand right now. And if you don't have the money in your hand right now, and it's going to be a problem in a month to pay for it, I'd say you might not need to buy a Metallica box set. But if you do, and you do have the money right now, I'll sell it to you. But I would make sure, and you have a source of money coming in. That's the second thing. There's hopefully money arriving. That's the second big thing. Money's got to be coming in. So Billy Idol, 15, 15, 15, and I think we're done on the Dylan, right? Catherine out. Jerry, $160. Final call on that one. Okay? 3 more singles going up right now. Anybody else? We sold one STP4 to Robert Johnson. I'm assuming Carla didn't want one. And Tool, Luke Tool is $44.99. That has no quarter on it. $44.99 on that. Okay? Chad, that sounds like my mom. I'm sorry. I have had to message and help some people before with financial planning. So, okay? Billy Idol 18, 18 and 21. Okay, we are ready for a new crate. Now there's a record in here that was auctioned yesterday and it's about priced on the button. That's pretty amazing. So I'm going to just leave it in the crate, and it was auctioned yesterday. So let's go ahead and see what's left in here. Laura's in the process right now of marking some records. So Paul's not going to be here tomorrow. John's not going to be here tomorrow. And so we were trying to figure out, we stay ahead of the game. And the way we stay ahead of the game is by making sure we have plenty of auctions prepared and ready for the next couple shows, but also where we can still be putting out some new stuff. So there's that. And there's that. Okay? Next thing is, we have Bob Dylan, $160. And this is sold to Jerry Ferguson. That's amazing. And I'm pretty sure the price on that yesterday was $159.99. So that was pretty much right on the button. That's sold for $160. Okay? Boom. Jerry Ferguson. Thank you, Jerry. Beautiful copy of that. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, next thing I have is Billy Idol, 15, 15, 15. 17, 25, 20, 18, 18, 21, 25, 25, 22, 26, 30, 27, 25, 31. Todd Fisher has Billy Idol for $31. That's the high bid as of this exact second. Our next auction is going to be Rush, the Moving Pictures box set. Now, Moving Pictures is a 2022 40th anniversary half-speed master. It's a 5 LP set sealed. 2022 U.S. reissue 40th anniversary half-speed master 5 LP set sealed. You get Moving Pictures remastered and then a 4 LP complete live in YYZ 1981 complete concert half-speed mastered sealed, a $75 start. $75 start on Rush Moving Pictures. Billy Idol's at $32. The Cure's on deck if it's up here. I'm assuming it's up here. I think they've all been delivered. All right, let's grab 3 more singles right now, and let me make sure I didn't miss any other comments, okay? And before I get too deep, because I'm going to be flying through this crate, I'm actually going to go ahead and swap out crates, so we're starting a new one. And let me introduce these, and I'm going to get a new empty crate, and we're about to fly through this one. Okay? First thing we have is Speedway, Spectres, and Spirit Caravan. 1, 2, 3. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start for those 3 singles. Those are now up for bid. Let me go ahead and get a new crate started. What is an AC/DC signed by Angus Young worth? What is an OG Pink Floyd Waltz worth? Let me grab a new crate. New crate, because we're about to fill up another one here. Here we go. Here we go. An OG Pink Floyd The Wall signed. Well, first of all, it's got to be JSA, PSA, or Beckett authenticated. If you have a Wall signed by Waters, Mason, Gilmore, and Wright, and it's signed on the front, and it's authenticated by PSA, JSA, Beckett, or maybe all 3 of them, I don't know, $20,000, $25,000, more than $10,000 or $15,000 for sure. It'd be way up there. Lacey J. Dalton, $14.99. It would be extremely valuable. Songs About the Working Man, Dave Dudley, $9.99. I'd say more than $10,000 for sure. Maybe more than 20. Class of 55 is $29.99. Class of 55 is $29.99. We have Pat Travers Band, Go For What You Know, $19.99. Sun City, Artist Against the Apartheid, $19.99. Sun City, Artist Against the Apartheid. Triumph, Progressions of Power, $19.99. And Elton John, Victim of Love. Elton John is $19.99. Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Final call on the Rush box. One bid with MT Matt for $75. MT Matt has that for $75. The singles have bids for $10 and $10 and $11. The singles are at $11. Joe Delgado, you're out. Billy Idol was a final call to Jason Murphy for $32. He's definitely about to get it. He's definitely about to get it. Sold on Jethro Tull. Avery wants the Jethro Tull for $15. That's sold to Avery 7001. Next is Surreal Thing, Chris Christopherson, $14.99. Chris Christopherson. Hooker and Heat. Hooker and Heat is $29.99. That is John Lee Hooker and Canned Heat. The Firm, Mean Business, $24.99. And the Legend soundtrack. Yes, just like the one we auctioned last night. Here's another one, $74.99. Very clean. We auctioned one of those, I think, last night for more than that. $74.99. Now Billy Idol's at $33. Now Billy Idol's at $34. Next is the Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute. $14.99. And we have the Cars, Heartbeat City, Who's Gonna Drive You Home Tonight, $29.99. These 3 singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $11. Fred, you just missed out on the singles, and you almost missed out on the Rush box set. This is Rush Moving Pictures 2022 U.S. 40th Anniversary Half-Speed Master 5 LP sealed. That was about to go to MT Mad. It's $75. You can bid or you can say pass. Now Billy Idol's still getting bids. Now it's at $35. James Fairfax wants Legend. That's sold to him for $74.99. Thank you, that's sold. Catherine Lutz on Cars. Thank you, that's sold to Catherine. And the Honey Drippers is $24.99. Also, Elton John Jump Up. Elton John is $19.99. And Billy Joel Piano Man. That's a Holland press and $24.99. Billy Joel, $24.99. Juanita Gagney on Triumph. Juanita Gagney on Triumph. That is sold to Juanita Gagney. And let me grab the next 3 singles. And yes, anything fully signed by Pink Floyd on an album is extremely valuable. However, I'd be extremely cautious. I'd say in the world, a fully signed Pink Floyd album on the front of the jacket, I bet there's less than 10 in existence or 20. There couldn't be too many. So that's what I'm saying. I would be extremely careful. Spitting Teeth, Legacy of Crew something, and then Spiritual Cramp, and more Spitting Teeth. There's 3 more singles there, $10 start on that. MT Matt, you do get Rush for $75. Now Billy Idol is a final call to Todd Fisher for $35. Now let's go over here. Let's go over here to let's go over here to The Cult. Love. The Cult is a 2010 U.S. remaster, and this is remastered from the original tapes, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. The Cult Love, this is VG Plus, a $15 start. The Cult Love, that is now up for bid, and that's a 2010 U.S. $15 start on that. Jason, once you say out on Billy Idol, you can't bid again. So it's a final call to Todd Fisher for $35. Once you say out, you can't bid again. We have Yorma Calcoen, $14.99. Yorma Calcoen is $14.99. And Jefferson Airplane, 2400 Fulton Street. This is $49.99. Jefferson Airplane and Sybil Does It. Sybil Shepherd, that's $19.99. Now, what is going on here? I thought I heard way higher. Billy Idol is at 33, 34, 35, and then you set out, and then you bid 36, and then you bid 37. So now Todd's already bid again, but when you bid and you say out, you can't bid again, because I've had some people, as soon as they say out, they've left the chat thinking they've won it, et cetera, et cetera. So final call to Todd Fisher for $35. The Colts at $15.17. Love is the Law, the Suburbs, that's $34.99. In a Relaxed Mood, Harry James, $9.99 on that. And Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Ozark is $14.99. Also, Glenn Campbell, Oh Happy Day. Mr. Glenn is $9.99. And Robert Palmer, Riptide. Robert Palmer, $19.99. These singles had bids for $10 with Joe Delgado. And to my knowledge, there was no other bid. And these 3 are sold for $10 to Joe Delgado. Now, the Colt is getting lots of bids, as I expected. Also, Painkiller. What is this? $39.99. Little Big Town, Painkiller, $39.99. That was a random record to see in here. 20 Years of Dirt, the best of Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, that's $19.99. And Danny O'Keefe, $14.99 on Danny O'Keefe. And Hitch It Up, The Packers, with a promo stamp on the back, $24.99. So Billy Idol is sold to Todd Fisher for $35. The Colts at $24. And now 25, now 26. The Colt is not a gatefold jacket. No, it's a 2010 remastered from the original analog tapes. A nice VG Plus. I was thinking about starting it at 25. And now it's hit 25. And now Todd's at 26. Catherine on LBT, Little Big Town. That's sold to Catherine. And then George Jones was second. Now the Colt's at 30. And now we're ready for a new auction. All right, next thing I have here is the following. We have Primus, and this is Sailing the Seas of Cheese. And this is a 2008 180-gram This has sold for as much as $202, and near mint copies have sold for $74. This is an EX++ near mint copy, and Primus is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start for Primus. That is now up for bid at this moment. Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Let's go ahead and put up 1, 2, and 3 more singles, and these are going to go up for a $10 start. This is Taking Liberties. There's another one of these, Power of 10 Northwest Hardcore compilation, and then Squiggy From Riot to Insurrection. Those 3 up for a $10 start. Now, next thing we have is 123 Red Light, the 1910 Fruit Gum Company. That is $14.99. The new Vaudeville Band on tour. The new Vaudeville Band, I usually only see Winchester Cathedral. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. $9.99. What a cool cover on that one. That's $9.99. Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark, Crush. That's $24.99 for OMD. There's Orleans, Waking and Dreaming, Steal the One, $9.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Don't Look Down. That is $14.99. And Tony Orlando and Dawn, that is $9.99. The singles have a bid for $10 with Darren. Joe also bid $10. The Cult is a final call to Todd Fisher for $31. Primus has 2 $35 bids. Jerry bid $35 and Darren Johnson bid $35. Also, Doc and Merle Watson, Live and Pickin', $19.99. Don Gibson, if you ever get to Houston, that's $9.99. And Lee Greenwood's Greatest Hits, God Bless the USA. Okay, now over here in the auction bin, I have The Doors, Tom Waits. I have Fish. I have, is that Fish? Pish? What is this? Brian's Jonestown Massacre. Okay. And then I also have Radiohead. I have The Sound, The Cure, Rush, Dennis Wilson, Madness, Elvis Costello, Traveling Wilbury, Sting, Thin Lizzy, Jimi Hendrix, Talking Heads, The Police, Pink Floyd. I've got The Flaming Lips, John Prine, George Strait, B-52s, Johnny Marr, Bob Marley, The Church, U2, Gabor Szabo, R.E.M., Bob Seger, The Chameleons, Rush, Dylan Mofi. I have, what is this? Super Drag plays Regretfully Yours. And I have Billy Braggs and Wilco. And then I have the Beck Mofi pressing. Some great stuff there, plus plenty of surprises. The next comment was Fred Carnell on Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. That sold to Fred. Primus got a new bid for $40. The singles got another bid for $11, then another bid for $11, then another bid for $11. Then Primus got a bid for $40. Then Primus got a bid for $50. And then Primus is out. What's the Stings? What's the Traveling Wilburys? What's the Beck? And then Brian Jonestown Massacre, R.E.M., The Church, The Cure, Madness, R.E.M., and then Jonestown Flaming Lips. Yeah, there's some good stuff on the way. Hope everybody's had their coffee, like I said. Next is Jan and Dean's Story. That's $9.99. Harry James and his new swinging band. Harry James is $9.99. The Yellow Jackets, Samurai Samba. The Yellow Jackets is $19.99. Tangerine Dream, Rubicon. That's $19.99. And then Canned Heat, Future Blues. What a cool cover. Canned Heat is $34.99. Canned Heat Hallelujah is $29.99. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. And The Call, Let the Day Begin, that is $19.99. Okay, so let's figure out where all these are at right quick. Coming once, coming twice, going once, going twice. You're about to see them, and then now you don't. First of all, the singles. These 3 singles are at $12 with Joe Delgado. Going once, going twice. The Primus. Jerry Ferguson leads at $50. Going twice, going 9 times. Primus is a 2008 U.S. reissue. It's 180 gram. It's EX++ near mint minus. We started it at 35. It's at 50. This particular pressing, near mint copies have sold for as much as 74. Other near mint and sealed copies have sold for as much as 200. Whoever has this right now has it at a great price. Jerry Ferguson has it for $50. The Cult was a final call. Let me make sure nobody else had bid. Way up here, The Cult. The Cult. The Cult. Todd Fisher had it for $31. There was no other bids. This is sold to Todd Fisher for $31. Okay? Next new comment. Laura's answering a lot of y'all's questions about which was what. Lee Greenwood on the cover of Orleans. Lee Greenwood was not in the band Orleans, no. And then 45s on 12. To my knowledge, he wasn't. John Franz got the call. Fred was second on the call. Joe DeGato was third. Promise is at 55. And now the singles are at 13. Darren bid 13, and Fred, you tied them. So that's where we're at. Now, to go through this crate really quickly, I'm just going to read the titles. And if you missed something and you just said, wow, I didn't see that the first time, let me know and I'll pull it for you. Or you can go ahead and ask the price. Don Gibson is sold to John Durden. First, I'm going to introduce a new auction. Some of these I'm going to pause and like emphasize the price. And if I do that, that's like, man, I can't believe these didn't sell. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without further ado, is Rush. And this is a 2015 200 gram pressing. Wow, the 200 gram. This is the 2015 Rush, a show of hands. That's going to go up for a $35 start. That's now up for bid. How much is Lee Greenwood? Lee Greenwood is right here. God bless the USA. Lee Greenwood's greatest hits, $9.99. Promise is now $60. Let's read through these one more time. Lacey J. Dalton, Dave Dudley, Class of 55 of Carl Perkins, Jerry Lee Lewis, Roy Orbison, and Johnny Cash. Class of 55 was $29.99. Pat Travers Band, Sun City, Artists Against the Apartheid. Elton John, Robert Plant, Pictures at 11, and Shrink, $19.99. Chris Christopherson, Robin Glenn gets Lee Greenwood. And then we got Hooker and Heat. Also, we got The Firm, the Doobie Brothers, the Honey Drippers, Elton John, Billy Joe Piano Man, a Holland press with a large nice price sticker, $24.99. And we have Yorma Calcoen, Jefferson Airplane, Sybil Shepherd, The Suburbs, Harry James, Ozark Mountain, Glenn Campbell, Robert Palmer, 20 years of Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Danny O'Keefe, The Packers, 123 Red Light, New Vaudeville Band, Orleans, Ozark, Tony Orlando, Doc Watson, Jan and Dean, Harry James, Yellow Jackets, Tangerine Dream still available. That is $19.99. Canned Heat, and Glenn Campbell. All right, so Promise has a new bid for $65. Jerry Ferguson's done. We sold Lee Greenwood. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid on the singles. They're now at $15. The Sun City, Artists Against the Apartheid. Cheryl, that was $19.99. Michael Butler does want the Jefferson Airplane. And then what was the Yellow Jackets and price on the Firm? So the Firm was right back in here. Let's find that. The Firm, Mean Business, that was $24.99. What was the name of the Glenn Campbell? We have A New Place in the Sun. It's $9.99. And we also had Oh Happy Day, which it was right in here. It was also $9.99. And then the Yellow Jackets price, that was $19.99. And then Rush has a bid for $35. And the singles, Fred Cardinal's out. These three singles sold to Darren Johnson for $15. And we're about to sell Promise for $65 to Gregory Roberts. And Rush does have a bid with MT Matt for $35. Let's go through a new crate. Let's also go ahead and grab this. I think this might need to be sold by itself. It's some kind of box set. It's called Neapolitan Metropolitan. Simple Machines. It was originally marked 25. It looks like some sort of compilation. It's on 345s. It's on 345s on 3 different colors, and it has a book. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Pass on Firm, pass on Glenn Campbell. Final call on those 2 auctions. The 200 gram version of that. All right. I'm going to put this right over here. And now, what else are we going to do? I am going to grab, let's see, Laura just said she's working on marking a new crate. That's absolutely great news, right? We love hearing that. She's in the process of doing that. We're also trying to keep up and get some auctions marked from yesterday for this week. I'm going to run through these very quickly, right quick. And then I have another crate, but I'm going to show you some stuff in here that you may have not seen. It seems like forever since we've shown some of these. So here we go. And I know up front right now where there's a crate of damaged records, they're seam split, and I need to go get them because I forgot about them. They were buried behind the counter when I was cleaning up there Sunday, and I know we can sell them out. I just got to bring them back here and show them to y'all, okay? So let's see what's going on. We sold that, and then this has bids for 6, 7. Here's some new vinyl, and Slicker Van Slyke does want the yellow jackets. All right, that's sold to Slicker Van Slyke, yellow jackets. Let's pull that for him. Thank you. And now we have Primus is sold for 65 to Gregory Roberts. Rush has a bid for 35, and let's get some of these other featured auctions going. There was a lot of interest when I said Beck MoFi. Everybody went, what? Beck? What? Beck MoFi? What? Beck MoFi? Beck from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Some of these sealed have sold for as much as $525 sealed. It's a pricey one if you find one sealed. Near mint, number 2LP, a beautiful copy. It's near mint minus $195 start. Beck is now up for bid, $195 start. Let the bidding begin. The next auction is going to go up right now. It's Sting, 10 Summoner's Tales. Sting is a 2013. It's only ever been reissued one other time. This one's near mint, a $35 start on Sting. There's Beck, there's Sting. Here we go. New and sealed. Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. Everybody wants to rule the world. Shout, shout, head over heels. Broken, amazing, $36.99. Tears for Fears. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden, $36.99. I have one copy. I have one copy of Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. Paradise City. Violent Femmes. This is the Craft Remaster, 180 gram. Violent Femmes self-titled debut, $34.99. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Black and gray vinyl, $33.99. Lay It Down. Also, Takedo, my last copy. First time ever pressed in the United States. It originally came out in 1991, $39.99. Todd Fisher gets Tears for Fears. Jason Murphy gets GNR. Beck is at $195. Sting's at $35. The singles are at $25 and now $22. Sean leads at $25. How much is GNR? Joe, I can get you a copy this week. It's $36.99. Yes, Beck was $195 start. John Dodd is in. PM for Paul Brothers, and then TY for Takedo. So what was PM there? And then we have Pink Floyd, the Wish You Were Here remaster, an amazing sounding record. Wish You Were Here, $36.99. This is Neapolitan Metropolitan. It's Neo Metro SMR10. It's a 345 box set on colored vinyl with book. And right now Fred leads at $26. It's like a box set. Beck's at $195, Sting's at $35. Now, Joe, if you want on a waiting list for GNR, let me know. Paul Brothers put PM, and then Kenny Stanley got Takedo. So let's sell that to Kenny Stanley, Takedo. I've got Red Hot Chili Peppers' Greatest Hits, $44.99. Under the Bridge, Give It Away. Suck My Kiss, By the Way, $44.99. Higher Ground, $44.99 on that. Five Finger Death Punch. This is called Decade of Destruction. It's on red vinyl and it's on blue vinyl. Volume 2's on blue, Volume 1's on red. So that's Five Finger Death Punch. If you buy both of them, essentially a Greatest Hits comps there. Also, I've got one copy of Lady Gaga's new album or newest album. It is $44.99. Typo, no problem there. So Joe Delgado on the Guns N' Roses waiting list for Appetite for Destruction. Amy Winehouse, Back to Black. That's only one copy available for $33.99. And Counting Crows, Butter Miracle. This is on blue, kind of marble vinyl, $34.99 on that. There's actually two Amy Winehouse. There's another one. And Roberta Flack now playing. That's on clear vinyl. It's essentially a hits compilation, $28.99. Killing Me Softly, Feel Like Making Love. Great music there by Roberta Flack, $28.99. Only one bid on Sting, and it's sold, $35, and that is to Brad Moore. I figured that would do more, but it hasn't. And guess what? Beck. I want to make sure everybody knows this is like well below market right now at $195. I'm about to drop the hammer on it. Beck is at $195. I think the median on this is like $280, and that's typically what near mint copies sell for. That's at $195. We're about to sell it. Now the singles. This is at $30. It's called Neapolitan Metropolitan. It's a 3 LP set on colored vinyl with book. Paul Brothers also on a waiting list for GNR. Now Guns N' Roses, another waiting list for Paul Brothers, and now Beck's at 200. Pink Floyd, The Wall, there it is. Comfortably Numb, $49.99. Hey You, Run Like Hell, that's a 2 LP. Also, The Cure, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. We sold an OG copy, what, last night? For close to 100. This is a 2 LP, $44.99. Snoop Dogg, Rhythm and Gangsta. Snoop Dogg's $39.99. And John Prine, that's a Vinyl Me Please edition for $34.99. Vinyl Me Please, $34.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's the Traveling Wilburys, Volume 1. We sold Volume 3 last night. This is a 1988 U.S. Specialty original pressing. This is the Traveling Wilburys, a $35 start. Fred Carnell wants The Cure. If anybody wants on a waiting list, I definitely need to order more. I actually just ordered copies of Disintegration last night. More Vinyl Me Please. This is Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages. Willie Nelson's $34.99. The Doors, Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM, Waiting for the Sun, $64.99. Also Fiona Apple, Win the Pawn. Fiona is $36.99. And American Football on Blue Smoke vinyl. American Football's $29. Beck's at $220. The 45s are at $41. And now another $41. It was at $40 with Sean. And now Traveling Wilburys has one bid for $35. Does anybody else want anything else in here? American Football, Fiona Apple, The Doors, Willie Nelson, John Prine, Snoop Dogg, Pink Floyd, Roberta Flack, The Counting Crows, Amy Winehouse, Lady Gaga, Five Finger Death Punch, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Pink Floyd, Violent Femmes, Iron Maiden, and Rat. Lay It Down. Those are available. Sold several things out of there. Before I grab this other new crate, let's go ahead and knock this out right quick. This has some cool stuff on it you may want to see. Let's do it. Let's move these back here because I think I just ordered more of these, and I thought we were out of every Depeche Mode, and then I flipped through some of this stuff after I submitted my order. I was like, dang, we already had some of these, but I'm trying to get... I got a couple of Depeche Mode surprises. I caught some imports in stock that wasn't too badly priced, and those should be here tomorrow. So, all right, first thing we have is Depeche Mode Speak and Spell. This is Depeche Mode, $33.99 for Speak and Spell. Also, the Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed. The Cranberries is $36.99. That is to the Faithfully Departed. I still got 3 of those. And Nirvana Bleach. That's their debut album remastered, $28.99. Jason Murphy says, give GNR to the first person on the waiting list, and he will take a Red Hot Chili Peppers. So, Joe DeGaldo, you're going to get Jason Murphy's GNR, and we're going to give Jason Murphy a Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits. So that should just leave one person on a waiting list. And Jason, do you want a Guns N' Roses? If so, I can put you on a waiting list. And I'm going to go ahead and give you this Red Hot Chili Peppers. Now the Traveling Wilburys is at 40. Now Beck's at 240. What about the 45s over here? Fred Carnell is tied with John Durden. So John bid 41. Fred Carnell bid 41. John leads. That means Fred's out, and the previous bidder, Sean Fairweather, is also out. So we're still tied on that. They're still bidding on Beck. And now, Jerry, there's a new bid on Traveling Wilburys. Next thing we have is Dio, Holy Diver, a 2 LP remaster, $44.99 on that. King Diamond, The Eye, that's on Purple and Black Marble. King Diamond's $36.99. Nickelback's $33.99. All the Right Reasons. Photograph. Are you kidding me? King Diamond, The Dark Sides, that's $36.99. And then Dwight Yoakam, it's Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., Blue Vinyl, $33.99. GNR is $36.99, Joe. So you're going to get Jason's. Jason's got Guns N' Roses, and that means there's only one person on the GNR waiting list now, and that's Paul Brothers. Rush, Fly By Night. I developed a better appreciation for this song right here, In the End. I've always enjoyed it, but I heard it live. I think Sunday night when I was listening to Exit Stage Left or All the World's a Stage. Such a great song. It kind of flies under the radar there. No pun intended. In the End, that is Rush, $36.99. That's a 180-gram remaster. Robert Plant, Carry Fire is $44.99. And we have Peter Murphy, Love Hysteria. Peter Murphy's $36.99. We are getting a waiting list going for the iconic and super popular Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction. It's a single LP. They also make a 2 LP version that's about $8 more, maybe $10 more. It's a 2 LP gatefold edition. This is a single pocket, single LP that looks just like the original, $36.99 on that. All right, now the Beck. Shakedown says he's done. John Dodd has it for $255. Final call. Peter Murphy is sold to Fred Cardinale. What about the Traveling Wilburys? Did Jerry Ferguson bid again? He did. Jeremy Gallagher bid 40. Jerry Ferguson bid 50. This got a bid for 42, then 45, then 50, then 51, now 55. So everything is getting new bids. Jason said he will go on a waiting list for the 2 LP GNR. Paul, do you want that one as well? Maybe Paul wants the 2 LP version as well. It's like a 2 LP gatefold. I think they're like 44 or 46. Because it's an additional disc, it's usually about $8 to $12 more for that additional disc. Plus the gatefold jacket costs more. Motley Crue Too Fast for Love, $33.99 for Motley Crue. And Kaleidoscope, Susie and the Banshees, my last copy, my only copy of Motley Crue. And then Under Oath. This is on ruby red vinyl, the place after this one. That's $33.99. And then Iggy Pop, $33.99 for this French word here, a prise, or however you say that. Iggy is $33. And we have Pussifer. C is for opaque gold vinyl, $29.99. Yeah, that Andy Bell was actually a new release, Paul, and they were in stock. I'm glad I ordered them last night because my distributor had like 9 left. So yeah, they were in stock, and as long as they ship it to me, it was showing in stock, then you will be getting it. And that's why that came in. That was a pre-order I think Troy Robinson sent us a couple weeks ago. We're about to sell Beck. The hammer is about to be dropped, $255. Same thing for Traveling Wilburys at $50 to Jerry Ferguson. That way we can get 2 more going. Fred got Peter Murphy. Fred also gets Susie and the Banshees. And Paul just wants the 1 LP version. Okay, so we got a wait list for a 1 LP version and a 2 LP version. The 45 box is still hot, 56 now 60. There's another Pussifer. This one has the song The Humbling River. Very good there, The Humbling River. $29.99 Pussifer. I haven't listened to a lot of their music, even though I'm a Tool fan. I haven't really went down the 13th or the Perfect Circle and Pussifer roads yet, but I have listened to that track, and if they have any other music that sounds as good as that, then I'm interested. But I hadn't really listened to as much as their stuff as I have, obviously, like Tool. Big Star, Radio Steady. Big Star is a 50th anniversary Record Store Day Essential on red and white swirl. That's $38.99. And then Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe. This has Dragula on it. That's $34.99. And Venom, Storm the Gates. I got to make sure Sean Druin didn't want one of these. I'm glad I ran back. I messaged Sean Druin and asked if he wanted one of these. Because he was on an old waiting list, and they came in, and it was one of those old waiting lists that slipped by me. And then when I seen it, in the back of my mind, I was like, wait a minute, I think Sean wants one of these. And he said, I'll take it. And that was May 16th, and here it is. So this is sold to Sean Drew, and I'm glad I found that. So Sean, you're officially down for that. Now, let's end these auctions here. Traveling Wilburys. That is sold to Jerry Ferguson for $50. And we got a big one right here. Beck MoFi. Beck MoFi is officially sold. Congratulations, John Dodd. $255 on that. Very fair price for a now out-of-print title. This is with Sean Fairweather at $60. Neapolitan Metropolitan, $60 with Sean, going once, going twice. Venom Black Metal, another Venom, 40th anniversary silver and black, $46.99. The Dang Yankees is $44.99. And Susie and the Banshees, All Souls, $36.99 for more Susie and the Banshees. Okay, LP's going up right now. I think there's a lot of interest in The Cure. Let's see what this Disintegration is. It's a 2010 U.S. remaster. This is a 2010 U.S. remaster. It's a remaster from the original master tapes by the man himself, Robert Smith. Original inner sleeve, EX edition. We're going to put The Cure up for just about a $25 start. Not just about, it is. Final call on that right there. Sean Fairweather at $60. We have Wasp, the best of the best, $44.99. Zach Top, Cold Beer and Country Music for $29.99. And Bauhaus, The Sky's Gone Out. Bauhaus, $33.99, and Whitesnake's Greatest Hits is $39.99. The Cure, $25 and now $35. Let's also go ahead and put up another LP. Back here in the back is Super Drag plays Regretfully Yours. Whoa! Holy moly, this is a lot of information from Laura. Let me get my reading glasses on. We have a 2010 U.S., excuse me, I've already messed up. A 2013 U.S. reissue. The first time this 1996 album was ever pressed to vinyl. It has not been pressed to vinyl since then. It is a limited edition of 1,000 copies with the original inner sleeve, and it's nice. EX++ near at minus, just $125 start, and some of these have sold for as much as $500. The song Sucked Out on this album is a banger, an absolute banger. $125 start. Based on what these stats I'm seeing, based on the stats I'm seeing, that's a great starting price. And if the right people are on, this could get way up there. Super Drag is $125 start. There it is. All right, so The Cure opened at... The Cure opened at 25 and then 35, then 36.40. We have not sold George Strait yet. Fred Carnell got Bauhaus, and then Red Hot Chili Peppers. There's one left, $44.99. And this box is sold to Sean Fairweather, and this is sold to Sean for $60. And you just missed the Bauhaus. Bauhaus, The Sky's Gone Out, the band's third album, which came out in 82. This is a new sealed pressing for $33. We sold one Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits. There's one left for $44.99. There's one left for $44.99. All right. And this was a crate. I'm about to go through some more vintage and pre-owned records. We're about to update, put up some more 45 singles. I told y'all this basket was really good again tonight, and it hasn't disappointed. First thing I'm going to do is take a drink of water. Purple juice. And folks, we are ready to go. Sean Fairweather wants on the Bauhaus wait list. John Durden, do you want on the Bauhaus wait list as well? And then Sean, I just ordered your Bauhaus last night and your Skinny Puppy, and those will be here tomorrow. A lot of cool vinyl showing up tomorrow. So I still got Whitesnake, Zach Top, Wasp, Susie and the Banshees, the Dank Yankees, Venom, Rob Zombie, Big Star, Pussifer, Iggy Pop, Under Oath, Motley Crue, Robert Plant, Rush, Dwight Yoakam, King Diamond, Nickelback, King Diamond, Dio, Nirvana, The Cranberries, and Depeche Mode, $33.99. John says he does not want a Bauhaus. Okay, I think I've already ordered more of those anyway, so they'll be in either way. All right, let's go through another pre-owned crate over here. And so far, John's put out some really good stuff. Laura is working on marking a crate. She's trying to also stay ahead of the curve, getting all of her auctions ready so we can have very entertaining shows like we do every night. The key is preparing. Whenever we buy these like 20,000 record lots, we got to go through and pick out, you know, some of the best stuff and kind of have it featured for auction. And that's what we work on every day. Sometimes I'll have a little few extra things like autographs and stuff. I've had a busy week. I've committed this week to spend every second of my extra time, and that was going to be for ordering new vinyl this week. And I bet collectively, right after the sale and then after I got home, I probably spent 4.5 hours yesterday after I did this 8-hour stream ordering more new vinyl. So I have spent a ton of time. I'm probably going to get into some different genres. I'll get into different genres and probably order that much more again tonight. So that means on Thursday or tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, definitely Thursday and Friday, there's going to be a lot of new vinyl here, a ton. I also realized that because Paul's going out of town and John's off on Wednesday, so we definitely needed some extra stuff to sell when they're not here, so we'll have plenty of new stuff. All right, so let's go back to the top, and we still got a ton of great stuff to auction. Let's update The Cure again. The Cure Disintegration was a 2010 Robert Smith remaster. It's a 2010 Robert Smith remaster. 25, 35, 36, 40. Craig had it for 40. Fred Carnell got Bauhaus. Sean Fairweather went on the Bauhaus waiting list. Next was Sean Fairweather on Depeche Mode, Speak and Spell, $33.99. I've got one left. Ronnie Pussifer is C is for insert genitalia. That's literally what it's called, genitalia remark. Pussifer is $29.99 gold vinyl. Cure's at $41. The Dio is Holy Diver. It's the 2LP Joe Barresi remix, which is an amazing sounding record, and it has bonus tracks. Joe Barresi here. And it has a bonus tracks, Evil Eyes with etching and newly reimagined artwork. So that's $44.99. I've sold a bunch of those. And next is Super Drag does have a bid for $125. Super Drag is $125 start. Near mint copies have sold for $249, and some near mint played copies once have sold for as much as $500. Chris Knapp has it for $125. The Cure is tied at $45, now $46, and David V wants Dio. Order black metal. Yeah, I'm probably, tomorrow's going to be, I don't know what I was in yesterday. I was in New Wave yesterday. I ordered a lot of New Wave. I went through my own kind of playlist, and I forgot about people like, I don't know. I don't want to ruin. I like surprising it. But I did go through some pretty cool stuff. I ordered some stuff I've never had before. So we're always restocking the stuff that I've had for years in stock. You know, there's some of these records I've had in stock constantly for 5 and 6 years now since I've been doing this live here on Facebook. Then I'm always looking for stuff that I've never had. And that's the stuff that typically sells really well. And then, of course, I'm always looking for suggestions because there's new releases and I'm like, I don't know what this is. And then I'll order a couple copies and it will sell like hotcakes. And so I'm obviously missing stuff every once in a while. All right, so Robert Johnson gets a Pussifer. There's one left if anybody else wants one, including Ronnie Ritchie, who asked for this one. Pussifer C is for, and it says, please insert sophomoric genitalia reference here. That's $29.99. Of course, we know what it is because they also have an album called V is for, and then C is for. All right, so Cure's at 55 and final call on Super Drag. Before I get started, let's go ahead and put up, I think this should be auctioned by itself. Very popular group, and it was originally marked $20, St. Vincent. St. Vincent is called Piggy and Sad But True. Are they covering Metallica? St. Vincent. James Hetfield, Lars Ulrich. They are. Sad But True. So, yeah, St. Vincent's going to go up for a $5 start. What a great song. Wow, Sad But True. $5 start on that. Here we go. I have The Call, Modern Romance. The Call, $24.99, Modern Romance. New vintage pre-owned records, priced as marked, no more, no less. No condition notes. Limo, that's a Warner Brothers compilation, $19.99. $19.99 Limo, that is $19.99. That's a 2LP Warner Brothers compilation. Soul Twist Instrumentals, that's a compilation of soul instrumentals, $19.99. And oh boy, K-Tail Alert, Disco Fire, $16.99. Wow, you're going to be dancing all over your living room to that. Next is The Big Chill, an amazing soundtrack, $19.99 on The Big Chill, and Jeff Beck is $19.99. All right, I've tried every which way to get Chris Knapp outbid on Super Drag. It's just not going to happen. Chris, I feel like you got that at a great price, $125. Thank you, and so do you. And now The Cure is a final call. Jason Fornerad has it for $55. Jason Fornerad has it for $55. St. Vincent, let me fix this sleeve. That's really bothering me the way I did that. St. Vincent is at 7, 5, 10, and then 12. Susie Breedlove is going to get Fire. Disco Fire. So does Susie Breedlove. Then Ivan. Then Donna asking about it. And then George Jones on N. And that was for what? And then Cure 56. The original hits of the Beau Brummels, Laugh Laugh, $14.99. Steve Miller Band, The Joker. And that does have the song, The Joker, as in Some People Call Me Maurice. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is The Flaming Lips. This Here Giraffe. Playing and singing the song, This Here Giraffe. A 2015 Record Store Day, just a $10 start. It's a 10-inch on orange vinyl. Flaming Lips is a $10 start. There's that. George Jones wanted Jeff Beck. Jeff Beck, that's sold to George Jones. The Cure has a new bid for $57. Brandon Lack, you've been back outbid. Also, we have Leo Kottke. That one's $14.99. A bizarre one here in this discography, or at least a bizarre cover. Tacoma, Leo Kottke, The Monkees' Greatest Hits, I'm a Believer, $24.99. And Live Grape, as in Moby Grape, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. So the Cure is up to Brandon Lack. Jason has it for $57. Gary Wellman got the Soul instrumentals. That is sold to Gary Wellman. Wall of Voodoo, occasionally, but not often. Occasionally, but not often. So George Jones put IN. He was trying to get Jeff Beck. And George, you do get Jeff Beck. And Gary Wellman got Leo Kottke. That is sold to Leo Kottke. Leo Kottke is sold to Gary Wellman. Steve Miller Band, The Joker, is $24.99, Robert. Also, we have Iron Butterfly Live. That's $19.99. Final call to get a bid on the Flaming Lips. Just a $10 start. Van Dyke Parks. Interesting looking there. Gold stamp promo, $24.99. And The Best of the Birds, Volume 2, $24. What about St. Vincent? St. Vincent was 12 of Ronnie Ritchie. And Jason Fortnerat, you were also outbid on that. So, Jason, let me know if you want back in with that. Condition of price on the Joker. No condition notes, $24.99. Chicago is $9.99. That is Chicago 11. Chicago 11. Also, Lone Justice Shelter. Lone Justice is $14.99. And what do we have here? La Spank. Pamaluma Moose. What? $29.99. Pamaluma Moose. And the Loading Zone. What an interesting cover this is. $49.99 in shrink wrap. What a bizarre cast of characters on that one. And then a pass on Steve Miller Band. Now St. Vincent at 14. Now St. Vincent at 15. And what is the Cure? I was about to drop the hammer on it. Let's look at it one more time. Jason Fortnerat has it. A 2010 remaster from the original master tapes by Robert Smith. It's a 2LP EX edition. A 2010. And now, since Brandon Lack has set out, Jason Fortnerat has it for $57. We're about to sell it. Now they're bidding on St. Vincent. And now nobody bid on the Flaming Lips. The Poor Giraffe is only a $10 buy it now. That did not get a bid. There was about 4 people on that Leo Kottke. We're about to put up another new auction right now. And let's get back to this tab. Laura's got a tab that says $50 and up starts. I like the way that sounds. So let's pull out another Bob Dylan MoFi. A 2010 MoFi numbered. Bob Dylan's a $55 start. Single LP, Blood on the Tracks, Tangled Up in Blue. Bob Dylan's a $55 start. That's a new, or I should say, a 2013 MoFi, near mint. Bob Dylan, a $55 start. St. Vincent is sold to Jason Fortnerat for $20. Fred Cardinal gets the Flaming Lips for $10. Then Patrick Fu, then Ronnie Ritchie. And Donovan, Wear Your Love Like Heaven. Donovan is $12.99. And Stark Raving, there's old Jerry Clower. Jerry Clower, $14.99. The Cure is sold. And The Cure is sold to Jason Fortnerat for $57. He got The Cure and St. Vincent there back to back. Dylan's a $55 start. And let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be the Talking Heads, Little Creatures. The Talking Heads is a 1985 U.S. Allied OG with the original inner sleeve, an EX edition. And this is a $25 start. This is Talking Heads, a 1985 U.S. Allied OG, original inner sleeve, EX, a $25 start on that. Jerry Clower is $14.99. Also, The Best of Chicken Man. The Best of Chicken Man is $14.99. And Swamp Dog, finally caught up with myself. That is Swamp Dog and the Riders of the New Funk, $19.99 for that. So we sold Flaming Lips, Talking Heads, $25. Final call on Dylan, no bid. Let's grab some more singles over here. Let's grab 3 more for a lot this time. And these are going to go up for a $10 start. We got Stab. We got Stay Put. Crew Cut Records, and Stay Put. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Bob has a bid for $55. Nice. Indecent Exposure. We're into some comedy records here. Here's George Carlin. George Carlin's $14.99. Grand Funk Phoenix is $19.99. And the Grassroots Feelings. The Grassroots is $24.99. Sean, I wish we had a database of everything we've ever sold here too. That way I could reference stuff and go back and look at myself. I wish there was a way you could do that. Or a way we could do. I mean, we do have a record, but it would just look like a spreadsheet. So, But yeah, that'd be pretty amazing. Okay, next thing I have is Dylan at $60. When we list something on Discogs, I always put, the first thing I put is the condition, and then I put Collectible is an independent record store. We live stream, and we have found a lot of customers actually through Discogs, because typically if we put something on Discogs, it's usually something rare and expensive. And so those people see that, and then they come find us on Facebook and YouTube. And yeah, that would be, we've got a lot of free advertisement from Discogs listings. Bob is at 55. That's a final call. Now it has a bid for 60. Ivan R. got George Carlin. We actually had an autographed George Carlin record one time. This is sold to Ivan R. Jerry Ferguson was second. And the Talking Heads is an 85 U.S. Allied Original EX edition. And as of right now, there's no bid on the Talking Heads. We're looking for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Next is the Guess Who, sewn and grown in Canada, $19.99. Denise wants to look at Loading Zone again. You can. This is the Loading Zone. It is on RCA LSP 3959. It's in stereo. It's in shrink. It's called the Loading Zone. $49.99 on that. We have Keep On Rockin'. 45 original hits on 4 LPs. $26.99. That looks like one of the good ones. A lot of great 60s and early 70s tracks on this one. You Keep Me Hanging On, Crystal Blue Persuasion, Fire and Rain, Spooky, Soul Deep, Truckin', Grateful Dead's on here, The Bird, Santana. That's a good one. 4 LPs, $26.99. Here's another one. Love 70s, Baby Boomer Classics. Boomers. Eyes Open right here, $12.99. Jim Croce's on here. Elton John's on here. America. I Might As Well Be a Boomer. I Love Everything on here, $12.99. We have Slade, Stomp Your Hands and Clap Your Feet, $19.99. Over here, we have a quick update. Dylan got a bid for 60 with Jerry Ferguson. That means Bill Samus got outbid. We sold George Carlin. Then Talking Heads got bids for $25.25. And then Bob Dylan got another bid for 56. And now Bill Samus bid 65. Then the Talking Heads for 30. Then the Talking Heads for 30. Then the Talking Heads for 27. Then the Talking Heads for 35. And Romelu wants the Boomer record. And Susie wants Keep On Keeping On. That's a Curtis Mayfield song. You got to keep on keeping on. Next thing, what do we have here? It's an ABC American Top 40. Wow, these are great radio broadcasts. $49.99. So this is American Top 40, as you would have heard it on the radio, March 21st, 1987. Huey Lewis, Glass Tiger, Cyndi Lauper, Bar Buster, Cutting Crew, Georgia Satellites, Bangle, Chicago Journey, Hip Sway, Cameo, Eddie Money, Lou Gramm, Dead or Alive, Aretha Franklin, Peter Gabriel, Exposé, Bruce Willis, Huey Lewis, and that is Top 40 Hits. Top 40 Hits. Top 40 Hits of American Top 40 with Casey Kasem. And that's $49.99. Those are really cool. Those are really cool. Next thing we have is Talking Heads 35, and then the singles. Garrett did bid 10. That's a final call. David V next on Rockin', and we have Tim Graham on the radio broadcast on that. Tim Graham on the radio broadcast. I think I've done some research on the Iron Maiden, so I'm pretty sure we've sold the most valuable of the Iron Maiden Number of the Beast ever sold. I researched Discogs, eBay, and PopSpsych. PopSpsych goes back like 15, 20 years now. But I don't think we sold the most expensive Iron Maiden record ever. They have sold a few Iron Maiden singles for more than $4,000. But we sold the other night top 5 most valuable Iron Maiden record of all time here. Really cool. I've got pictures of it to be making a post, but I'm pretty sure Iron Maiden's had a few singles in the past sell for more than $4,000. But I think far as a copy of Number of the Beast, we've definitely had the most valuable one. But there's also some signed Iron Maiden records that have sold for more than $3,000. So that one wasn't too far out of line. Talking Heads is at 38. Leo Kottke, Time Step. Leo Kottke is $14.99. And American Graffiti, 41 original hits from the film. An amazing compilation. $24.99 on that. Also, the best of Jeff Beck. That is $19.99. The best of Jeff Beck and the Birds Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Birds Greatest Hits. What a really nice copy of that. Garrett Cypher, you get these 3 singles for $10. They're still bidding on Talking Heads. And then what about Dylan? Dylan is a final call to Bill Samus for $65. Bill Samus has this for $65. Now, Slicker put K space O space R K N. Slicker, did you want a Korn album from earlier? Slicker, you put K space O space R K N for Korn. Is that a claim for something earlier? If so, let me know. And George Jones wants Jeff Beck. That is sold to George Jones. Next thing we have is Silver Threads and Golden Needles, the Springfields. The Springfields is $29.99. And Spirit, the family that plays together, Spirit is $19.99. And Bruce Hornsby in the range, Scenes from the South Side. Bruce Hornsby is $24.99. And Dennis Coffey, going for myself, Dennis Coffey is $26.99. Dylan's now at $70. We're not done. But the Talking Heads is on its last lap. Jimmy Buffett, Off to See the Lizard. Jimmy Buffett is $44.99. That's one you won't see too often. In shrink and hop sticker. And Iron Butterfly, Scorching Beauty. Iron Butterfly is $19.99. Let's put up a few more singles. We got 1, we have 2, and we have 3. These might be good because the prices on these were $20, $34, and $4. So Chris Stamey, produced by Alex Chilton. That's the one that was marked 35, and it looks like Alex plays drums, guitar. And then this is I Went Dancing with My Sister. I don't know who it is, though. Waste of What Your Kids Won't Have. Waste of What Your Kids Won't Have, and then Stab. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Those 3 singles, a $10 start. Sherry Darnell on Buffett is sold. Also, we have Mark Don and Mel, $29.99. Bill Samus, you're out on Dylan for $70. And then we have Ronco Presents Superstars, Original Super Hits. The first track is Kiss, Calling Dr. Love on side 2, $12.99. ABBA, Eric Carmen, Brick, Casey and the Sunshine Band, that's $12.99. And 24, Heartbreakers and Tearjerkers. You listen to this after you just break up with your girlfriend or after you break up with your boyfriend. You put this on, you lay in your bed, and you just absolutely cry your eyeballs out. $19.99. Talking Heads is sold to Stephen Riley for $38. Dylan's a final call for $70 because Bill Samus has went out. And Susie Breedlove wants Superstars. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Next thing is Rock and Roll Fever. K-Tail. Rock and Roll Fever Volume 1. This is more of like late 50s, early 60s rock and roll here. And some even mid-60s. $9.99 on that. And the Guess Who, Share the Land. The Guess Who's $19.99, and there's Rock and Roll Fever Volume 2. So we got Volume 1 and Volume 2. These 3 singles have bids for $10. It's a final call. And now let's go ahead and sell the Bob Dylan to Jerry Ferguson for $70. Thank you on that. Let's also go ahead and put up another auction. Tom Waits, Foreign Affairs. Tom Waits is a 1977 U.S. PRC Richmond original press with the original under sleeve. It just has a little cover damage there, but this is OG Tom Waits, a $35 start on that. OG Tom Waits, $35 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's the Chameleons. What does anything mean, basically? Wow. A 1985 UK original. The first 10,000 copies came housed in a gatefold sleeve like this one. EX, a $55 start or $50 start. I like putting 5s on the end. I'm a big 5 guy. 80s UK post-punk excellence is the note from Laura. 80s UK post-punk excellence. Some of these have sold for as much as $130. The Chameleons is a $55 start. $55 start on that one. So the 45s are at 10, now 12. The Swan 7 inches, Sufjan Stevens, that came with a 12-inch bonus as LP. There we have it. And then Tom Waits 35. Next is the Hollies. He ain't heavy. He's my brother. $14.99 on the Hollies. Also more American Graffiti. American Graffiti Volume 1's in here. Here's more American Graffiti. That's $24.99. $14.99. The Mindbenders, A Groovy Kind of Love. That's a 60s classic. $14.99 on the Mindbenders. And Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66. That's in shrink with a hop sticker. This guy has a cult following in South America. Sergio Mendes, he has a cult following in South America. That is in shrink with the original Sears price tag, $14.99. Chad's going to mute his mic for 1 second. Wait, those 45, did you say Alex like Alex Van Halen? Nope, I said Alex as in Alex Chilton. There's Sergio Mendes. Also, we have Hooker and Heat. This is $44.99. And Nuggets, nice, the original artifacts from the first psychedelic era. That is something you must have, $49.99, 2 LP on that one, 4 LP on that one. If you're a Seinfeld fan, you just got the Sergio Mendes reference. If you're not a Seinfeld fan, you did not get the Sergio Mendes reference. He can't even walk down the street in South America. You got to watch the episode Seinfeld where they're going to sell that guy's records. It's really funny. Michael Butler on Nuggets. Michael Butler gets Nuggets. Now, the 45s are sold to Craig Thomas for $12. Craig, those sold to you for $12. We're about to sell Tom Waits for $35. Chameleons has one bid for $55. It just came in with Kevin Johnson. Some of these have sold for as much as $130. That's $55. Final call on that. And Tom Waits has one bid for $35. We're about to sell that. That was another excellent crate of records. Laura's finishing up her Laura crate. I'm about to go through more new and sealed stuff. I'm about to go through another pre-owned crate. I just don't know which one I'm going to do next. I have both to do. Next thing is Susie said I missed her claim for K-Tel. I must have. Now, do you want Rock and Roll Fever Volume 1 or Volume 2? They're both K-Tel comps, or do you want both of them? Or do you want both of them? Now the Chameleons, and let's grab 3 more singles. These have been good. Some of this quote hardcore stuff is hit or miss. I mean, there could be something like St. Vincent or that box set pop up. And then there could be something that 2 or 3 here that I don't know, and maybe nobody even out there knows, but some people are willing to take chances on them. So here's 3 more here. We have Social / Burn. I don't know what's going on. Strikers and All Punk Spending Drunk Night. All punks spending drunk night, or all drunk punks spending all night. All drunks making punk noise. Those 3 singles is a $10 start. All right, and Susie wants both, okay? Those are done and done. There's that and that. And now Chameleons is at 60 and 60. Now we got 3 active bidders. And Robert Barnett, Social Sickness. Thank you, Craig. Social Sickness. And now Tom Waits is sold to Robert Barnett. One bid, $35. We've almost filled up another crate. Let's go ahead and get another auction rolling. And that next auction I have is the B-52's Wild Planet. And this is a 1980 U.S. original Columbia Club copy with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus, a $25 start. OG B-52's Wild Planet. OG Club copy, VG Plus, a $25 start. It is now up for bid. There it is. Now, these singles already have a bid for 10, and right now, the Chameleons is at 60 with Slicker. Kevin, you're out, and Fred, you're out. Slicker's $60 bid came in first. Actually, right here where my finger is going up and down. Slicker, Kevin, you tied them. And now we're good to go. Now Fred's back in at 62. We're about to go through this crate again. If you see something you want to price on, just let me know. And here we have it. The Call, Modern Romance. Some of them I will tell you the price on them because I can't believe they didn't sell. Like that, $24.99. Limo, Warner Brothers compilation. Big Chill, $19.99. Great compilation of from that soundtrack. The Beau Brummels, The Monkees' Greatest Hits was $24.99. Live Grape, Steve Miller Band, The Joker, very nice, $24.99. Iron Butterfly Live, Van Dyke Parks, The Best of the Birds, Chicago 11, $9.99. Lone Justice, this is Lee Pamos, La Spank, Donovan, Jerry Clower, The Best of Chicken Man, Swamp Dogg, Grand Funk, The Grassroots Feelings. I think that's the song Feelings that I like so much. There's Creed Bratton. You may have seen him in a hit TV show called The Office. Familiar with Creed Bratton? There he is. $24.99. The Guess Who, The Loading Zone, Slade, Leo Kottke, Amazing Compilation, American Graffiti, The Byrds, Greatest Hits, Spirit, The Springfields, as in early Dusty Springfield, Bruce Hornsby, Dennis Coffey, Mark Donamel, a Grand Funk compilation, Iron Butterfly, The Heartbreakers and Tearjerkers, The Guess Who, The Hollies, more American Graffiti, The Mindbenders, Sergio Mendes, So to Ivan R., and then there's Canned Heat and John Lee Hooker. So the Chameleons is at $70. These three singles are at $13 with Rebecca. Joe Delgado, You're Out. Rebecca has them for $13. And now the B-52s is a final call for $25. If anybody else wants to bid before I make it a buy it now. Slade, price and condition. Slade was Stomp Your Feet, Clap Your Hands, or Stomp Your Hands and Clap Your Feet, $19.99. The cover has a little bit of wear on it, no condition notes on the vinyl. This crate is going right here behind me. Right here behind me. What does that mean? You can still buy them at any time. All right, and let me jump over here. And let me grab this. All righty. What is going on in this crate? Let's see here. Anybody have Subdivision stuck in their head? Subdivisions. All right. I'm going to grab this one because I just saw news on this man. First record in this crate. I just saw news from this man. He says he is retiring from music. No more touring. And that is who? That is Mr. Alan Jackson, his greatest hits. A 2 LP. The Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits Collection, $36.99. And we've actually filled up another crate, so congratulations to y'all. You've helped me successfully fill up 3 full crates tonight of incredible records. A lot of cool stuff being sold tonight. I'm going to grab an empty crate already here next to me. And here's Alan Jackson for $36.99. That's a 2 LP. Star Wars, Shadows of the Empire. That's $33.99, new and sealed. And then Archie Shep, The Magic of Juju. That's a Verve that's a Verve by request, pressed at Third Man, $36.99 on that. Over here, so the 45s were at 13, the Chameleons was at 65, and then 67, and then 70, and then we have BH tracks. What was BH? And then the B-52s got a bid for 25. We have not sold Madness. Then the Chameleon 75, then the B-52s 25 again, and then 26, and then the Chameleon 78. Conform or be cast out. Conform or be cast out, I know. And then Alan Jackson is sold to Don Nicole. Also on an Alan Jackson is Twunker Bell. Does anybody else want one? If so, let's let me know, okay? So Alan Jackson, I've got to have a waiting list going for those. Both of those just sold instantly. And Tim wants Alan Jackson as well. Okay, so let's get Tim Graham on a waiting list for Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. We still got Star Wars. There's Archie Shep. And then Virgin Prunes, If I Die, I Die. The Virgin Prunes is $38.99. These 3 singles here are sold then, right? Joe Delgado did say out. He did. So Rebecca gets those for $13. Those are sold. And now the Chameleons. The last bid was Kevin Johnson at $78. Still got 3 people actively bidding. And now we got 3 people actively bidding all of a sudden on the B-52s. I'm going to go ahead and take this sold stack of 45s around the corner here. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook. If you haven't hit the like button on Facebook, I'm greatly disappointed. I need you hitting the like button. Also on YouTube. That helps me and that helps you. That helps you see more of Collectco's content, especially our live feeds when we get rolling. And it also helps you see more of our hot pictures and other announcements and other posts I make. So I really appreciate if you could do that for me. Now all of a sudden we got 3 outs on B-52s. Well, somebody has to be the high bidder. James Fairfax at $30. We have Kiss Alive 3. Kiss Alive 3 is $46.99. And then Led Zeppelin live in Texas, 1969, that's $36.99, okay? So the B-52s, Chameleons, we're about to drop the hammer. Kevin Johnson, $78, B-52's $30. Next thing we have is Kiss Alive 2. That was $54.99. And then here's George Strait, his number ones on blue vinyl, $34.99. And we have Slipknot Iowa. Slipknot is $36.99. $36.99 on Slipknot Iowa. And White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000. White Zombie's $38.99. And then here's the newest album from Machine Head, and this is called Unatoned. And Machine Head's on clear vinyl, $29.99. All right, now we're done. B-52s is sold to James Fairfax for $30, and the Chameleons is sold for $78 to Kevin Johnson. Thank you on that. And then, yeah, Moving Pictures is sold. That was the Rush box. We sold the Show of Hands. And then here's the next Rush. This is the 2015 200-gram version. This was the one that would have been in print before the most recent reissue. This is the 200-gram pressed at QRP, $105 start for Rush Roll the Bones. And that's the 200-gram QRP pressing. And Laura says these are still retaining their value on Discogs despite the recent Rhino reissue. The cheapest for sale is still over in the Netherlands for $113. And I think just because they're really high quality pressed. They're pressed at QRP. Very high grade audiophile, Rush, Roll the Bones, $105 start. Rush is now up for bid, $105. And then we've had lots of requests for Madness. Let's go ahead and put that up. Madness is a 1979 U.S. original. It is a gold stamp promo. However, there is no white label or promo marked label for this album. That is a $35 start. There's Madness. More singles coming up as soon as I show Alanis Morissette. Jagged Little Pill, Alanis Morissette is $33.99. Rage Against the Machine, that is $33.99. Evil Empire. Also, we have Cold, A Different Kind of Pain. Cold, 1000 on silver-colored vinyl, $38.99. And Grant Green, Idle Moments. Grant Green is $34.99. And that is a Blue Note on blue vinyl. $34.99. So everything in here is new and sealed. Some of our most recent stocked new releases are right in here. Hope everybody's had a chance to see these already. If not, there was another good look. So we still got Grant Green, we got Cold, Rage Against the Machine, Alanis Morissette, Machine Head, also White Zombie, Iowa Slipknot, George Strait, Kiss Alive 2, Led Zeppelin, Kiss Alive 3, Virgin Prunes, Archie Shepp, and Shadows of Empire. The Jetsons record, I've got to make sure that I already have this one. That's one of I usually keep one record a week. Out of the thousands we show and sell, I usually keep at least one. And right now, the Jetsons is in my to check my personal collection pile. But if I do already have it, I will definitely bring my duplicate. Hey, I just thinned out 3 more. I don't know what they did with them. I guess they're still up front. I thinned out 3 more crates of duplicates from my personal collection on Sunday that were here at the store. I went back through everything I got stored here in the store. I thinned out 3 more crates. And there's 6 more crates around the corner that I need to tell John about of my personal collection duplicates. Personal collection of 6 more crates. And they're just sitting right over there. And they're just waiting to be shown. Let's go ahead and knock out this crate here. We're going to start with this record right here. These are all new arrivals, prices marked, being shown for the first time right now. And I'm going to grab these. Hey, there's more compilations in here. I think everybody loves these compilations. Compilations usually sell really good. All right, so Madness just has that one bid for $35. Now Rush is at $115. So Todd, you're out on Rush. Everybody else is done on Madness. We're about to sell it to Robert. Let's grab 3 more singles here. 1, 2, and 3. Here's 3 more singles for a $10 start. We have Kriegit's Brulette EP, and this is by I don't know what that says. SVAVELDIOXID. This is the Stitches 16. The Stitches, and this is a picture disc of Voodoo Child. Arizona Garbage Truck. Arizona Garbage Truck, Voodoo Child. Those are 3 for a $10 start. Those 3 are now available for a $10 start. You heard me correctly. Let me see what's going on over here. Okay. Let's see what we have. Nice start. That's what the other crate was, an Alice Cooper record. $29.99 for Constrictor. OG Alice Cooper, $29.99. Hey, there's more great tearjerkers. A K-Tail comp. More tearjerkers, $9.99. There you have it. You put that on, you start crying. Still More Adventures of Peter Rabbit. You listen to this. Whoops, somebody's colored all over the back. Somebody was trying to color in their ABCs and they really messed up. $14.99. We have Hank Williams Jr. live in shrink. That's $24.99. 20 original winners of 1964, like Under the Boardwalk and Marvin Gaye, You're a Wonderful One, My Guy, Mary Wells, The Miracles is on here. That's some pretty good hits of 64. That's $14.99. And Shindig. Shindig is $12.99 and 25 Rock Revival Greats, and this is $9.99. Was there any new bids on these? So Madness was at 35, Rush was at 105. He went out. MT Matt 35 on that, and there were 45s had bids for 10 and then 12. Todd Fisher got Alice Cooper, and then Year on Madness, oh no, 13, and then Susie Breedlove on K-Tail, and then Donna Turner wants the hits of 64. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Rush is sold for $115 to MT Matt. Nice. Now these singles are at 13. John Darden. This is a 1979 OG. I'm going to put it on the clock. This is with 35 of Robert Barnett. He's only had it for 5 minutes. I'm about to, which is a long time. I'm about to sell it to him for 35. You can be at 36 or more, or I'm going to drop the hammer. The clock is on. Now the 45s are at 14. David V said 25. And what was that on? Did you mean 24 great tearjerkers? We also have Flashback Fever. There's another K-Tail comp, $9.99. That is got hits from all eras. Flashback Fever, Far Out, another Ronco. That's $9.99. That has Styx and Ace and Lobo and Isaac Hayes. Also, we have Menu Hot Platters. Menu is $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be Billy Braggs and Wilco. This is Mermaid Avenue Volume 2, and this is a 2013. The original album was released in 2000 on CD and cassette only. So this is the first and only time it's ever been pressed to vinyl. It's an $85 start. Some of them have sold for as much as $200, and that's Billy Bragg and Wilco, a $25 start. John said he's out on Madness. Robert, you got really lucky. I thought that was about to go into extended bidding. John says, I'm out. So that's sold to Robert for 35. Thank you for letting me know. And now we got K-Tail, K-Tail, K-Tail. The K-Tails are out hot and heavy tonight. This is sold to Donna Turner. Stacy was second, then Susie. And then Susie also gets Far Out. The compilations are being bought left and right. Jerry Reed, the man with the golden thumb. That's $14.99. So this Billy Bragg album is long out of print, only ever one pressing. Billy Bragg and Wilco, Mermaid Avenue, Volume 2. EX++, so almost a near mint minus record. It's a 2 LP. Very, very nice. It is really, really nice. And we're about to sell that. We're about to sell that for... Or it is an $85 start. My bad. Okay, now these 3 singles are at $19. No, Susie got it. Okay, well, actually, you were first. I was trying to figure out. Some of these say 20, some of these say 25. Okay, we'll just leave it the way it is. I got a little confused there myself. Tim Graham got Jerry Reed. Next thing is The Little Story of the Littlest Outlaw. That's $19.99. So far as those comps, the only thing still left is this K-Tail. 24 great tearjerkers, and this is another comp. It's called Menu Hot Platters, which is Warner Brothers. Okay, now Wilco's at 85. We sold Jerry Reed. These 3 singles are at 19. Sergio Mendes is $14.99. Also, Walt Disney's Bambi, storybook and record. Bambi is $29.99, and The Nice is $19.99, and John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie, John Fogerty is $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Radiohead. Radiohead is a 2008 U.S. reissue, original inner sleeve, EX edition, a $25 start. There's more Radiohead, and this is Amnesiac. Radiohead is a 2 LP 10-inch, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. We've got it nicely packaged there for you. Wilco does have a bid for $85 to Brad Moore. Going twice, going 3 times to him. Rebecca gets these 3 singles for $19. John Smetzer on Sergio Mendez. There we go. He's got a cult following, folks. Carmen Shartiger on the Nice. That's so to Carmen Shartiger. And Jim Croce, his greatest songs. K-Tail compilation, $14.99. Operator. That's not the way it feels. You can keep the dime. Next 3 singles are, we got Strange Factory, Fukushima Nightmare, Summer Power, played by The Recluse. That guy looks really familiar. And Shank, The Endless Blockade. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. I've got a collection of between 5,000 and 7,000 hardcore singles, metal, punk. I've never really looked at them. We put them up 3 at a time for $10 starts. We were doing them 1 at a time for $5 starts, and I was like, there's no way we'll ever be able to complete this. Plus all the other 45s that's still in this building, I was like, yeah, we got to expedite this. Radiohead's at $27 with Craig Thomas. Dustin, you're outbid. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Shrink and Hop, $24.99. Christopher Cross, self-titled, $9.99. Craig Honeycutt on Jim Croce. Operator, amazing. Also, Stephen Stills, Right By You. Stephen Stills is $19.99. A Time for Love, Tony. Tony Bennett is $9.99. And the Cal Seals, 2x2. The Cal Seals is $9.99. And Hank Williams Jr., Man of Steel. That's in shrink, $24.99. And Commander Cody, Flying Dreams. Commander Cody is $19.99. Rye Cooter, Get Rhythm, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. And Julie Lennon, Valot. Julian is $9.99. John Franz on Christopher Cross. That is sold to John Franz for Christopher Cross. Cross is sold to John Franz. Franz buys Christopher Cross. And Cross bought John Franz. Wow. Just 1 bid on this and sold to Brad Moore for $85. Another nice pickup. That's 2 for Brad Moore that I thought would bring a lot more, and he got them for minimum bid. Sold to Brad Moore for $85. Thank you, Brad. Next auction's going up right now. And that next auction is The Church Heyday. The Church is a 1986 U.S. Specialty Original, VG, original inner sleeve. That is The Church, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. These 3 singles are a final call to Rebecca. Radiohead is a 2008 U.S. reissue, original inner sleeves, EX edition. Final call to Craig for $27. It's up to you, Dustin. Next, we have LaRue, East Safe Place. LaRue is $14.99. Also, Lord Such and Heavy Friends, $34.99. You got to have this. It sounds like a Led Zeppelin album with a different lead vocalist. Jimmy Page, John Bottom, Jeff Beck, Noel Reddings, and Jimmy Hawkins. Lord Such, $34.99. Church is at $20 already. Dave Loggins, Please Come to Boston in the Springtime, just $14.99. Apprentice in a Musical Workshop. Country Joe and the Fish, The Life and Times of Haight-Ashbury to Woodstock. Country Joe's a 2 LP, $29.99. And The Main Event, A Golden Story, the main event soundtrack, $14.99. Church is at $20, Radiohead 30, and Michael Butler on Screaming Lord Such. Screaming Lord Such. Now Church is at $17. It was already at $20. Rebecca gets the 3 singles for $10. Those are sold. Now Radiohead is getting new bids. Now Church is getting new bids. And now we have 1, 2, 3 more singles going up. We got Stockpile, we got Straight Jacket Nation, and Straight Jacket Nation. Those 3 singles are going up for a $10 start. Next is the Miami Vice soundtrack. $19.99 for Miami Vice. When Radio Was King, these are radio broadcasts of Groucho Marx, $14.99. When Radio Was King, The Life of Riley with William Benedict's, more original radio broadcasts, $14.99. Craig's out on Radiohead, so that's tied with Garrett and Chris. So Chris, you're out. Garrett's bid came in first. Now The Church is at $25 of Travis Wade. Matthew, your bid tied. And now Joe DeGaldo has the 3 singles for $10. Television's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. 65 more TV themes from the 50s and 60s. That's a compilation, $29.99. MASH. MASH is $19.99. And in the beginning, Charleston Heston reads the 5 books of Moses from the Holy Bible, a spoken word record. That is $19.99. The poems of A.A. Milne, When We Were Very Young and Now We Are Six, read by Judith Anderson. That is $9.99. Sound effects, bugle calls, played by Al Hurt. Al Hurt, $14.99. And Went on the Water, Crosby and Nash. Legendary David Crosby, Graham Nash, $19.99. Guess what? Radiohead has a new bid. So does The Church. But the singles still have one bid for $10. That's going once, going twice. Going once, going twice on those for $10. Next is Stephen Stills. So there's Nash, there's Crosby, here's Stills. This is his second solo album, $19.99. Very clean, no condition notes on that. And one of the greatest events of our time. 9:34 a.m., May 5th, 1961, a recording of a historic space voyage of America's first astronaut. The authentic report and sounds of that, $19.99. Wow. Well, I'm going to give you all a timer. If no one claims this in the next 60 seconds, I'm keeping it. I've never seen this, and I'm definitely want it. So there you go. Y'all got first dibs. It's on a timer. Nicholas Hollister on CH, and that was for something. Charleston Heston, maybe. If that's right, let me know. George Sambarez on MASH. That is sold to George Sambarez. Robert Vladorchek on Space. That's okay. Robert's definitely a space record collector, I think, like me. That's sold to Robert Vladorchek. The 45s has a new bid for $12. Joe Delgado, you're out. Now the Church is at $40, and that's with Travis Wade. That means Matthew O'Brien is done. And now what about Radiohead? That last bid on Radiohead was Chris Knapp at $33, which outbid Garrett Cypher. Garrett, let me know if you want backing on Radiohead. You do have the high bid on the singles. Here's The Odd Couple Sings. This is $14.99. Also, we have Red Fox at home. Red Fox is in shrink wrap, an old dirty Red Fox record, $14.99. Here's Bank of My Mind, Christopher Cross. Wow, I've never seen that before. 1988, $14.99. So there's 3 Christopher Cross albums that show up every time. The 2 with the penguins, and then the one where he's in the race car, or there's a picture of a race car. I have been selling records for years. I've never seen this Christopher Cross album. I'm almost in shock. And this one has penguins on it too. This dude loved penguins. I mean pelicans, not penguins, pelicans. Or flamingos. Flamingos. Pelicans, penguins, flamingos. Wow, this is called Bank of My Mind. Christopher Cross, $14.99. I'm in shock. It's not often you get shocked by Christopher Cross record. Hank Williams Jr., Montana Cafe. That's in shrink wrap, $24.99. And Gene Autry, this is You Are My Sunshine and Other Greatest Hits, $9.99. The 45's got a bid for $13. The 45's got a bid for $15. And then next was Todd Fisher on Christopher Cross, then Chris Ridlings, then Jackie Reynolds. Yeah, he's the sailing. Takes me, I'm like, okay, I better stop. I'm sorry y'all had to hear that. Radiohead is at $33 with Chris Knapp, and The Hammer has been dropped. Chris, that's sold to you for $33. These 3 singles are with Garrett Cypher at $15. And then John Darden wants the Texas General Land Office. Did you just tag somebody? Now the Texas General Land Office is going to enter the chat. Okay, and then John Darden on Gene Autry, that's sold. 45s are at $16. Craig Honeycutt on MV, and MV was for Miami Vice, and there was something else that sold earlier. So Craig on Miami Vice, and then somebody wanted television. Chris Bachek, television, sold. All right, then Brad, you were second on Crawl. Unless, is the other one still in here? Is Salem still in here? There was a copy of Salem, or self-titled. But Brad, that one just, if you were talking about the one I was just hopping up there. But I will give you Julian Lennon. He is an amazing guitarist. Have y'all ever heard the solo for Ride Like the Wind? You need to check out the Rick Beato interview, because the solo to Ride Like the Wind is kind of buried behind all the other music. And he's just back there shredding on a guitar. And then when I also seen this guy, I never did see a picture of him, right? Those first couple albums don't have a picture of him. And then I saw a picture of him shredding a guitar, and he's this big giant dude, and he was out on stage wearing a football jersey. He looks like a linebacker. And so I was like, dude, this is not what I expect. That's probably why he never did put pictures of himself on covers, because you hear his voice and you hear that music, and he was out. I don't know if y'all seen that video, but he's like on a stage and he's wearing a football jersey, and he's just absolutely shredding this guitar solo. And he looks like he's playing for the Steelers. Next thing we have is more of Hal Holbrook and Mark Twain Tonight. That is $14.99. Uriah Heep, Return to Fantasy. That is $19.99. Also, we have Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, $19.99. Also, Scritti Politti, Cupid and Psych. We sold one of those the other night, I think, $24.99. Little River Band's Greatest Hits, a gatefold. It's a long way from there. You don't see that one as often. And Alice Cooper, the Alice Cooper Show, $29.99. All right, we're time to sell some auctions. The Church is sold for $40, and that's sold to Travis Wade. We're ready for all new auction, and now these three singles are sold to Joe Delgado for $16. D-Kong wants to know what love is, and that's on Agent Provocateur. I want to know what love is. I need a little time to think things over. That's sold to D-Kong. There's Alice Cooper. We're ready for all new auctions. Here's what I still got over here. The Doors, Bach, as in switched on Bach. Let's do this other 10-inch here. The Brian's Jonestown Massacre mini album by Thangy Wingy. This is a 2015 UK, limited to 1,000 on red vinyl. It's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Little River Band was $14.99. Little River Band's a gatefold. It's a long way there. Their greatest hits on UK EMI. It's in a baggie that I really don't approve of, but it's a little bit different. We don't see that one as often because this is a UK copy. Todd Ass Then Stuck. Brian Jonestown Massacre, that's up for bid. And now we have a, wow, is this OG? Whoa. Here we go, folks. Tonight, there's going to be a jailbreak. I can't sing like Phil Lynott either. Jailbreak is OG. Wow, what a beautiful copy. A 1976 OG pressing, VG++/EX. Thin Lizzy's, a $35 start. The boys are back in town. We've sold a Blue Million, Vinyl Me Please, but if you're an OG kind of person, there you have it. $35 start. The boys are back in town. Thin Lizzy's now up for bid. A 76 Terre Haute original, VG++EX, and I'm really impressed by the jacket. Let's read through these titles one more time. Who got the Little River Band? Todd asked first, and he got it. So that's sold to Todd Fisher. Nobody on the Alice Cooper Show, $29.99. That's kind of surprising. If you need something in here, let me know. I have a strong feeling that a Laura crate is very close. Chad needs to stretch right quick. Oh my gosh. Those 100 squats I did last night are really starting to take its toll right now. Oh. You know it's bad when stretching gets you out of breath. I'm stretching and I'm out of breath. Okay, I'm getting back up. Here we go. 1, 2. Oh. Folks, I'm getting too old for this. Still More Adventures of Peter Rabbit. Hank Williams Jr. Live. Shindig, that's another compilation. All artists on the Cap label, like The Searchers and Ruby and the Romantics and Shirley Ellis and Linda Scott. And we have 24 Tearjerkers. We have Menu Hot Platters. Now, this is one of those mini Warner Brothers compilations. This one has Deep Purple, T-Rex, Norman Greenbaum, Gordon Lightfoot, The Beach Boys, The Kinks, Rosebud, Ry Cooder, Big Mama Thornton, Ronnie Millsap, and Mother Earth. That's $24.99. There's Walt Disney, The Little Outlaw. Wow, nobody on Bambi. And this is the actual storybook and record. And keep in mind, when these don't have condition notes, that's pretty scarce, because typically these things have, somebody's tried to color in. I think they intentionally left some of these images black and white so kids could color them. I've seen these things colored and drawn on and snotted on and puked on, and this one's actually really clean and nice for $29.99. Storybook and record. Hank Williams Jr. is $24.99. Thin Lizzy's at $40. No bid on Brian Jonestown Massacre, right? Final call. Final call. It's $35. Brian Jonestown's Massacre. Thin Lizzy's at $43. Laura says we'll go through one more crate and then she'll have a new arrival. So that's awesome. So let's go ahead and put up 3 more hardcore singles, and those are going to go up right now. This is the timeout drawer, The Exorcist. We also have E. coli, Judas Cradle, and Inguri. And those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Also, John Fogerty, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Steven Stills, Tony Bennett, The Cal Seals, Hank Williams Jr., Man of Steel, Commander Cody, Ry Cooter, Dave Loggins, LaRue, Country Joe, The Main Event, Groucho Marx, Life of Riley, Poems of A.A. Moline, When We Were Very Young. That was Al Hurt, Crosby and Nash, Steven Stills, The Odd Couple, Red Fox, Hank Williams Jr., Hal Holbrook, Uriah Heep, Alice Cooper, and Scritti Politti. All right, so Pish has a bid for $35. That's a final call. Now Thin Lizzy's at $43. Final call on those 3 singles. Let's go through another crate. Let's go through another crate. And I'm going to go through... Let's see if I can navigate over here. Here we go. Let's go through this one. Let's mix this up a little bit. All right. G.I. Joe Planet. Those are very scarce. Those are very scarce. I actually went through Power Records and Peter Pan, and I got on Discogs and looked through their entire discography. So those major labels, every children's record ever made. I also found several that I never did see. G.I. Joe records, very tough. They even made Dukes of Hazzard albums. There's Dukes of Hazzard singles. There's all kinds of stuff that I've never seen. And that's why when I have stuff like that, I'm like, wow, I've never seen this before, which is always a true statement. Okay, here we go. Thin Lizzy was at 40. Thin Lizzy, 42. Thin Lizzy, 43. Pish, 35. The 45's 10. Cal Seals was 2x2. And it was, almost said 19. It's 9, yeah. $9.99, Greg Herman. $9.99 on the Cal Seals. Brian Jonestown Massacre, 36. Thin Lizzy, 45. Garrett also bid 10, now at 13. Did you say Red Fox? I did say Red Fox. That was Red Fox at Home, a Dirty Red Fox album. And Red Fox is $14.99. In shrink wrap, Red Fox at Home. Next comment is Cal Seal sold and 45's out. All right, so these are sold. The Greg Herman got that for $9.99. These 3 singles are sold to Garrett for $13. And now Thin Lizzy's at $45. And Brian Jonestown Massacre goes back to Craig Thomas. Papa Roach Infest with their hit song Last Resort. Papa Roach is $33.99. The Beastie Boys live in Kawasaki, 1992. This is a live unofficial, $29.99 on the Beach Boys. The Beastie Boys. Big difference. Silverchair, Frog Stomp, a 90s album that's really tough to get originals of. This has the song Tomorrow on it, $46.99 on Silverchair. Also, the Vaughn Brothers Family Style, limited edition of 2000 on blue vinyl numbered. That's Jimmy Vaughn and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Blue vinyl, music on vinyl. Nina Simone, music on vinyl. Sings the Blues, $39.99. Thin Lizzy's at $45 with Kevin Johnson. That is now a final call. Craig is back in on Brian Jonestown Massacre at $38. So we're not done there. And let's grab 3 more singles. And those next 3 singles are 1, 2, 3. Here we go. These are going to be a $10 start. Ernst and the Ed's Home Rebels, Doomsday Troops, The Endless Blockade, and Entombed. I think that says Entombed. No. It says Eden Owned. I don't know. It don't say Entomb, though. Those three are a $10 start. Yes is the Analog Productions 2 LP. That is $64.99. That's the 45 RPM. The Yes album. Sister Bluebird. Starship Trooper. Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti. That is $38.99. And The Cure Pornography. The Cure is $34.99. We sold a modern reissue of that last night at auction. There's a brand new copy for $34.99. I've got 2 available. And here's an all-time classic, a Stone Cold picture disc. It's a picture disc, actually, a 60th anniversary edition of Herb Alpert's Whipped Cream and Other Delights, $33.99. It was once joked about, and now it's become pretty collectible. We have Nico, Janitor of Lunacy. Nico was numbered 28 of 100. It's on green splatter, $44.99. Joe has the 45s at 10, and now let's sell these auctions. Thin Lizzy is sold to Kevin Johnson for $45, awesome. And Brian Jonestown Massacre sold to John Dodd for $40, awesome. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And speaking of the Beach Boys, this has always been a desirable record. It's Dennis Wilson's solo album, Pacific Blue Ocean. We actually happen to have here a white label promo with a promo stamp, promo sticker on the front. It is near mint minus with the original inner sleeves. Dennis Wilson's a $35 start. That's a highly regarded album by him. And then here is Bob Seger's Greatest Hits. And this one is always desirable if you have the OG. This actually came out on vinyl in 1994. Bob Seger's Greatest Hits. And guess what? This is the OG from 1994. And it's EX+++ near mint minus. Some of these have sold for as much as $160. We're going to start Bob at $85. That's an OG copy of his Greatest Hits. Next is MoFi Van Halen, Women and Children First, the Ultra Disc One Step, $134.99. If you want to completely rattle the windows in your house, you need this right here, the Ultra Disc One Step of Women and Children First. There we had Extreme 2. Here's Extreme 3. Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. That's a 2 LP, $49.99. And Otis Redding, Lonely and Blue. Otis Redding, The Deepest Soul, a 2013 that's sealed for $29.99, and then Venom. Venom is called In Nomine Santanis, the Neat Anthology. This is 22 of Venom's most evil songs, remastered and pressed on double splatter vinyl to celebrate 40 hellish years, $36.99. These 3 singles are sold to Joe DeGaldo for $10. So Brian Wilson had bids for $35 and $36. Charlie DeFrank, you've been outbid. Michael's bid actually came in first at $36. Bob Seger's an $85 start. 3 new singles. Let's grab from the middle of the box. And we've got this, and we've got that, and we got this one. And these 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. We got Brutal Supremacy with a picture of a guy on the front that's been shot in the face. Deadly Encounters Volume 2, an international compilation. And F You Up and Get High, a Dwarves Tribute. A Dwarves Tribute. That's got a lot of music on it. And that's a double disc deal. Those 3 singles, a $10 start. Also, we have Sepultura, Arise. Sepultura is a 2 LP remastered and expanded. Sepultura, $44.99. Ghost, Pope Star. Ghost is on clear vinyl for $29.99. Ghost, Pope Star, 1 copy remains. Cake, Fashion Nugget, He's Going the Distance. That's $29.99. And then Helmet, Live and Rare is $33. NWA's Greatest Hits is $39. Pearl Jam Versus on clear vinyl. That is on clear vinyl, $29.99. And 3 Doors Down, Away from the Sun, 3 Doors Down is $33.99. All right, quick update. So Dennis Wilson 36, Dennis Wilson 36, and then Dennis Wilson 40. BJ 38. I'm not for sure what that was for. The 45s have bids for 10 and then 12, and then Dennis Wilson 44. Storms have passed. I hope so. I haven't heard rain or thunder in a while. I think it was just around earlier. Now, I have a rule. I know this is a lot of new vinyl that I've probably shown before and last week and everything, but we did not sell anything out of this crate. So before the show continues, I got to convince at least one person of the 286 that's watching to buy at least 1 record out of this crate. That's a firm rule I have. If we don't sell a record, then I start counting down and I'm going to completely shut off this show. So surely somebody needs at least 1 record out of here. There are some essentials. Surely somebody needs something out of here. I know everybody doesn't have a copy of Pearl Jam Versus, which is an incredible album. Cake is a super rare OG. If you want to get an original, first of all, this album is bootlegged, and you can be easily fooled. I'm telling you, the bootlegs of this look exactly like the $500 originals. The $500 originals look exactly like the bootlegs. I'm glad they finally made an official reissue, because I've seen some people get very much like, whoa, I thought I bought an original and find out it's a bootleg. I know one person who did that. He got his money back, though. His name was Seth Hackett. The bootlegs on eBay sometimes pass as OGs, so be very careful. Okay. Now, we sold some records. I love making threats. We have Dennis Wilson at 44. The 45's at 10, the 45's at 13. MT Matt's going to take a cake. That's a great decision. Now MT Matt's going the distance. And then, what is the Dennis Wilson? What's the pressing? Does it have the inner sleeves? We also have 45's at 18. Chris Johnson comes in clutch. Thank you on Pearl Jam. Next is Dwayne Sevilla on Three Doors Down. Dwayne comes in clutch. Pat Frat on Cake. That's so to Pat Frat. 45's, 18, now 20. So let's update these auctions again. Dennis Wilson is a 1977 Terre Haute original pressing. It is a 1977 Terre Haute original pressing. Near mint minus a white label promo with the original inner sleeve. With the original inner sleeve. It's a gatefold jacket and Dennis Wilson. The last bid that just came in on Dennis Wilson was Michael Butler at $44. Everybody else is out. Everybody else is out. These three singles are at $20 with Rebecca. Now Dennis Wilson's at $50. And I have the Greg, vinyl me please. I have more on the way. They will be here tomorrow or the next day. Now, unfortunately, nobody bid on Mr. Seeger. That's a 1994 OG pressing for an $85 buy it now. OG pressing, $85 buy it now, 1994. Anytime you hear 1990 anything on vinyl, especially a desirable artist like Seeger, probably going to be pretty tough to come by. So there's one Pearl Jam Versus left on clear vinyl. So many great songs on here. Daughter, Dissident, Rearview Mirror, Elderly Woman Behind the Counter in a Small Town, Go Animal, $29.99. One copy left, clear vinyl. NWA's Greatest Hits. So OG Versus aren't too expensive, but nice copies are going to cost you at least $100 or more, I would think. I mean, a nice copy, I don't know if I would take a less than $100 for any OG Pearl Jam album from that era. OG NWA albums, very rare and expensive. This is a 2LP compilation, $39.99. Helmet, I don't know if I've said the words Helmet OG too many times in my life. This is a compilation called Live and Rare. It is an official pressing, $33.99. Ghost, Pope Star, one of the most collectible artists on new vinyl I can think of. Ghost, all kinds of different variants. This is on Milky Clear for $29.99. Sepultura is $44.99, a 2LP expanded. F Sepultura Arise, remastered with bonus tracks. Venom, $36.99. I think y'all know how tough it is to get their OG stuff. And then Otis Redding, new and sealed on blue vinyl, $29.99. Very tough to get OG Extreme albums. Extreme 3 here, $49.99. Music on vinyl. And then Van Halen, this is the audiophile treatment. This is the album Women and Children First with the MoFi audiophile treatment, $134.99. So let's do a quick update. These singles are sold to Rebecca Howard for $20. And then Dennis Wilson got bids for $55 and $55. Michael Butler bid $55, then Charlie DeFrank did bid $55. Nina Simone is a music on vinyl pressing for $39.99. And then, Chad, for that Iron Maiden live earlier, can you get a picture disc? No, I've only got that on colored vinyl. And then Dennis Wilson's at $60. Nico, Janitor of Lunacy, that's Nico as in the Velvet Underground, Nico. These are numbered, they're back in stock. Those have been long out of print. Herb Albert's a picture disc, $33.99. Rebecca, I will check, but I haven't seen any Iron Maiden picture disc available. The Cure Pornography, I think y'all know how tough it is to get their OG stuff, and you've seen already the auction prices this week. Nina Simone is sold to Romelu C. So it's like $34 for a reissue or $100 for an OG. There's Extreme 2. That's their second album, $38.99. Their first album's not in print. More audiophile treatment for the Yes album. That is $64.99. Probably my favorite of the Yes albums. Yours Is No Disgrace, Starship Trooper, The Clap, I've Seen All Good People, Your Move, A Venture, and Who Seeks Perpetual Change. Family Style, $39.99. Stevie and Jimmy Vaughan on blue vinyl. Don't forget about Silverchair. Don't forget about the Beastie Boys. And don't forget about Papa Roach. And most of those albums in there, just about everything in there is pretty tough to find an OG of, with a few exceptions. And the few exceptions are Van Halen, which that's, of course, is an audiophile pressing. Herb Alberts, there should be plenty of them out there, but high grade, they're just really kind of tough to find in high grade. I proved that to somebody one night that was trying to argue with me. I was like, you won't find a copy of that in shrink wrap and price tag. If you do, it's like a $20 album now. David V got a Cure, and we have Extreme 2, the Yes album. That's a pretty common original album, but once again, audiophile treatment. That came out in like the late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, 1990. And then you got Silverchair. I think I've had maybe one OG of that ever. That's a bootleg unofficial. And then I don't know if Papa Roach was ever even on vinyl. This came out in 2000. I don't know if that was even on vinyl. If it is, I've never seen it. Dennis Wilson's at $70. Charlie, you're out, and Matthew, you're out. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. The next new auction I have is going to be George Strait. I feel like somebody asked for this 10 hours ago. This is a 1985 U.S. Pickneyville original, VG condition. George Strait, just a $15 start. It is in VG condition. The Stevie Ray Vaughan, that is called Family Style. That's him and his brother Jimmy. It's a music on vinyl pressing on blue vinyl. It's numbered on the back to 2000, and that's $39.99. Oso wants a Pearl Jam. And I've had these in stock for years on black vinyl. I saw them on clear vinyl. I was like, I need to grab those clear vinyl, and that's my last copy to Oso Adventure. Now Dennis Wilson 75, and now Dennis Wilson 75. So yeah, Papa Roach, there is no OG. That's what I try to stress when I'm really kind of recapping these new vinyl bins. Some of this there isn't OG copies of. So there really isn't on that. REM, I will get that on deck, yes. Now Dennis Wilson. Let's put up new singles, and let's go through another crate. I just go through one more crate. And I have a feeling the stuff Laura's about to bring up here is going to be really, really good. Laura, the pressure's on. She's like, oh no, please don't do this to me. All right, let's go through this crate here. Let's see what we got in here. George Strait 15. Jackie wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan. My persistence on some of these are paying off. I try to educate on vinyl. George Strait's at 15. Just one bid, final call. Lowest price in the last record. All right, so here's the agenda. If you're hanging out with me at 9:45, here's what's going on. Here's what's going on. We got plenty of auctions still to run. Laura's about to bring up a crate. I have right here one crate I'm about to quickly go through. More hardcore singles coming. And then we'll go through discount bins. Last night we were done with vinyl about 11:30. I went through some Beatles stuff, miscellaneous. I might try to go through CDs. If we're done with vinyl, best offer bins, everything that I want to do. If we're done with vinyl by 11 or 11:30, I might bring out some CDs or cassettes. That's always done really good on that. So here we go. Let's go ahead and get started. Speaking of first time ever on vinyl, this is Godsmack, the Oracle. Godsmack is $33.99, the Oracle. That's just been recently pressed on vinyl for the first time. I've got 5 copies left. This is Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion. Suicidal Tendencies is $39.99, and Dad Can Dance. Dad Can Dance is called Into the Labyrinth. That is $39.99. Dad Can Dance. I've got 2 of those. It's a 2 LP sealed, and Halu Mugia and the Walias, Ethiopian rare jazz here, $29.99. Yeah, we'll do CDs probably, if we get done with all the new arrivals, a quick recap, and a couple best offer crates, probably around 11:30 Central Time, and we'll do that for the last couple hours of sale. All right, let's update both auctions one more time. I think y'all know the details on Dennis Wilson by now. It's a near mint copy, a white label promo with promo sticker. This is the one to get. And the high bid is $80 with Michael Butler. Going once, going twice. Michael Butler has had it for $80 for quite some time. I've already said it once, now I'm saying it twice. And then 3 people have asked the information on George Strait. George Strait is a 1985 U.S. Pickneyville original. A 1985 Pickneyville original. George Strait, it is in VG condition. The high bid is $17. The first bid was with Robert. Garrett tied him, then Garrett outbid him. And we have new and sealed stuff here, including Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. That is $34.99. Charlie's back in on Dennis Wilson at $85. Now we have Dead Can Dance self-titled. That's $34.99. Also, Willie Nelson, Oh, What a Beautiful World. Willie Nelson is $33.99. Now George Strait's at $20. Let's grab 3 more singles over here from the hardcore crate. We have, this one might need to be sold by itself. It looks like some kind of pack. And it was marked for $25. Yeah, it's some kind of set. Demolition, Series 1. $5 start. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 other singles packed inside of it. There you have it. It's numbered 103 of 155. Knoxville, Tennessee. Get Revenge Records. That's going to go up for a $5 start. At one time, somebody had it marked $25. Now Dennis Wilson's at $95. Now George Strait's at $20. Garrett, you're out. The Cramps, A Date with Elvis, $33.99. The Cramps, Stay Sick, $28.99. The Cramps, Smell a Female, $24.99. And Vicious Rumors. Vicious Rumors is on on blue vinyl, and that is numbered to 1500. That's $38.99. We have Prince Lasha Quintet featuring Sonny Simmons. That is $34.99. Also, Nico Heroin. Nico is numbered 97 of 100 on green splatter, $33.99. The Laura crate has been delivered. This could get really interesting. We have the Music Roots of the Rolling Stones, a musical rockamentary. The Rolling Stones is $33.99. Also, we have Susie and the Banshees, The Rapture, blue vinyl. Susie and the Banshees is $64.99. The Highwayman, Jennings, Nelson, Cash, Christofferson. The Highwayman's $38.99. And Jorge Ben is $38.99. Gregory wants the Cramps and the Cramps. There's actually 3 here. There is a Date with Elvis, Stay Sick, and Smell of Females on those, or Smell a Female. Where are we on our auctions? We have Dennis Wilson 85, Dennis Wilson 95, George Strait 20, Demolition 13, Demolition 6, Demolition 14, Demolition 10, Demolition 16, Demolition 17. All right, and now Dennis Wilson's at 100. And we also have, where did I get to here? Metallica, Kill 'Em All, The Four Horsemen, Seek and Destroy, Whiplash, Jump in the Fire, $33.99, $33.99. Also, Testament, Souls of Black, music on vinyl, Testament, $39.99. And System of a Down, Steal This Album, $33.99. Gregory wants Date and Sick. All right, so Date and Stay Sick. Cramps record, so did Gregory. I was about to say, we got to sell something in this crate, or I'm ending the show and you don't get to see Laura's crate. Gregory just saved the night. He didn't shave it, he saved it. Dragon Force, Reaching into Infinity. Dragon Force is $38.99. Mayhem, The Mysterious Dom Sonatus. Mayhem is $38.99. Pink Floyd is $38.99. 50th Anniversary Edition Remastered. Ticking away the moments that make up the dull day. Hey, there's Volume 2. George Jones bought Volume 1 earlier. There's Volume 2. That is so to George Jones. I was looking for that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next auction. REM. Yeah, we still got some cool stuff to auction. REM is going up right now. This is a 1982 U.S. Indianapolis repress. It's on the second label, the general IRS labels instead of the custom gargoyle labels found on the very first press. So it's an 82 when this album came out. but it's on the second label. VG Plus, just a $15 start. But either way, we don't get many copies of that. Dennis Wilson's at $101. And Charlie, you've been outbid, and Michael says his dog has to go take a leak. So his dog is either about to go pee on the floor or we're going to wrap up this auction. And Dennis Wilson's at 101. George Strait is a final call, and that is with Sally Jones for 20, and we're about to sell it. Chris Bryant had the demolition for 26 and then 30, and that's a final call. REM's at 15, and David V gets the Pink Floyd. Thank you. Breathe in the air, David. Nice. How about Sly Lives? This is a new release. It's for the new documentary about Sly Stone. Sly Lives, a.k.a. The Burden of Black Genius. Original motion picture soundtrack, $39.99. We have Iron Maiden, live in Wembley, 1990 on red vinyl. Wow. Iron Maiden, $29.99. How about Quiet Riot? Come On, Feel the Noise. Bang Your Head, remastered, $29. New bid on George Strait for $22. New bid on REM, 15, 17, 18. Charlie Wilson's at 105. Better invest in potty pads. New bid. Michael Butler, you're out. Demolition. The last bid was 30 with Chris Bryant. The other two bidders says out. That's on the clock. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, $44.99. And Led Zeppelin, 3. Hangman. Gallows Pole, $33.99. I still think they should have put, hey, hey, what can I do on there? But I'm in no position to tell Led Zeppelin what to do. They were kind of successful. Oh So Adventure on Iron Maiden, that is sold. REM's at 35. Dennis Wilson's out with Michael. His dog is probably like, thank God. Do you want me to pee all over the floor, or do you want to listen to Dennis Wilson? Charlie Frank's at $105. Final call on that. The demolition is sold for $30 to Chris Bryant. And let's keep going. The next thing is 1. We have 2. And now we have 3 more singles going up for a $10 start. What do we have here? I grabbed this one first because look, Fonz is on the front. What's a 2 Thumbs and a Lover's Long Island Punk Hardcore? I don't know what I just read. Destroy All Borders and Discharged. What a brutal cover. That is a $10 start on that. Now we have REM at 35. Sally's out on George Strait. What George Strait? What is the George Strait that's up for auction? George Strait, something special. A 1985 U.S. Picnickville OG. It's in VG condition, and the last bid on this was Robin Glenn at 22. REM's at 35. Dennis Wilson's on the clock. Hammer is up. I'm about to drop it on the record, literally. It's at 105 with Charlie DeFrank. Anybody else want anything in there? We sold the Cramps, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and Iron Maiden. I'm just going to read what's left. Laura Crate is on deck. Zeppelin, Petty, Quiet Riot, Iron Maiden, Sly, Mayhem, Dragon Force, System of a Down, Testament, Metallica, Jorge Ben, Highwayman, Susie and the Banshees, The Musical Roots of the Rolling Stones, Nico, Prince Lasha Quintet, Vicious Rumors, One Cramps Remain, Willie Nelson, Dead Can Dance. Please make me a sticky note to order more Cramps albums. Every time I order the Cramps, they all sell. Beetlejuice, Hailu Muguria, Dead Can Dance, Suicidal Tendencies, and Godsmack. Here we have it. Is Dennis Wilson a promo? Dennis Wilson is a promotional copy. It's at $105. I was taking a breath to sell it. It is a 1977 U.S. Terre Haute original. White label promo, gold stamp promo. Has the promo strip on the front. The high bid on this is $105 with Charlie DeFrank. That's after him and Michael Butler just went into an absolute war. These 3 singles, Chris Bryant has them for $20. Going once, going twice. Nick, I'm assuming you didn't want to bid on George Strait. Nick has extended some auctions asking some questions. He asked about George Strait. He asked about Dennis Wilson. Let me know if you want to bid or not. Now Jetstream has REM for $38. And Pat Fratt, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Dennis Wilson has a new bid for $110. Nick has come in on the buzzer. I was literally pausing to take a breath and sell it. And Nick Bargeron is in at $110. Charlie DeFrank, you're out. We haven't Ben, we're not done on Dennis Wilson. We're not done. Now, Nick, I really need to know if you're going to bid on George Strait. Nick entered the chat. He's ruffled everybody's feathers with the auction questions. I am going to put up this lower crate. Now, if y'all don't buy everything in here, it's about to be a major disappointment. So here we go. Charlie, Dennis Wilson goes back to you. Let's take a look at the lower crate hop sticker. She said this may be one of her best ever. Now, Laura, I'm going to need some help. You've sent me a character. Usually, I'm pretty good with the Pokemon. You've lost me on this one. What's the condition on Dennis Wilson? And then somebody else just asked, what is the Dennis Wilson? Wow, this thing may keep going. First thing, we got these 3 singles sold for $20 to Chris Bryant. REM, Pat Fratt went out, right? Jetstream, that sold you for $38. Next thing we have here is George Strait. George Strait is sold then to Robin Glenn for $22. Robin Glenn, that sold you. Next, Sleep Token. Jackie, you're only the 3rd person who asked me. As of right now, I'm out of Sleep Tokens. Let me know if you want any more, okay? Let me know if you want, or let me know if you want on the waiting list is what I'm trying to say. And Dennis Wilson. So let's go over the Dennis Wilson again. No reason to apologize. You got your question in time. This is a 1977 Terre Haute Original White Label Promo. 1977 White Label Promo with the original on her sleeve. It's Dennis Wilson, Pacific Ocean Blue. It's a White Label Promo gatefold. Charlie's back in at 115. We're not done yet. It's a White Label Promo, and the vinyl is near mint minus. This would be the copy to own, a promo copy. A very desirable album. Okay, so Jackie and then Jeremy Gallagher also commented VR, and I think that was something from the last bin. And then Jeremy, was your Iron Maiden for the Iron Maiden Wembley? And then I got to figure out what Oso wanted with VR. And VR for Oso Adventure was Vicious Rumors. And this is sold to Mr. Oso Adventure. This is going all the way across the country out to California. Thank you, Oso Adventure. That's sold to you. All right, Wilson's at 115, now 116. Jeremy, let me know if that IM was for Iron Maiden. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. The next auction is the Doors. Take a look at this. Here we go. Are y'all sure you're ready for this? A 2015 Record Store Day with the original mono mix. In mono, a Record Store Day reissue from Rhino, The Doors, Strange Days. $35 start. They actually have not offered any. There was no colored copies of the new Sleep Token album. I can't even order them. They didn't even offer them. The indie exclusive was black vinyl. I think they basically made the indie exclusive black vinyl. So that's happened with a few other releases where like every other place except for literally record stores had colored vinyl. So the only thing we have is black, if I can still get them. All right, here we go. I'm about to add 3 more singles. Let's go ahead and get started. Y'all know how this works. I'm going to try to show 5 records. I have no idea what's in here. Sometimes I'll show one and it slows me down, but I'm going to show 5 records. The first person who claims one gets the lower crate hop sticker. I think y'all know the rules by now. Right off the bat, Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, 2010 US, $39.99, BRMC. This is Casualties of Cool, and this is sealed. A 2021 German reissue, out of print, sealed, $59.99. Ambient, Country Folk, and Abstract. Wow, they cover a lot of stuff there. Also, we have Silver Sun pickups, Carnarvus, yeah. Lazy Eye is a banger, $34.99 on Silver Sun. Flamin' Lips, the Soft Bulletin. The Flamin' Lips is a 2009 US, no CD, $59.99. And the 5th record is Alex is on Fire, Otherness. a 2002 USOG on purple and pink vinyl, pronounced Alex is on fire, not Alex is on fire. Alex on fire, okay. It's a post-hardcore album, $22.99. I love the notes. They're very good at reading my mind. Okay, and now Dennis Wilson's at 117. So Nick Bergeron, 116. Dennis Wilson, 117. Tim Colino Jr. first on Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. Tim Colino Jr. was first claim, so he gets the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate Hop sticker, and this is sold to Tim Colino Jr. Dennis Wilson's at 117. Rebecca Howitt first on Casualties. That is sold to Rebecca Howitt. David V, 63 on Bench. And that was for, I bet he was trying to get Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. He was. He got auto-corrected. Tim Colino on Silver Sun Pickups. Michael Butler was second. Ronnie Ritchie third. Then there's David V's autocorrect correction. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club's all gone. Rebecca Howitt gets Alex on fire. Not Alex is on fire. It's Alexis. Oh, I still messed that up. It's Alexis is on fire. I still messed it up. It's Alexis on fire, not Alex is on fire. Rebecca gets Alexis. Laura's probably slapping her forehead like, oh my, I even gave him a note and he still messed that up. Okay. Where are we on Dennis Wilson? Wow. $117. Nick Bergeron, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. He says he's done. Okay? The Doors was a no bid. Everybody's afraid to bid on Doors albums now. The Doors is a buy it now, a mono, sealed mix, $35. Dennis Wilson is sold to Charlie DeFrank. This is sold to Charlie DeFrank for $117. Charlie's probably like, whew. That thing started at $35, and I think I handed it to Laura. Did John have a sticker on it, Laura? I think John told me, he said, I probably should mark it $149. And I gave it to Laura to tag for an auction. And I think John was going to mark it $149.99 just because it was a promo and such high grade. So that thing got pretty close, or maybe $124. I forgot what he said, but it didn't have a sticker on it. We just gave it to Laura to do the research for the auction. Wow. And then we have the Doors sold for $35, and the only thing left so far is the Flaming Lips for $35, okay? This crate, as y'all can see, is going to be pretty wild. Let me introduce one more LP, and then let me go ahead and put up some more hardcore singles. Let's mix it up with something like Gabor Szabo right quick. This is Wind, Sky, and Diamonds, Gabor Szabo, and the California Dreamer. It's a 67 US original. There is some cover damage right here. Great guitars, classical trained. Gabor Szabo, a $15 start. That's up for bid. And then we're going to go ahead and put up Jimi Hendrix. Speaking of someone that can play a guitar, we have Jimi Hendrix, Valley of Neptunes. I remember when this came out in 2010, I was like, I was into music, but I didn't understand probably as much as and I remember when this came out, I was like, wow, new Jimi Hendrix music is like amazing. I was like, whoa. Jimi Hendrix, Valley of Neptunes, which was all unreleased tracks, a compilation of previously unreleased studio cuts. Yeah, it was like new material. I was like, wow, they still got enough music to put out another Jimi Hendrix album. The first 5,000 copies were numbered. This is numbered. It's a $30 start. $30 start on that. That is now up for bid. So Jimi Hendrix and Gabor Szabo. Chad, I like the new Silver Sun pickup albums if you get it. Let's make a note to order Silver Sun pickup albums and put Bob Riger on a waiting list for the most recent. All right, and let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We're good to go. All right, so let's keep going in here. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. Awesome, $27.99. These are new, about $10 more. This is a nice pre-owned copy, Free Falling, $27.99. The Mighty Lemon Drops, Gold Stamp Promo, Out of Hand. An 87 U.S. Specialty Original, $29.99. The Mighty Lemon Drops. Neil Young, Crazy Horse, Barn. Neil Young is $19.99. Also, Queens of the Stone Age, Song for the Deaf. sealed with a note from Laura. Laura loves Queens of the Stone Age, $34.99. That's also about $10 or $12 below retail. And that one's still sealed. And then Yours Dreamily, The Arcs. The Arcs is Dan Arbach from the Black Keys, and that is $17.99. $17.99. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next 3 singles out of the crate. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3, and these are going to be a $10 start. We have the Big Hurt Fancy presents Mass Confusion Hardcore Compilation, Manskingling Stench Volume 2, and the Monsters in My Head compilation. Those 3 singles are going to be put together for a $10 start. Jimi Hendrix has 1 bid for $35. Final call to get a bid on Gabor Szabo. Next is Jerry Ferguson picking up the nice copy of Tom Petty here. Free Fallin', sold to Jerry Ferguson. Full Moon Fever and MT Matt on Stone Age. That's a great price. Like I said, basically an on-sale record there. Probably $10 below list price. And then Tame Impala Inner Speaker. Tame Impala is $24.99. Gabor Szabo was EX. The cover has a little bit of a blip here on it. Looks like something got stuck to it at one point, but the vinyl's EX. Not bad whatsoever. Those singles are a $10 start. Next is Hendrix has a new bid for $37, and Mark Riley gets Arcs, and we have filled up another crate. Actually, this one's pretty packed. Let me go ahead and just start a new one. Thanks, everybody, so far tonight. It's been very successful. We're about where we're normally at this time of the night. Plus, when we recap our new vinyl later and get into the discount bins, we will exponentially start filling up more crates. Let me grab a new empty one over here. New empty crate to fill up, and the first thing that's going to go in is the Arc for Mark Riley. Darren Chrisman on Tame Impala. That's another great price on these. So the great thing about getting these pre-owned collections is typically albums like this, the only way we'll ever have them if they're new and sealed, which a lot of these are going to be $10 and $15 more sealed and new list price based on a pre-owned price. So that's why a lot of this stuff sells so well. It's like great titles, new stuff, and it's at, you know, pre-owned used prices. Muse, and this one's called Drones. That's a 2 LP, $27.99. The only exception is when something's out of print. And when it's out of print, it can go way up, of course. Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats, Neil Aura Blue, Purple Edition, 3,000 copies. That is sealed for $39.99. Looks interesting. I don't know a lot about it. And this is Coldplay, X and Y. Coldplay is a 2008 U.S. reissued limited edition, 180 gram. It has the track Fix You on it, $49.99. So let's pause there and update where we left off. Hendrix got bids for 30 and then 35, or 35 and then 37. And then Robert had those 3 singles for 10. We're about to sell them. Gabor did get a bid for 15. Now Hendrix is at 40. Garrett, the Queens of the Stone Age, already got sold. And Coldplay is sold to Sean Fairweather. And I did order some Coldplay. I ordered everything that I could. And I may need to double check. I have one more place that I'm going to order vinyl from that I didn't put an order in. I'm going to try to look in to see what they have too. One more record, and that is Billie Eilish, and that is on yellow vinyl. Billie is $22.99. All right, there's Billie Eilish. So, Robert, you get those 3 singles, mostly compilations there. $10 to you. Jared Inc., you get Gabor Szabo for $15, and they're still bidding on Hendrix. And Hendrix is at $40 of Alex Kane. Hendrix at $40 of Alex Kane. Our next auction is going to be a audiophile pressing of The Police, Zenyatta Mondatta. So we have a 1981 U.S. reissue, a half-speed master, and this is a DBX encoded record. So back, it's essentially an audiophile record, but you have to have a decoder to get the full dynamic range. You can still play this and listen to it. It's actually on really high-grade vinyl or really high-quality vinyl. It's VG Plus condition, but if you have one of those DBX decoders, you get the full dynamic range, and you can pick those up over on a place called eBay. I don't have one myself, but I've seen them. I've sold some on eBay before. That's a $25 start. Next is Jimi Hendrix is at 42. So, Alex, you've been outbid. Let's go ahead and show this right here, which is, thank you, Laura, Polyphia It's prog metal, $24.99 for Polifia. And then we got Moondog. The Viking of 6th Avenue returns to vinyl. The Avant-Garde 1969 masterpiece. That is sealed for $24.99. And Foo Fighters, 1 by 1. Foo Fighters is $29.99. Foo Fighters is $29.99. Robert, Sean already got the Coldplay. Now, Robert, that might be one of the albums that is available from Coldplay if you want me to check on a new copy. However, the Coldplay was already sold to Sean. Let's grab new 3 more singles here. And the first thing I have is Netter Thrash in Optimisant. I'm not for sure what that says. D Records presents The New Breed, Hardcore 1997, and No BS Volume 1. It's another compilation with Government Warning and Strung Up and Direct Control and Career Suicide. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. All right, let's see if we can get Robert a copy of Coldplay. And the actual name of the album is X and Y. It's called X and Y. I'll see if that's available. I don't think it is, but I'll try. Next is Garrett Seifert on Polly. And that was the Polyifi, right? This here. This is sold to Garrett. Ronnie was second, then Rebecca. And then Moondog is sold to Garrett. He got those back to back. Garrett's on Absolute Fire tonight. Alex Kane bid 45 on Hendrix. Cameron on Lingafelt. Chris is out on Hendrix. And now the 45's at 10. Final call to get a bid on the Police and Yada Mandata. The D, da. Next is Alcest Kodama. Post Metal Black Gaze. $24.99. I've heard of Shoegaze. Oh Brother, Disillusion. A blues on Blue Gray Starburst. Stoner / alternate rock. Oh Brother, Delusion. One more. The Horrors, Strange House. Sealed, a 2016 UK reissue, limited edition, Garage Punk, $49.99. So first, the Police is a buy it now for $25. The Nautilus Super Disc. Chris gets these 3 singles for $10. And Jimi Hendrix is sold to Alex Kane for $45. Hiram on Outcast. This is sold to Hiram. Alex Kane was second. New auctions. The next thing I have for you is Legend, the best of Bob Marley and the Wailers. Bob Marley is a 2015. It appears unopened. It comes in a resealable bag. It's essentially the best of Bob Marley, like Is This Love, and I Shot the Sheriff, and Exodus. And that is going to go up for a $15 start. U2, The Unforgettable Fire. This is a 2009 Euro reissue with book VG Plus condition. $15 start on The Unforgettable Fire. The Police is sold to Chris Ridlings for $25. And right before that was Rebecca Howitt on the Horrors, right? You put HOK, the Horrors, I'm assuming Rebecca. Bob has bids for $15 and now $16. Okay, next is Light Work, Devin Townsend. Light Work is a prog metal album. That is $24.99 for Light Work. $24.99. Devin Townsend. Elliott Smith, 2012 US, Absolutely Essential, $27.99. I know when Paul orders vinyl, they always order this album. Laura obviously thinks highly of it. I guess I need to give this a spin. I've never listened to this before, but I just know this. We sell a lot of new copies, and everybody speaks very highly of it. As soon as Chad can stretch. Oh no, I've went down. Chad's down. Oh man, I got back up quick. I actually worked out yesterday. Whew, man, I slept like a rock, and I am sore. Elliott Smith. It's been a struggle, actually, just standing here. Beck Odelay, $27.99. I just ordered brand new copies of that. They're definitely going to be more than $27.99. Bob Marley, 20 Chris Knapp on Elliott Smith. Sean was second. U2 has a bid for 15. Oh Brother is still available. It is $19.99. And then one more here. This is Earthless from the Ages. Earthless is Stoner Rock, and it's on red splatter for $22.99. Stoner Rock, $22.99. Pat Fratt on Beck, and then Kristen Barnett, and then Chris Knapp, then Jerry Ferguson, and then Ronnie Ritchie. Now, I have those coming in if anybody wants on a waiting list. I have those coming in, new and sealed. They're probably going to be about $5 more if you want a brand new sealed copy. So if you want a brand new sealed copy, just say Beck waiting list. I actually just ordered those. I should have ordered more Beck albums. The Sea Change album we sold tonight, it's still in print, not the MoFi copy, but I can get those too. And there's been a big demand lately for Beck. So I got to order Beck. Make a note, order Beck. U2 15. Bob Marley was Preston Rose at 20. U2 15. Pat Fratt got the pre-owned Beck there. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then Hiram got Earthless, then Thomas Clark. And then Chris wants Oh Brother and Earthless. Technically, you were third on Earthless, but you do get Oh Brother. Garrett fourth on Earthless. And Chris Bryant was next on, or Chris Bryant is so far the only one that wants on the Beck waiting list. Okay, let me pause there. And I just found this again. And this is, I don't know if there'll be any interest or not. If there's any Dave Matthews Band fans, I meant to put this up for auction. So this is Dave Matthews Band. It's just kind of a novelty item here, but pretty cool. This is, but probably the coolest thing in here is the ticket stubs. And the ticket stubs. And the backstage pass. So I bought a collection of stuff. I've actually been selling stuff from this guy. He owned a company here in Lebanon where they made tour buses for people, and I've been selling his stuff. I've sold off most of it. I started about 5 years ago, and he worked in production and management for years, but then he designed tour buses. It was called, what is it called? The Stagecoaches. What was his company called? Four Seasons? I think it's called Four Seasons because his name's written on here. And if there's something with his address on it, I'll probably take it off. I think it's on this envelope. Yeah, he's got it. Yeah, Four Seasons. But I'm going to take off all these address labels on the envelopes. But essentially, he worked directly with Dave Matthews, and he designed one of Dave Matthews' tour buses for him. And as a thank you, they sent him this promotional photo of the Dave Matthews Band and all the crew. And he actually got stuff like this all the time in the mail. He told me all the time he would get random tickets in the mail and backstage passes, and he never did use them. You should see the stuff this guy had. He worked directly with Black Sabbath, U2, the Beastie Boys, and he lives here in Lebanon, and I've bought most of his collection. He still has incredible stuff. Autographs, promos, backstage passes. So these are Dave Matthews ticket stubs, a backstage pass, and then essentially this folder, which has everybody that toured with Dave Matthews Band, cast and crew, and this photo. But man, this guy, he said sometimes I would get just all the time in the mail, just ticket stubs to concerts I never did use. I was like, wow, what a job that could be. But I've had that for a long time because I didn't want to put it on eBay because some of his name is written on it. I am probably going to peel it off here before I'll sell it to y'all, but I don't know, $10 start. Pretty cool Dave Matthews Band collectible. It's got pretty much a picture of the band and the crew and ticket stubs. And some of the ticket stubs were for Red Rocks. It was a Red Rocks concert and a backstage pass. So probably most of the values in the tickets, Red Rocks, which he didn't go to, and Starwood here in Nashville that he didn't go to, and a backstage pass. So there it is. Pretty cool. And I know this guy really well, and his life stories are incredible. So he first worked with U2 and the Beastie Boys. I mean, a lot of these people when they first got started, and he's local, and it's amazing, just his connections. I talk to him quite often, actually. So that's up for bid. I probably won't ship this envelope. Yeah, this is the only thing that has his name and address on it. So let me take this off. Or this actually has Dave. I'll leave that on there. Dave Matthews Band address, but I'm going to probably peel off or cut out his name and address, okay? When I did first start selling his stuff, he's like, please don't use my name too much. And I was like, okay. But that's up for bid now. So, sorry, it's like an auction I've been trying to put up, but I knew it would take 10 minutes to explain everything. U2 got a bid for 16. Chris Bryant on the Beck waiting list. Jerry Ferguson on the Beck waiting list. The Mo-Fi Beck's out of print. We sold that tonight for almost $260. Mo-Fi Beck's out of print. That's why it's selling for so much. U2 18, U2 19, Dave Matthews Band 10, 12, 15, and U2 20. So very quickly, U2 is a 2009 original inner sleeve with book, VG Plus condition. That's at $20. And then Bob Marley. Dave Matthews Band is also up for bid, but in my hand, I'm holding Bob Marley. Bob Marley is sold. I need to go ahead and wrap this one up. Preston Rose got that for $20, okay? And now the Dave Matthews Band folder and everything is at $18. Next is the Essential Jack White. This is sealed acoustic recordings, $34.99. A double LP sealed Jack White, $34.99. We have Zeal and Ardor. Zeal and Adore is an avant-garde black metal album, $17.99. Thornhill, Heroin. Thornhill is a metalcore shoegaze album, a 2002 Australian OG, tan with white splatter, $27.99. And then one more here. We have, and we're not done, I'm just going to stop right here for a second, Pellini. We had their stuff last night. This is a triple LP on blue, red, and purple vinyl. It's a prog fusion album for $29.99. Dave Matthews Band 18, Dave Matthews Band 20, Dave Matthews Band 20, and then U2 is done. Right, $20. Who was the bidder before? Nicholas Hollister. Nicholas, let me know if you want backing on that for more than 20. Let me put that right there. And we have Hiram Aponte on Zeal. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. Ronnie Ritchie was second. Alanti G out on Dave Matthews. So it's between NJ Reynolds and Brent Robley. Now Stephen A. Young's at 25. And Garrett Seifert on Pellini. Rebecca Howard was second. Now, let's go ahead and put up another LP I have over here for auction. And this is Pink Floyd. And this is Saucer Full of Secrets. It's a UK edition. It's a 1986 UK edition, EX edition, a $35 start. A Saucer Full of Secrets, an 86 press on the Fame label. Set the controls for the heart of the sun. Set the controls for the heart of the sun. Dave Matthews Band 25, 26, 30. You know, something like this, I didn't know the value it for $10 or $150. I really don't know. That's why we have it up for bid. We have it up for bid. I make these lower crates last. Oh man, I make these things last. I don't want anybody going anywhere. What color on Devin Townsend? No color mentioned, so I'm assuming it's black vinyl. Black vinyl. Can you show me Zeal again? I can. Zeal and Adore. This is Zeal and Adore, and it is $17.99, and it's sold to you as of right now. Nicholas is out on that. And then what was the Heroin album? Thornhill Heroin. This is $27.99. Thornhill Heroin, $27.99. That's still available. Dave Matthews Band is at $38. U2, The Unforgettable Fire, is a final call. No, it's sold. He said out. So Pat Fratt, you get that for $20. There's that. Next thing is Drive-By Truckers, Alabama Ass Whoopin'. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. $24.99. Neil Young Harvest Moon. That is $29.99. A 2017 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 5,000 with an HD side. $29.99. And Lightning at the Door. That is Stoner Rock, sealed for $29.99. And Franz Ferdinand. And Franz Ferdinand is $17.99. So right here's the Dave Matthews Band item they're bidding on. Brent Robley has it for $55. And one more quick look. So this is like a big thank you package kind of deal. The crew there. And then you got another picture of them like on stage. It has a sheet which identifies all their names. 2 sets of tickets that went unused. The original envelope they were sent to him in, and another name there. Whoop, that has his name on. Does this have his name on the back? Yeah. That's okay. I'll figure out a way to alter that where it'll be okay. I mean, it's not, he's a well-known guy, but, you know, it don't have his address. I'll leave it on there. It don't have his address on there. I think he scratched out his address on here. Obviously, you don't want to anybody know where you live, right? I agree with that. Okay, so Dave Matthews Band 38, Dave Matthews Band 40, and then Drive-By. So the next comment was Drive-By Truckers, and that's so to Brent Robley. And then Chris Bryant. Rebecca wants the Heroin album. I got to be careful what I say. And then is Zeal self-titled? I believe so. Zeal... Yeah, I guess Zeal and Ordor. Zeal and Adore, yeah, because it also says it at the bottom, and it says that it has the same thing on the spine. So, yes, I'm going with self-titled. Gregory third on Drive-By Truckers. Dave Matthews Band 55. Stephen fourth on Drive-By Truckers. Jerry Ferguson on Neil Young. Chris Bachek second. And then Brent Robley on FF for Franz Ferdinand. Then Travis Wade. Then Chris Knapp. Rebecca got Heroin. And then Autumn on FG. By the way, did I even see what this said? This is All Them Witches. I think I just said Lightning at the Door. This is All Them Witches, still available for $29.99. Tim Colino got the Jack White. I'm surprised no one else got that quicker. Dave Matthews Band is at $60 and now $65. And then Pink Floyd's a $35 start. It's an 86 UK copy near mint. 86 UK copy near mint. And I have that Zeal minus a black cover. Give it to Ronnie. Okay, so the next person on Zeal, let's change that one. Hiram was trying to figure out which one it was. Ronnie, I'm going to give it to you if that's okay. And he just said he had heartbreak earlier because of his bad connection. Now, Ronnie, your heartbreak turns into a heart healer. You get Zeal and Adore. And I'm going to move that to the back of the crate. So that's so to Ronnie Ritchie. We're going to change that to Ronnie Ritchie, okay? Now, Dave Matthews Band, the last bid was $60, then $65, and then Dave Matthews Band out. Cynthia got All Them Witches. That's so to Cynthia. Then Ronnie Ritchie, and then Pink Floyd 35. So, Brent, there was one other person bidding, I think Nat Reynolds. Nat, you might have already set out, but if you still want to bid, let me know. This is sold... Or, excuse me, this is a final call to Brent for $65. Very cool Dave Matthews Band collectible there. And now Pink Floyd's at $35. And now let's put up 3 more hardcore singles right quick. There's this one, and this one. And these are going to go up for a $10 start. We had this one earlier, Volume 1. Here's Volume 3, No BS. And that's a hardcore compilation. We have Odd Man Out, and Onslaught, I think, some kind of compilation again. 3 singles there. Those actually all might be compilations. Yeah, it looks like it. I think those are all 3 compilations. $10 start. $10 start. Nat's out, and here we go. There's not much left. Folks, we're only 7 records away from selling everything in here and blowing the air horn. He's out. We're about to sell Dave Matthews Band and Pink Floyd. And we have a request for Johnny Marr. I'm about to put that up. And I guess Johnny Marr and John Prine. Chad's about ready for his 10 or 11 o'clock snack. So I can get into
a couple discount crates tonight. Here's the agenda. I'm about to recap, of course, this crate, but then I'm going to show tonight's newest arrivals, like new and sealed. We're going to do a couple discount bins. I've got a system built over here. I've got them all stacked up. I had 54 crates this week to go through Buy It Now Best Offer. We're going to go right down the line, and then I promised some people I'd bring out CDs tonight. All CDs that's never been shown. There could be $50 CDs. It could be $5 CDs. It could be $10 CDs. They're all going to be $6.99. The Soft Bulletin, Music and Songs by the Flaming Lips, a 2009 US $59.99, the Flaming Lips. The Mighty Lemon Drops, Out of Hand, Gold Stamp Promo, $29.99. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Barn, $19.99. Muse, Drones, $27.99. Let's pause there. Pink Floyd is sold to Charlie Marks for $35. Pink Floyd Marks, $35. Sold. These three singles just got a bid for $15 with Charlie Marks. Brent, you get the Dave Matthews Band. Let's make a note. Whoever's watching this sale, this sold to Brent for $65. Tanner, G, Jake, Rebecca, make sure this goes to me before it gets sent out. I got to make sure we debunk all of his name off of this, or y'all can do it, but there's really just two places we got to debunk his name, and then it's good to go, and it won't cause any damage. So thank you, Brent. That's so to you. I'm going to lay that right over here. Oh, and I have another item of his. Let me go get it. It's been sitting on a shelf forever. And because there's some people interested in stuff like that, I've had this forever. Let me go see if I can find it. I've had this forever. This came from the same guy. Now his name, there's a name on here, but it's not the man that all this stuff came from. This is some kind of award from Red Rocks Amphitheater. It says Red Rocks Amphitheater, 75th anniversary, Michael Franti and Spearhead, August 17, 2016, Jason Bowman. Now, I don't know these names. I don't know is that a band, somebody in a band? I'm not really for sure. And then it says 75th Anniversary Edition, created by artist John Hertling, using natural materials to create the annual A Piece of the Rock for 25 years. And on the bottom it says Red Rocks Amphitheater, proudly owned and managed by the City and County of Denver Arts and Venues. I have no idea, but there couldn't be too many of these made. And especially if you're local, pretty cool, a historic amphitheater. So, I don't know, I'm thinking a $35 start. This has been sitting on a shelf in the back where we keep a lot of random, there's random stuff on that shelf to like Red Dead video game box that I've been meaning to put on eBay. There's Nintendo controllers, and there's stuff like this. So, a Red Rocks Amphitheater Award. There couldn't be too many of those. $35 start, and we're going to have to ship that. So there you have it. Now the singles, Chris Bryant, you got outbid. Charlie Marks did bid $15. So let me know if you want them there. And we're pretty close to selling out of this crate, because guess what? The first new crate here, can you get some 12-inch singles? I will ask John. He's really working on all the new stuff, but I will try my best. The Mighty Lemon Drops is sold to Travis. Cynthia was second. Cynthia does pick up Muse, though. Red Rocks is at $35. And we have Uncle Acid, Neil Aura Blue. Of course, that's Stoner Rock. That is sealed for $39.99. Uncle Acid. Billie Eilish is on yellow vinyl, $22.99. And Devin Townsend, Light Work. Devin Townsend's just $24.99. So Charlie Marks, you do get these three singles for $15. Brent has the Red Rocks Award for $35. Going once, going twice. Very cool. Does that mean that was actually taken, or is that actual Red Rock from the Red Rock? Is that what that meant when it said it was sculpted from the materials? Is that actually Red Rock from Red Rock? And then we have a 2013. This is Johnny Marr, the Messenger. A 2013 USOG. Appears to have some water damage towards the bottom of the cover, but it does have the original on her sleeve. This is the guitars from the Smiths, of course. VG Plus, a $15 start. And she's talking about this little stain right here. It's got a little stain on the back. It also bled through on the inner sleeve. The vinyl's VG Plus. We'll have to call the cover VG or VG Plus on that. $15 start. $15 start. There's plenty there. So this was crafted actually from Red Rock. Brent, you have that for $35, and I'm about to sell it to you. Please don't fall. Brent has that for $35, and he has Johnny Marr at $15. Anybody else? Laura says if someone bought the rest of everything in this crate, she would custom draw a sticker. Wow. Or whoever buys the last record. We're a ways from the last record, but we only have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 records left. Devin Townsend, Billie Eilish, Uncle Acid, Neil Young, and the Flamings. But very cool because the last couple crates that Laura has and Paul has marked from this new stuff, there's almost nothing left. Almost nothing left. There's just like, we showed, there was about this many left yesterday out of like two Laura crates. And the Paul stuff is like this much, and it's because he put out some pretty odd and deep cut stuff like Paul normally does. So there's that. All right. Fantastic. Amazing. Red Rocks is getting new bids. Brent has it for $37. Johnny Marr just has one bid for $15. And as promised, I am going to put up, what am I going to put up? I am going to stretch first because my legs feel like they're about to fall off. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Nick, back to you on Red Rocks. So I promised basically 3 crates, at least 3 crates. I promised a recap of tonight's newest releases, new vinyl, and then I promised 2 discount bins, and then we'd get into some CDs. Wow, Laura crate stickers on strike until the crate sells out. Wow. Laura crate on strike. That's big news. She's like, I'm not making any more stickers unless somebody... She wants that air horn. Wow. On strike. Laura has unionized in the back. The sticker union. Any Japanese? I have a few stray from last night, yes. All right. And, oh, I got plenty of EPs. Oh, plenty. There's so much great stuff still in here, though. All right, let's do 3 more EPs. Or singles, whatever you prefer to call them. This is a Wheel to Extinction compilation. Terror and Genocide, Plan of Action, and Pasta, Power, Violence. Pasta. Pasta, Power, Violence. Those 3 singles, a $10 start. All right, so the next thing we have is Red Rocks 38, Red Rocks 39, the Flaming Lips. That's still available. That's one of the only 2 auctions that didn't sell last night. Clouds Taste Metallic, a 2011 US, $65 pressed at Palace. Johnny Marr got a new bid for $16. Red Rocks 40, Johnny Marr 17. Red Rocks 42. Can one person be a union? That sounds like something a court would have to make a decision on. There's no I in team. There's no U in union. We have Jazz Sabbath, Volume 2. Very cool. We can get Volume 1 if you want it as well. Last copy of Volume 2, $36.99. Got a couple new Limp Bizkit albums in. Here's Significant Other, $39.99 for Significant Other. Tool Opiate, that is $28.99. Tool Opiate, $28.99. And we have Pink Floyd Animals, the 2018 remix. This is incredible. I mean, unbelievable. I listened to Dogs the other night. I was just like, I got to hear it. Just, it blows my mind every time. Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory, $44.99. And Fleetwood Mac, greatest hits. Fleetwood Mac is $33.99. So Johnny Marr's at 18, Red Rocks at 42. Record Guy has Johnny Marr at 18. Brent's back in at 19. And Red Rocks is at 42 with Brent Robley. The 3 singles don't have a bid. I'm about to make them a $10 buy now. Also, I've got 2 copies of Led Zeppelin, their self-titled debut, the deluxe edition. $64.99. It's a triple LP. You get Led Zeppelin by Led Zeppelin Remastered, and then a complete live concert from Paris, Olympia. $64.99. The Black Crowes. Awesome. Early live concert here. The Black Crowes at the Greek. Just $29.99. 1991. Early. 1991. I'm pretty sure that's the year their first album came out. $29.99 on that. Fleetwood Mac, Rumors is $59.99. This is the amazing 2LP 45 RPM. These are now being pressed at Furnace. Very high quality, $59.99. The Red Rocks Award is at $43. And that's the back there. Brent Robley on the Black Crowes live at the Greek. Johnny Marr's at $20. And so, Brent, you've been bumped on both auctions. How about, hey, don't you forget about me. I didn't say it like it sounds on the song. I'm sorry. $44.99. Simple Minds. We have Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow. $36.99 for Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow. Also, Vixen, Rare Vintage. Vixen's $33.99. Johnny Marr 20. Johnny Marr 21. Red Rocks 45. These 3 that's the first time these have been a buy now tonight. That's the first time. $10 on those. Stone Temple Pilots 4. That's on Black and White Splatter, $33.99. Limp Biscuit, Chocolate Starfish, and the Hot Dog Flavored Water. That's on Silver and Brown Vinyl, $46.99. That one's always tougher to get. Queensryche Empire is $34. Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. That's on Clear Vinyl for $44. Roger Waters is $29. And Stone Temple Pilots Core, $33. I'm changing out crates. You will see these again tomorrow when the show starts, because they will be posted in Whole Lot of Records, bright and early at 6 a.m. for everybody waking up that's asleep right now that didn't get to see those. And hopefully we sell about half of the crate. There will also be other new vinyl in there. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. Red Rocks is out with Nick, so I'm about to drop the hammer on it. 45 to Brent. Johnny Marr is at 21-22. Alex gets that last Black Crowes. The 45s are sold to Chris Bryant for 10. The only no bid tonight is Bob Seger's Greatest Hits. The OG copy from 1994. Incredible. The OG copy, and that's an $85 buy now. That's the only no bid tonight. The only no bid. The only no bid tonight. That one right there. That last Black Crowes live unofficial is gone. If anybody wants on a waiting list, submit it. That one has sold really well. We have probably sold now 20, 30 copies of that. Let's go through some buy it now best offer vintage stuff, okay? Here we have $7 in limit shipping. Oh boy. I better go start changing that everywhere. All right. And then Johnny Marr's at 24 with Brent. And let's go ahead and go through some vintage pre-owned. They could be Paul crates. They might even be Laura crates. They could be John crates. They're going to be buy it now or best offer. Let's go ahead and sell this Red Rocks Award to Brent for $45. Thank you, Brent. You can just change the name on it, tell everybody you played at Red Rocks and you got an award. And I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold 45s. And this is all heading over here to the operations room. What else do I still have from that guy? I still got some cool stuff. I just got to find it. Seeger sold to Paul Brothers for $75. Johnny Marr sold to the record guy for $25. All right, sorry I had to step right in there and put that stuff away. I'm going to go ahead and get started on that crate that I promised. I got to find it first, and then I'm going to put up some new auctions. And it's about time I go up front. I'm about time for a V8 and a quick snack. I need a V8 and a quick snack. Maybe y'all need the same thing because we're about to hit it hard and heavy. Let me move some stuff around here. I've kind of created a mess going through all this new vinyl. Had everything perfectly stacked, and now I've pretty much boxed myself in. Let me push these back here. That was all of tonight's new stuff. And let's find a great crate. We've almost sold a whole basket tonight of singles. They go a lot faster doing them 3 at a time. Let's see what's in here. That looks like a good crate. What's in here, though? That looks like a good crate. I feel like that stuff's pretty recent, though, which is okay. I mean, if we've gone through it, we got to go through it again, all right? Let's see what's on the bottom here. This next one, the one on the very bottom may be the game changer. And we still got auctions to put up. Let's see here. Okay, interesting. How come that didn't sell? As usual, there's stuff in here. I'm like, why didn't that sell? Why didn't that sell? Why didn't this sell? Why didn't that sell? And then what's in here? This one's got all kinds of good stuff in it. Wow. Let me mix up these albums. Okay, yeah, let's do this one. Plus, it's a half crate. It will seem that it will go through faster. Patiently waits for camouflage. Some kind of record that's in camouflage. I really don't know which one that is. Did we sell something tonight that looks camouflage? Greg's been waiting for it all night. I have no idea what camouflage is. I hadn't sold anything camouflage or anything that looks like camouflage unless it was camouflaged and I didn't see it because it was camouflaged. Elvis Costello is a 1978 U.S. Terre Haute OG promo labels. This is with the original inner sleeve, and it's VG++ EX, a $20 start. This one has Pump It Up and Radio. Now, it's actually marked for demonstration, not for sale. And over here, where it normally says Columbia, if you notice, it says Costello. So they replaced Columbia with Costello. So that is a $20 start on Elvis. And then John Prine, Sweet Revenge. John Prine is a 1975 US PRC Richmond repress, VG++/EX, a $15 star. You said it'd be up for auction. Laura also said that, no, you must either misheard. I have not said the word camouflage tonight unless I said it by accident, or maybe you thought I said camouflage. Everything in this crate is buy it now best offer. I think you're going to like this one. That means you can go ahead and buy them at the price listed, or you can make an offer. I'm either going to say sold, pass if it's way too low, or I'm going to counter. I usually say sold, or I'm going to counter. I usually say pass. And pass is usually like if it's marked $49.99 and someone says 10. Not happening. Prince and the Revolution Parade. This is an original club copy. No condition notes on the vinyl with the original inner sleeve. $34.99. It looks like the cover has a little bit of a waviness to it, as you can see, but the vinyl has no condition notes. Prince is $34.99. Queen, A Day at the Races, $34.99. Queen has the original inner sleeve, $34.99. There was Chameleons, but not camouflage. We had a Chameleons record. Maybe that's what you heard. Chameleons. Elvis Costello has bids for $20, now $25. And then Outlaws, Playing to Win. Outlaws is EX edition, $12.99. Queen, the game, that is in shrink wrap. It's EX edition. It's an original club copy. Another one, Bites the Dust, Play the Game, Need Your Lovin' Tonight, Crazy Little Thing Called Love, EX $9.99, and Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $36.99. Sarah, Sisters of the Moon, Tusk, 2 LP with the inner sleeves, $36.99. Prince is sold to Nick Bargeron for $28. See how easy that is? Boom. Off to a great start in this bin. Also, Little River Band Diamantina Cocktail. LRB is $9.99. The best of Bachman Turner Overdrive. That is $14.99. The best of BTO and the Edgar Winter Group. They only come out at night. Free Ride, Frankenstein. That is a gatefold, $26.99. It's on the third label. It's not barcoded though, $26.99. Brent, you're out on Costello. James Allen has it for $25. No bid on John Prine, which is a final call. It's a 75 US repress, VG++ EX. I'm about to drop the hammer on it for a bite now. Let's put up 3 more singles. Don't let me forget to keep these running. We got to keep them going. I've grabbed 3 more. And we have Stamford Bridge, Solstice Demos 95, also Standoff and Behind the Wire Standoff. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. Greg Beddinger got Queen, another one Bites the Dust, another Queen album gone. Cynthia Herdron on Little River Band, that's sold to Cynthia Herdron. And then Alonzo second on Queen, John Prine 15. Brent, are you still out there? If not, I got to sell Costello to James Allen. The singles has a bid for 10. The Alan Parsons Project. Somebody's been asking for this. Here is a beautiful copy of the Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, $19.99. Frank Zappa, You Are What You Is. Zappa's a gatefold 2 LP, $39.99 for Zappa. What a beautiful copy of that. And now the 45s are at 10, going once, going twice. And Tony Bennett, Something. Tony Bennett is $9.99. And Lou Reed, A Rock and Roll Diary, a 2 LP Lou Reed compilation, $44.99. Sweet Jane, Rock and Roll, Heroin. And Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side, $44.99. Unfortunately, I lost Brent, so James Allen, you get the Costello for $25. Robert, you're about to get those singles for $10. And Preston Rose, you get John Prine for $15. Dan Moran on TB for Tony Bennett. That is sold to Dan Moran. And we have another Zappa, Studio Tan. Zappa's in shrink wrap. Studio Tan is $36.99. That's on the discreet label. Zappa is $36.99, and Elton John's Rock of the Westies. Elton John is $19.99. Peter and Gordon, Not in Rusty Armor. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. And Herman's Hermits Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, $19.99. Needed some popcorn. Oh, man. Brent, I've already sold it. It's gone. I thought I lost you there. I thought your phone had died or something. Oh, man. I always hate it when that happens because, trust me, I'm never going to try to turn down a bid. Darren's backing on the singles at 11. And guess what? I got some killer Japanese stuff here I hadn't talked about tonight because we have officially gone through a lot of the tagged auction for the night. But I still got stuff like this lingering around. Holy moly. Can you believe I still got stuff like holy moly like this lingering around? This is Led Zeppelin, their untitled 4th album. A $75 start. The vinyl is absolutely pristine. It's a gatefold. It comes with the original inner sleeve and the insert. Beautiful copy. $75 start on Led Zeppelin. Also, we have Fresh Air 2, Mannheim Steamroller, $14.99. And we have Walk on the Wild Side, the best of Lou Reed. There is some cover damage right up here. There is some cover damage up here, $29.99 on Lou Reed and the Village People Cruising. It was the state of the YMCA. Darren, you're out on the singles, or excuse me, Robert, you're out on the singles. Darren has those 3 for $11. The next is a sealed original record. It is Switched on Bach, the trans-electronic music production, Switched on Bach. And that is sealed with hop stickers. It's never been opened. A $10 start. Also, No Nukes concert. That is a triple LP. $34.99. Jim B's in on the singles at 12. Now Darren and Robert's been outbid. Also Prince, Purple Rain, Purple Rain. An original club copy with the original inner sleeve. That is $39.99. And Jesse Coulter, I'm Jesse Coulter, VG Plus $14.99. And I Will Survive. This is a 12-inch single. LSA Records, Vincent Carpetta, BMS 132, I Will Survive. That's a disco. EX $9.99. And the Doobie Brothers, Taking It to the Streets. Michael McDonald on lead vocals. EX edition $17.99. There's the Doobie Brothers. Also Christine F. Gesundheit. That is a synth pop album. Christine F, $29.99. Final call to get a bid on Bach for $10. Final call to get a bid on Zeppelin for $75. These 3 singles as a new bid for $15. Jim B, you've been outbid. And we have Riverside ID Entity. And Riverside is sealed. It's never been opened for $39.99. Also, there's another copy, also sealed. And Pretty Boy, Can I Take You Home? This is a 12-inch single. It's a synth pop. It's sealed. It's never been opened for $19.99. Davey Winston says, I'll take I Will Survive for $6. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. Bach has a bid technically first with Leslie for $10. Neil Young Reactor is $34.99. 38 Special. There is a name written on the cover. It's $19.99. It's called Special Delivery. And Golden Earring Moontan. Golden Earring is clear vinyl, unopened. It's a Music on Vinyl Deluxe Edition. It's a 2LP numbered, $39.99. Bach 10, Bach 10, Bach 13. If anybody wants Led Zeppelin, it's $75. When the Levee Breaks is on there. It's worth it just for that one song. When the Levee Breaks. Probably tied for my second favorite is The Battle of Evermore. And then you got all the smash hits like Black Dog and Rock and Roll. Ever heard of Stairway to Heaven? Four Sticks. Oh yeah, Going to California. Sold to Bill Samus. Nice pickup there. Late night, high quality Japanese, super desirable title being slipped in, and sold to Bill Samus for $75. Now Box at $13. These 3 singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $15. Where is everybody watching from tonight? Let me know in the comments. I'm going to run up front and get a V8 out of the fridge. It will take me a total of 60 seconds. Hopefully you don't go anywhere. If you do, it will make me very sad because I know exactly how many people's watching right now. So y'all talk about something in the chat. The greatest thing to talk about in the chat is where you're watching from. Very cool to see people watching from all over the country. I've got auctions coming back. This is nonsense for some of these not to have sold. Prince and Fleetwood Mac and the Lou Reeds. Final call. Y'all let me know where you're watching from. I'm going to go get something to drink. And then I've got at least one more, probably 2 more discount bins, and then we got to get into some CDs. I'll be right back. You better not go anywhere. I'm like Santa Claus. I'm always watching, and I'm making a list, and I'm going to check it twice. Took longer than I thought to make a peanut butter sandwich. Excuse me. All right, so Bach was with Leslie at $14. We got viewers in New York City, Alabama, Kentucky, California, Nebraska. Bach got a bid for 16. Los Angeles, Niagara Falls, Pennsylvania, Washington, the Voodoo Lounge, Louisiana, New Jersey, Texas. Garrett Seipert wants Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, West Virginia, Tennessee, Los Angeles, and South Carolina. So Leslie, during my snack break, you got outbid on Bach, and Bach is now at 16 with Autumn Bets, and now Leslie's back in at 17. So I had a piece of bread with peanut butter, another piece of bread with peanut butter. I had a handful of crab chips. Thank you, Craig Thomas. I chugged a V8, and I had a Diet Coke, and I'm still working on the Diet Coke. Now that you've got an update on my personal life, back to records. Now, we've already been to this crate once. If you just hopped on and you missed something, this was a buy it now best offer crate. Excuse me, I'm probably going to be saying that a lot because I just absolutely downed some food. So bear with me. And I feel a lot better now, though. Whew. My body's kind of got used to about a 11 o'clock snack break. I don't know. Trying to stay away from the sugar. Man, peanut butter, though, golly. Just like, I could eat a whole jar of it. Golly. It's dangerous. Okay, we have Unich. We got a test pressing for Excursion. No, it's on the Excursion label. EXC-042. And then the flesh-eating creeps, they live the infertile. Ha, kill me, three-way split. So some sort of test pressing, and then those other two, those are a $10 start. I haven't looked at the nutrition facts on peanut butter, but it couldn't be too good because it tastes too good. Peanut butter tastes way too good for it to probably be, I know it's not, quote, healthy, but man, so good. Queen, A Day at the Races, Outlaws Playing to Win, Fleetwood Mac Tusk, The Best of Bachman Turner Overdrive, The Edgar Winter Group, They Only Come Out at Night, Zappa, You Are What You Is, Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Diary, Frank Zappa, Studio Tan, Elton John, Rock of the Westies, Peter Gordon, Knight and Rusty Armor, Herman's Hermits, The Greatest Hits, Fresh Air 2, Lou Reed, Walk on the Wild Side, Cruisin', Village People, No Nukes, Deep Purple, Jesse Coulter, Doobie Brothers, Christine F., Riverside, Pretty Boy, Neil Young, 38 Special, and Golden Earring. Mason said he would do 35 on that Lou Reed compilation. You got it. That's sold to Mason for $35. Kelly Vlodarchek, of course, would like the Herman's Hermits. That is sold, and now boxed at 23. Chocolate peanut butter. I'm trying to go healthy. Y'all keep on giving me these bad ideas here. Even though I don't know if what I ate was just too healthy. It's better when I have been eating. I haven't had fast food in 72 hours, so I consider that a big accomplishment. Bach 19, Bach 20, and Bach 23. Elton John, Rock of the Westies, was $19.99. No condition notes. with the original inner sleeve. Very nice copy. 38 special is called Special Delivery. There's no condition notes on the vinyl. There is some writing on the cover. $19.99. Bach out. There we have it. And then nobody bid on these singles. $10 buy it now on the singles. New crate coming. New crate coming. And let's go right into it. This was the next one in the stack. And everything in here is going to be not buy it now or best offer. Saratoga peanut butter. Uncrustables. And not a claim. Mike Albatross wants Uncrustables. Crab chips. I don't know. Are they sold around here, Craig? I've got a fantastic, amazing customer, Craig Thomas, who's been sending them to us. I still haven't tried the goldfish because I'm afraid I'm going to eat like a whole bag. All right, and then Bach is officially sold. Bach is sold to Autumn Beds for $23. It doesn't say, Jim. It doesn't say who the artist is. It says Erica Recordings, and the label is Excursion, or that could be the artist. But the catalog number is EXC-042. If you put that into the Discogs, it might help you. EXC-042. Let me go ahead and put this Bach in a new sleeve for them. And let's grab some other Japanese and sealed stuff I have over here. And let's do another buy it now best offer bin, okay? The Ventures play Telstar, The Lonely Bull. The Ventures play Telstar, $9.99. The Ventures play Telstar. Emmylou Harris luxury liner, $14.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Waylon, The Wolf Will Survive. Waylon Jennings, $24.99. Carly Simon, Spoiled Girl. Carly Simon is $9.99. Those three singles are still available. Let's put up new auctions. And over here, another Japanese Led Zeppelin. Another Japanese Led Zeppelin. Houses of the Holy. Vinyl is absolutely beautiful. It has the insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It has a gatefold jacket, but it's a Nobi. No Obi, but it is Japanese Led Zeppelin. A $45 start. $45 start. All right. And we have Dan Moran, said 10 on Emmylou Harris, sold for $7. Venture sold for $7 to Chuck Haley. Carly Simon sold for $7 to Adam Bernardi. I like the way this crate's going. Only thing left is Waylon. Zeppelin's a $45 start. Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits. That is $14.99 with the die-cut cover. How about Carly Simon? Anticipation. That one's $9.99. Another Carly Simon. Also, Rhythm Heritage. Sky's the limit. Rhythm Heritage is $9.99. Also, Fantasia, Tommy Rowe. Fantasia is $9.99. And Big Basie's Band, or Basie Big Band, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Warrior, Scandal, featuring Patti Smythe, that is $24.99. And Boz Scaggs, Middle Man, that one actually looks really nice. I've seen Boz Scaggs albums that are completely worn out, where they've been played to death. And then I've seen some that look like they're brand new, like that one. Next is Romelu on the other Carly Simon, and then Adam was a close second, but that's sold to Romelu for $7. Donna gets Count Basie for, oh, that's my first counter. Donna, I'll do that for $15. That was marked $19.99. I'll do that for $15. And then On the Road, Count Basie and his orchestra. This is on red vinyl. Let's go ahead and grab 3 more singles. There's that and that. I just found it. Various Power of 10, a Northwest Hardcore Compilation Volume 2. That sounds right, since all these other ones were hardcore compilations. All right, so let's grab 1, 2, 3 more singles and another sealed record over here. I have Hibachi and No Sense. Hibachi Omnibus. Hibachi. The Electric Ferrets, 2, 3, 4. and Eyes Rolled Back, We Are the Grim Throng. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Donna said she will take Basie for $15. The other Basie's $19.99. How about I go ahead and just sell that to you for $15 as well? Our next sealed record is Commander Cody. And this is called Let's Rock. It's a sealed original copy. Commander Cody. Let's Rock. It's a sealed original. Does look like the cover down here is a little creased, but it's sealed. A $10 start on those. Also, we have Chicago. Chicago is $9.99, the chocolate album. Donna says she'll take the other Basie for $15. That's sold to Donna. And Rags to Rufus featuring Shaka Khan. Rufus is $9.99. Waylon Jennings was $24.99. The Wolf Will Survive. Very nice copy of that. Also, we have Exile, All There Is. Exile's $9.99. Boss Gags has no condition notes. It is an OG copy of Middleman. It's been stored in a polyline bag, and it still has the original inner sleeve. $19.99. Romelu gets Chicago for $7. That's sold to Romelu for $7. And Chad mixed peanut butter pancake. I'm not eating any pancakes. I'm not, all that's out of my diet. No, nothing like this. All these suggestions tonight have been total garbage. Y'all have not given me any great food suggestions. No, I'm joking. There's been a couple. I think some people try to tell me a few brands of peanut. Y'all are saying, Chad, take some Hershey's, mix it in with pancake syrup, melt some marshmallows, and then pour it on top of popcorn, and then stir your blue juice in there, and then bake it in the oven on top of a chocolate cake. We have Andre Crouch and the Disciples, $19.99. Andre Crouch and the Disciples, and A Taste of Honey, another taste. A Taste of Honey is $9.99. And Cat Stevens, Catch Bull at 4. I love some of the songs on this album, including Angel Sea, $14.99. Waylon, Dan, I will do $18 on that. I will counter you $3. There's no bids on these 3 singles. Let's make that a $10 buy now on those. Led Zeppelin is a $45 buy now. Led Zeppelin is a $45 buy now. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and grab that new sleeve. Hey, lady, you got the love I need. Over the Hills and Far Away. That is available. Okay, so first thing we have celery with peanut butter. Yeah, I'm down for that. Or I'll get a vegetable tray, and like it will just be smothered in ranch. Cat Stevens is sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. Dan Moran gets Waylon Jennings for $18. This is going very well. And we have Steppenwolf at your birthday party. Steppenwolf is $19.99. And then Soul Cinders. Soul Cinders is $19.99. Also, Rock Cats Live at the Ritz. Rock Cats is $19.99. Commander Cody's also a buy it now for $10. Commander Cody's a buy it now for $10. Now, between my sophomore and junior year in college, I lost 100 pounds. I probably weighed 320 or probably as much as 350 at one point. I got down to 220. So I lost definitely at least 100 pounds. Now, I was obviously like also 20 years old, so it was a lot easier. I mean, I'm just 29 now, but I didn't eat sugar for a whole year. When I say sugar, like a sweet. I mean, I avoided my mom's stuff. I think I ate on Thanksgiving and Christmas, and that was it. So I didn't eat anything sweet for a whole year. And I also went into the gym for the first time in my life. I had never been in a gym before. And my brother was a big workout dude, like big, giant, huge dude. So it made weight loss like that. So I probably weigh right now about 305 pounds. So I'm due for about another 80 pound, 50 pound gone. Waylon Jennings Country Music, $19.99. Waylon Jennings Country Music, that's in shrink wrap. And Neil Sedaka. Neil Sedaka, The Hungry Years. Neil Sedaka, $9.99. New auctions coming up right now. Starbuck Rock and Roll Rocket. Starbuck is $14.99. So I know I can do it. It's just I'm in this vicious cycle of work schedule. It's kind of hard, you know. Kind of hard on this vicious work cycle I'm in. Here's a promo Japanese Carly Simon, another passenger. This is a white label promo. White label promo, $15 start. It has the insert, it has this insert, and it has the cover and obi. That is a $15 start on that. Next is Rock Cats at $12. Yeah, I really can eat still whatever I want and lose weight. It's just the sugar. Man, it's like death to me. Sweets. But if you cut that out, oh my gosh, it's amazing. But it's like, how do you do that? Because I love, as y'all know, I'm like cramming down 2 or 3 fudge rounds, whole chocolate pies. Rock Cats is sold to John Durden for $12. Thank you. The very best of the ventures. Walk, Don't Run, $9.99. And Emmylou Harris, Cimarron, $14.99. And Deodato Whirlwinds, $14.99. It probably doesn't look like I weigh 300 pounds because I'm kind of tall. I'm probably around 6'2", maybe 6'3", so it probably doesn't look like I actually weigh 300 pounds. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. I've got another sealed record over here. Next sealed record is Walt Disney's Treasure Island, and this has never been opened. It's Walt Disney, The Story of Treasure Island. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start, The Story of Treasure Island. Joe Stampley, I love this cover. Saturday Night Dance, April 8 to 12, or whatever that says. Yeah, 8 to 12. Joe Stampley, a white label promo, $19.99. And Count Basie Swings and Joe Williams Sings, $19.99 for Count Basie and Joe Williams. We have Dan Moran on Emmylou Harris. Dan Moran is sold for $10. And then, or excuse me, Emmylou is sold to Dan Moran for $10. We have TL, that's Treasure Island for $10, and Carly Simon $15. There we have it. Also, we have Elton John Caribou. Elton John Caribou is $17.99. And Grace Slick, Paul Cantor, that's Jefferson Starship, Dragonfly, $14.99. So the next thing we have is, the Sealed Treasure Island did get a bid for $10. Romelu, $15 on Carly Simon. And then MT Matt on IM for $6. And that was for what now, MT Matt? And then Count Basie, Romelu, $15. Then Chris Baycheck. So let's sell that to Romelu C for $15. And then the Ventures is $9.99. Now, the last 345 groups hadn't sold, which ended an incredible streak tonight. So I've kind of been hesitant about putting more up, but I'll go ahead and try right now. Here's 3 more singles straight out of the same basket. And here they are. And we have the following. We have Boy Racer, Everyone's a Critic. On Emotional Response, Eric Nervous, Not on Lumpy, and hey, Falco, Der Kommissar. Falco is a $10 start. All 3 of those together, a $10 start. Next is Starland Vocal Band, Rearview Mirror. Starland Vocal Band is $9.99. And Harry Chapin, Short Stories. Harry Chapin is $14.99. U2, Angel of Harlem. Angel of Harlem is $24.99. U2 and Beatnik Beach. Beatnik Beach is EX Edition, $9.99. Also, we have Straub's Burning for You. The Straub's is EX Edition, $12.99. There's a new bid on Treasure Island for $11. Brent Robley, you've been outbid. Carly Simon, just 1 bid to Romelu C. I'm going to sell that to him for $15. We got a couple offer on the Ventures. Let me see who asked first about it. But first, let me grab a new sleeve here for Carly Simon. Let me get a new sleeve here for Carly. A white label promo, Japanese pressing. Sounds like a good deal on that, right? Now, who asked first about the Ventures? The Ventures was first asked about by John Durden. He only asked first, but he made the highest offer. So John gets Treasure Island for $8. Susie on U2 for $19.99. That's sold to Susie. That was marked $24.99. And then Treasure Island 12. Adam Bernardi gets Beatnik for $7. And now the singles is at 10 with William Drugovich. No, this is actually a full album by the Straubs. It's called Burning for You. And the name of the song is actually called Burning for Me. The song's called Burning for Me. But yeah, nothing to do with Blues to Colts hit single. Ryan Mustaine bid 13 on Treasure Island. So Ryan has the Treasure Island at 13. Okay? Der Kommissar means the commissioner. The commissioner. I'm pretty sure. Isn't that what it says on the label? It says that on the label too, doesn't it? Yeah, the commissioner, if that's what the translation is. Okay, we have Deborah Allen, Let Me Be the First. This is EX edition, $9.99. Music to paint by. So if you ever need to paint your living room, you put this record on, and then you're going to be painting your house in red, and you're going to be dancing with your significant other. And this would be great music to paint by. It's in mono, too. Wow. VG $9.99. We have a gold stamp promo, EX $9.99. John Martin, Foundations, EX $9.99. And Sherman Andrus, Soon Coming. A gospel album, EX $9.99. So these three singles are sold for $10 to William Drugovich. Treasure Island's at 13. Greg, let's see here. John, you got the Ventures, yes, for $8. Leslie gets Paint. Leslie must have a painting project to do. And we have filled up a full crate here. Treasure Island is a final call to Ryan Mustaine for 13. I think it's up to Brent, maybe, and then that's it. And I've got to swap out crates because we just filled up a 5th full crate tonight. Wow. 5th. With not a lot of pre-orders of new vinyl. The crate count jumps up rapidly when we have a pre-order and we've sold like 60 copies of one record. That fills up like 2 full crates sometimes, especially if it's a big, thick gatefold. So just strictly having pre-owned stuff, filling up 5 crates, that's probably about right for a random Tuesday night. Okay? Next is Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. That's in VG Plus condition, a gold stamp promo. Brent's back in on Treasure Island at 14. And Fleetwood Mac Penguin. Fleetwood Mac is EX $24.99 and WC Fields is EX $12.99. The John Martin details. John Martin was right here, and that was John Martin Foundations, a gold stamp promo. There is a catalog sticker on the cover, direct metal mastering, a blues rock album, EX $9.99, EX and $9.99. All right, and Treasure Island is at 14. Treasure Island is at 14. All right, let's grab a couple more singles. We have 1, 2, 3. These are all emotional response. These are all emotional response. Let's see who they are. This is Hulla Boy, Kids Under Stars or Stairs? Stars. Hulla Boy, Eyes and Enemies, Napalm something. That's on Purple Marble vinyl. Pete Shelley and Wave Mod, Boy Racer, and The Safe Distance. And these are all stamped promo, and they look like they're all on colored vinyl, except this one in the middle. It's black. No, it's colored too. It's like gray. All 3 of them are on colored vinyl. $10 on those. So first question is how much on Marshall Tucker? Chris, that was VG Plus $14.99. And then Dan Moran, I must have not said the price. So Chris got that, then Dan Moran, then Chuck Haley. But it's up to y'all. VG Plus $14.99. Brent, you're out on Treasure Island. And we have the Sherman Andrus. The gospel album here was EX $9.99. EX $9.99. Kids Under the Stars and Kids Under the Stairs. Kids Under the Stairs is Harry Potter. You know, that's kind of like where, you know, home services, human services come and visit your house. And then Kid Under the Stars is just a happy scene. If you got Kid Underneath Your Stairs, then you're either getting mistreated like Harry Potter, or, like I said, you're about to have a knock and talk from somebody wearing a badge. Next auction from the sealed batch. This is We Love You Phillies. Contains the official Phillies team poster and the official Phillies theme song. So this is a Phillies, a Philadelphia, the baseball team, some kind of record here. It does look like it's got some water or really moisture. This is what happens when moisture gets underneath shrink wrap. It can develop mold. It's not really damaged. That will actually clean off. It may sometimes stain it, but it's sealed. I've never seen that before. I've seen a lot of sports records. I've never seen a Philadelphia Phillies baseball record. It's sealed. It's never been opened. A $10 start. All right. And then next is Neil Rigler on Andrus. That's sold. And nobody has said sold on Marshall Tucker. So if you want it, be sure and let me know, because Chris says he's passing. Next is, who is this? It's Pop album from Brazil, and I can't read her name that way. Let's see what it says over here. Marina Todas, Oi Vivo, $9.99. Hey, we sold one from the last bin. Here's another copy of Queen's The Game, EX $22.99, and original jazz classic Stan Getz, Stan Getz and Zoot Sims, the brothers, EX $17.99 on that. And Sting, Nada Como El Sol. This is a Sting album done exclusively in Spanish, $14.99. This is a Laura crate. This is some leftovers of a Laura crate one night. All right, these three singles are sold for $10. Are we done on Treasure Island? The last bid was Ryan Mustaine at $16. I'm going to make sure Brent's done. Brent, you were outbid, just saying. The Phillies record's a $10 start. Also, another pass on Marshall Tucker. Stan 12, and Zoot 12. And I'm assuming that's all the same record. It is. Donna was first, $12. If you come to the store, can you look through the graded comics to the auction only? Our entire graded comic inventory is out on the sales floor. We'll be back open tomorrow at 10. We're open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 10 to 4. Our entire comic book inventory is out. Now, Chris, this is probably the last week. We're going to start moving some stuff around to get ready for the big $1 sale in a couple, 2-3 weeks. Not this weekend, not the next, but the next weekend, big $1 sale. And we have sold those graded comics. They're all going to be put on eBay auctions. And I'm going to just sell every one of them. That's the thing about graded comics. They'll bring on eBay what they're worth. I just have to pay, I think fees on there now is like 14.87%. But I'll pay it to sell them all. So if you see something you want, let me know, or whoever's working here, tell my mom, and I can get you the most best price ever. There's what, 200 or 300 graded comics up there? 300 or 400? I don't know. There's a bunch. But I'm about to move them. I love having stuff graded if you're buying it to resell, because if it's graded, any kind of coin comic, if you put it on eBay, you know, it's going to bring plus or minus 10% of fair market, because it's graded. Everybody knows what it is, the condition. That's the truth for comics, coins, cards, and now video games, which I just sent off a bunch of video games to be graded. So now it's with records. We got a graded record we're going to be selling tomorrow. Treasure Island is sold, and Treasure Island is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $16. Chris Knapp, you get the Phillies record for $10. Let's finish going through this crate of Buy It Now Best Offer, and then we might try to knock out one more very quickly before I go to CDs. Greg Sutton, Soft as a Sidewalk. That is sealed for $9.99. We have Webb Wilder Hybrid Vigor. Webb Wilder is VG $9.99. MoFi, Melissa Manchester, and it's a gold stamp promo. Demonstration promo copy, MoFi, $49.99. We're always on the lookout for the Fabulous Freak Brothers comics. As of right now, I don't have any that I know of. I need to ask my cousin, who has probably 100,000 comics. He used to sell comics here in our store. I'm sure he does. Ensign, E-N-S-I-G-N, Espionage, and there's that band earlier I thought said Entombed. But either way, those are all up for a $10 start. Oliver Lake, Jump Up. Oliver Lake is a jazz reggae album, $9.99. Tall Tales, Richard Lupa. That's a rock album, sealed unopened for $9.99. And then Baby Grand. We've been selling a lot of these here lately. It's sealed for $9.99. Also, we had Roy Sundholm, East to West. That's a sealed new wave album for $9.99. Orleans, another sealed original for $9.99. Witch Queen with a Q, not C-R-E-A-M. Witch Queen is a disco album. That's sealed for $14.99. Neil Rigler on Webb Wilder. Let's pull that for Neil Rigler gets Webb Wilder. Final call on those 3 singles. And Robert Ellis Oral, Special Pain. Sealed, another new wave album, $9.99. The Best of Mountain. This is an 80s reissue, barcoded. And I never can figure out what the front of the cover is supposed to be. This looks like the back of a cover, but the front of the cover has the barcode, and it comes out of the left side. They did it backwards. It's a really messed up cover. Chris Frazier said he would do 18 on the Queen. Sell that to Chris for $18. Straubs is sold to Hiram for $10. Thank you, Hiram. That's sold to you. We have Roy Orbison, Laminar Flow. Roy is sealed for $19.99. And Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. Sting is $19.99. The Dream of the Blue Turtles. Oh. Next is these 3 singles are a no bid. It's a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on those 3 singles. And let's go ahead and grab 3 more. We might empty this whole basket before the end of the night. We're on pace to do it. We have Empty Rituals. Empty Rituals, Dress to Kill. We have Airtop, Superstore, and Eureka, California. Other side, Wigwam. Only Birds, No Feathers. Slack Mother Effer. Those 3 up for a $10 start. Straubs is pretty good. I've listened to most of their stuff, including that one. It's been a long time. But that's one of those bands, when I first started, I guess I should say, quote, experimenting with music. Them and a lot of other bands in that realm. At some point or another, I'm sure I've listened to that. I'm stretching. All right, let's knock out one more crate, okay? Wow, there's still 207 people watching. 207 people watching. That's pretty amazing. 207 people on all 3 platforms. All right, and let's try to knock out one more right quick. These are going to go up front and be put out in the store where they're immediately 20% off. All of the pre-owned stuff, when it hits the show floor up front, it's automatically on sale because it's been shown here on sale, and you're welcome to make offers. You might even get them cheaper right here. That's the way I'm doing it now. I'm going to do buy it now, best offer. We're going to take them up front. If they don't sell up there, I'm going to watch the stickers, and then we bring them back here, and we'll probably do them then half off. And here is a crate that I'm going to do half off. Are y'all ready? Here is a crate that I'm going to go ahead and do half off. Yeah, this one. So I've got 2 stacks here and 2 rows. I've got stuff to do buy it now, best offer, and stuff I'm already ready to do half off. So let's do this half off. A great way possibly to stop vinyl tonight. I mean, who knows? We might keep going, but I did promise some people CDs, and I think they're waiting up for them. Maybe half of this viewership that's still hanging around is waiting for CDs. I don't know. The other night I said, who's here for vinyl and who's here for miscellaneous and other stuff, and there was more votes for miscellaneous and other stuff than there was vinyl. These singles did not get a bid for $10, so I'm going to put them right over there. No bid on those. This is a half-off crate. let's go ahead and sell Melissa Manchester for $30. A MoFi copy, gold stamp promo. Let me find it and I will sell it to you. I think that's Melissa right here. It is. And this is sold for $30 to Romelu C. Let's do a half off crate. Oh, man. I am sore beyond measure. If y'all could see me right now, you'd think I'm needing to go to the hospital. Oh. So let's bundle the no bids. These were 3 for 10, 3 for 10, 3 for 10, and 3 for 10. Wow, quite the no stack here. So no bid stack. That means there was 4, 3, 12, 2, $24. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $24. The last 4 lots of singles did not get a bid. Yeah, there was one. The last 4 out of 5 lots have not sold. Unbelievable. $24, $2 a piece. $2 a piece. Next comment, I tuned back in time. I'm good for CDs, mostly vinyl. NBC reporting a story of CDs making a comeback. They have. There for a while, CDs pretty much just completely phased out of production, and now they are back in all forms of new media. CDs, obviously vinyl, everything. Now, Craig asked, what's the 3 off to the side? Craig, that was Eureka, California, Wigwam, Aerotype 11, Superstore, and Empty Rituals. Those are the 3 that you probably could see on the screen. If you don't want those for 10, then I think Romelu wants all of them for 24. Which pressing? Unfortunately, these Japanese pressings lose a lot of details when you don't have an obi. So when you lose the obi, you lose a lot of information. I can try to check it right quick for you. It's either OG, which would be great, or it's a it's like a mid-70s reissue. I think it's a mid-70s, but I will try my best. This is P-82. I'm reading straight off the Matrix. 88A2. And it is a 1976. It's a 1976. This album originally came out in 1973. Okay? Asking 45 for that. Romelu gets the 12 unsold singles for $24. Thank you. All right. Now, half off. Here we go. I don't have many more auctions, honestly. I got sealed stuff. I have a couple that I hadn't ran yet, though. And then I have this lot that I was trying to sell in a bundle the other night. I guess that's about it. We've sold. I don't have much more up here. Plus, it's pretty late anyway. I'm going to keep doing singles, but I don't have many more LPs to auction. I have a lot of sealed stuff, if anybody's interested. A bunch of random sealed records, country, rock, pop. Everything went black. Rattletooth, Enzugiri, Enzuigiri, and then Evil Beaver, Cherry Master. Those 3 are going to be a $10 start. These are half off, no more, no less. 30 great hits by 30 great country stars. Columbia, $7.50. Marty Robbins, Patsy Cline, Johnny Cash, George Morgan, Farron Young, George Jones, Sonny James, Gene Autry, Tammy Wynette, Ferlin Husky. So 20, how many tracks? 30 tracks. Price is $7.50. The original Texas Playboys, Live and Kickin'. That is now $5 under the direction of Leon McAlfee. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. That is now $10. This is a half off crate. No more, no less. Half off crate, no more, no less. 30 by 30 is sold to Romelu. $7.50. That's the first half off record. Terry Gibbs, somebody's knocking. Terry Gibbs is $5, and Vern Godson, you've got somebody. Vern's in shrink wrap. He's now just $7.50. And Dirt Band, Jealousy 81, Dirt Band $7.50. Craig has the singles for $10, going once, going twice. Willie Nelson, Mama, Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys, Hands on the Wheel, and Midnight Rider. That's a 3-track white label promo from Willie. Now just $6.50. Johnny Clegg and Savuka, Shadow Man. $5 on Johnny Clegg and Savuka. Foreigner, this is their self-titled debut, $10. Feels like the very first time. I'm as cold as ice. Long, long way from home. Foreigner is now $10. John Durden on Willie Nelson. Final call on the 45s. H.A. Ray, Curious George, and other stories about Curious George, read by Julie Harris. That's now $10. You put this on, and it will be Curious George stories. $10. Adam Bernardi on Clegg, that's sold. Greg Bendiger got Foreigner, that's sold. Also, we have Joe Turner, the boss of the blues. Joe Turner is $10. And Loretta Lynn, Love is the foundation. Loretta Lynn is $10. Susie Bree Love on Curious George. Craig Thomas gets these 3 singles for $10. Thank you, Craig. And we have Reba, Sweet 16, Reba McEntire, Gold Stamp promo, just $10 on that. Let's grab 3 more singles. 1, 2, 3 more singles going up right now for a $10 start. Static Eyes, The Thaw, Strong Intention, Maryland Hardcore. And we have Spine and Bright, Earth, Divine and Bright demo, Earth. Those 3 are going to be a $10 start. Donna Turner on JT for Joe Turner. Melissa Bailey on Reba McEntire. Chris Ridlings was second. Half off crate, no more, no less. We have Michael Martin Murphy. This has Wildfire on it. $5 for Triple M, just $5. George Harrison in the half off bin. What is going on? $12.50 for 33 1/3, and it's a 33 1/3 record. Firefall, Clouds Across the Sun. Firefall's 5. And now we have the super hits of the platters. That's on the Pickwick label, shrink wrap, just $5. Big Bad Boss Beat, Dance Party Special, $7.50 on Big Bad Boss Beat. And let's limbo some more Chubby Checker. And Chubby Checker is $10. Alonzo on Ale. And Ale was for Loretta Lynn. And final call on those 3 singles for $10. And I'm Not Satisfied, Fine Young Cannibals. That's a 12-inch single. 12-inch single, Fine Young Cannibals, $5. Hot Chocolate, Everybody's a Winner. That's a 12-inch single, $5. That's a great song. And we have Kissing the Pink by Big Man Restless. That is now just $5. The 45s does have a bid with Robert Warner for $10. Romelu gets the platters. That's sold to Romelu C for $5. John Darden on BBBB. 4 Bs. Big Bad Boss Band. That's sold to John Darden. BBBB. And then Chubby Checker is sold to Jason Boxall. Next thing we have, it's another 12-inch single. Robert Palmer, Hype It. Robert Palmer, Hyperactive. $5 on Robert Palmer. The Guess Who, The Way They Were. Bachman, Cummings, Cale, Peterson. $10. That's essentially a early Guess Who compilation. And Robert Palmer, Riptide. Robert Palmer is $10, a full album there. And USA for Africa, We Are the World. That's the 12-inch single. If I read everybody on there, that would be an incredible lineup of musicians. We have these. Oh, Darren just asked. Oh my, that was a close call. Static Eyes, The Thaw. We have Strong Intention, Maryland Hardcore, and Earth, Divine and Bright demo. Darren, if that was a buzzer, the word SOLD never did come out of my mouth, then you beat it. Robert has those for $10. Next in the half off bin, we have a 12-inch single of Go West, Don't Look Down. That's about the 6th 12-inch single in the bin. $5 for Go West. Hollow Notes H2O. That's obviously a full album. $10 there. And Heart is in shrink wrap. That's their self-titled album. Heart is $10, and Hall and Oates, Private Eyes. Hall & Oates is $10. Next thing we have is C.W. McCall, Black Bean Road. C.W. McCall is $7.50. George Harrison, Somewhere in England. That's now $12.50. 2 George Harrisons in there. By the way, C.W. McCall does have Convoy. Hall & Oates is always really popular. Still got Heart, and I'm going back a few to pull Go West for Romulus C. Robert, you've been outbid on the singles. Like I said, if Darren threw up a Hail Mary for the game-winning shot on the buzzer, he hit it. So now it's at 11. Carmen Tiger second on Go West. John Durden on C.W. McCall, Convoy. That's so to John Durden. We are in a half-off bin, no more, no less. Wow, Dave Brubeck Quartet, timeout. A 1971 pressing. This album originally came out in like 57, 1956, 1957. This is a 1971 pressing, $12.50. Nice. Jethro Tull, Stand Up. VG condition, $5. Jethro Tull, Stand Up with the pop-up cover. Very, very cool. Jethro Tull. Dun, 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 dun. So many great songs on there. I need to set that aside if no one buys it. I got to go home or put that on tonight when I'm working. Romulu on DA, and I bet you meant Dave. Did you mean Dave Brubeck? Chris Reelings gets Jethro Tull for $5. Robert, let me know if you want backing on the singles for more than 11. Romulu, let me know what DA was for. And we have I'm having trouble speaking all of a sudden tonight. Aztec Two-Step, Living in America. Aztec Two-Step is $5. And we have Neil Young Trans. Neil Young, VG, $7.50. And Rick Wakeman, No Earthly Connection. Rick Wakeman is in VG condition, $5. So here's what happened. Romulu got the Dave Brubeck. And then Chris got Jethro Tull, Alan Hagen second, Hiram third, John Darden fourth. Robert bid 12 on the singles. Timeout came in 1959. Thank you, 1959. I knew it was late 50s. And then Romulu did get Dave. Avery, you were fifth on Jethro Tull. Adam Bernardi does take the Heart for $10. Thomas Clark wants both Robert Palmers. These are going to be sold to Thomas Clark. He's watching over on X. He's one of our many viewers on X. Thank you for watching over on X. And we got Robert Palmer. How's the viewing experience over there, Thomas? Do you like it more than any of the other platforms? And then Robert Palmer. So we sold one here. That was Hyperactive. That sold to Thomas Clark. And then the other Robert Palmer was Riptide. And that's the full album. That sold to him. Carmen Tiger on Rick Wakeman. And now the singles are at $13 with Darren. So, Robert, you're back out. Next is Yipes, Y-I-P-E-S. That's a new wave album, $6.50. Roy Orbison, In Dreams. Roy Orbison is in mono, VG, $7.50. And we have Elvin Bishop live, Raising Hell. Elvin Bishop is EX condition, $9 on Elvin Bishop. Steve Winwood, that's in shrink wrap, VG Plus with hop sticker, $6.50. And Ramsey Lewis, this is called Tequila Mockingbird, VG $5 on Tequila Mockingbird. What is the album that days Texas in the cover? What is the album that days Texas in the cover? That says Texas on the cover. What is the album that says Texas on the cover? The album that says Texas on the cover. Texas? This one here, the original Texas Playboys, live and kicking, $5 on that. Jason Boxell said T.O. and he said ignore. Donna wants Ramsey Lewis. And these three singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $13. Melissa Bailey on Steve Winwood. That is sold to Melissa Bailey for $6.50. How about a quadraphonic pressing super session? Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, and Steve Steels. That's in quad. It is VG, $7.50. And Neil Young and Crazy Horse live. Gold stamp promo EX, $11.50. And that's a full album. The next three singles, 1, 2, 3. Here they come. And these are going to go up for a $10 start. And these are called The Team, word number 1. Artificial Something, that's literally what it's called. Featuring no less Benob, Kathy Ames, Kanan, and Red Scare. And this is The Bordeaux and the Bullish. A UK hardcore compilation. It's in a brown bag. Those three for a $10 start. Chris Reelings on Bloomfield. Next is Neil Young, Adam Bernardi, and John Durden on Texas Playboys. Okay, moving on, we have Walking Wounded. That's an indie rock album, EX $5, 1986. This is a half-off bin, no more, no less. Violinski is called No Cause for Alarm. That's VG plus $5. And the Bee Gees, Life in a Tin Can. The Bee Gees is a 73 German press, $10 on Bee Gees. Valley of Kings, that's an 85 US post-punk album. That is $10. Everybody's Favorite Blues, that is sealed in 87 US, $10 on that. Final call on the singles, Nicholas Hostler on the Yipes, or the Yips. I think it's the Yipes, though. And then Alan Hagen on WW, and that was Walking Wounded. And also, last in the half-off band is Daniel Ponce, or Ponce, RAR, A-R-A-W-E. I'm not sure how to say that, but it's an Afro-Cuban jazz funk album for $5. Next is Donna Turner on Blues. That's so to Donna, and Thomas gets Valley. All right, and these 3 singles can be bought for $10. Those can be bought for $10. Chad's going to crack open this bottle of water he brought back here earlier. Let me knock some of this out right now. Very refreshing. This was full when I muted my mic, and now it's gone. I needed that. Did I pull Blues for Donna? I've already done that, and Valley, and Leslie wants this album here. That's so to Leslie. All right, now I'm going to read through those one more time. We're so close to almost having this crate of singles done. That way we can start another one tomorrow. So let's grab 1, 2, 3 more here. And we'll go... All right, yeah, here's 3 more. Because I'm sure if these don't sell, we'll bundle them with the others. But if they get a bid, they get a bid. We got States, Saint Shimoni EP, Standoff Overall, and Standoff. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. All right, and then Roy Orbison is a VG original on Monument in mono. It's $7.50. It is VG. It was marked $14.99. So final call on this half-off bin. And then I've promised CDs, and I better deliver. So I know where a great tub is of unprocessed, never researched, never gone through CDs. They're actually stacked right by the refrigerator. As soon as I read these off and I do a final call for vinyl, I'm going to go back there and grab those. And we're going to try to sell the heck out of them, okay? They'll be shown boom, boom, boom. And we're going to try to sell them for about, what, the next hour, hour and a half? And that's coming up right now. As soon as we finish this bin, Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell, $10. That's an original Capitol stereo pressing, no condition notes. Terry Gibbs, Somebody's Knocking. Terry Gibbs is $5. And Vern Godson, You've Got Somebody. He's in shrink, $7.50 on that. The Yipes album, You Sure Can. Yipes was right here. Yipes, Y-I-P-E-S, exclamation point. It is a new wave album. It's on Millennium Records from 1979. It was $12.99. You got it for $6.50. Chris Bryant has those bids for $10, and Darren also bid $10. So Chris has them for $10. Next is the Dirt Band, Jealousy 81. Dirt Band is $7.50. Michael Martin Murphy, Blue Sky Night Thunder. That always sells, especially when somebody finds out Wildfire's on there. Both George Harrison albums are still available. 33 1/3 is on here. I like the song, This Song. This Song is on here, and Cracker Bach Palace. Boy, look at those. He's wearing United States bicentennial sunglasses. I've never noticed that. 1776, 1976. He's wearing bicentennial U.S. sunglasses. $12.50 on George Harrison. Firefall, Clouds Across the Sun. $5 on Firefall. Fine Young Cannibals, that's a 12-inch single of I'm Not Satisfied for $5. Hot Chocolate, everybody's a winner. I'm sure that sounds great on a 12-inch single. $5 for that. Kissing the Pink. Big Man Restless, that's $5. The 45s are now at $11. Chris Bryant, You've Been Outbid. The Guess Who, The Way They Were, $10 on the Guess Who. We Are the World 12-inch single, that's $7.50. Hall & Oates is $10. H2O. Hall & Oates Private Eyes. Hall & Oates Private Eyes is $10. And then there's the other George Harrison. This is $12.50. And that's somewhere in England. We have Aztec Two-Step, Living in America. That's EX $5. Neil Young Trans is VG $7.50. Elvin Bishop, Raising Hell, EX $9. Violen Linsky, featuring Mick Kaminsky of ELO. And that's true. That's one of the violinists for Electric Light Orchestra. White Label Promo, and Laura even had a note, violinist from Electric Light Orchestra. VG Plus, all those great, like, It's a Living Thing. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's Violinsky. We have the Bee Gees, Life in a Tin Can, a 73 German pressing with the die-cut gimmick cover. And then there's the Roy Orbison again, $7.50. Darren, you get those 3 singles for $10. Let me introduce another lot right now. Let me count what's left and try to bundle. Maybe we can get somebody to buy the bundle here, and that way we can go ahead and clear out all these. So we have State of the Union, Stabbed in the Back, and Stack, Mondon Vacation. Mondon. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. Leslie gets the Bee Gees. Thank you. Now, in here, I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me restart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 20 records left in there. I'll sell them for $75. 20 records, a bundle price for $75. And somebody can have a mixed lot of everything that's left. I'll do the math for you. The math is the following. Just $3.75 each. You get a little bit of everything. $75. That's $3.75 each. I'm really trying to sell everything that's left in here. I would love one more Midnight Air Horn before we crack out the CDs. These don't have a bid yet, right? These technically don't have a bid. Final call for $10. Michael Ruttman says he wants the no bids. So, Michael, these 3 are sold to you for $10, right? And those 3 back there are a final call for $10. Neil Reigler said sold. The rest of this crate is sold to Neil Reigler for $75. Thank you, Neil Reigler. These are sold to you for $75. We're going to bring out the air horn for the 2nd time tonight. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Neil. Paul Brothers was 2nd. And now everything in there is sold. And that has filled up the 6th full crate for tonight. Amazing. There we have it. That's a great deal. That's one of the cheapest bundles per record I've done in a while. One of the cheapest bundles I've done per record in a while. And guess what? It's the stroke of the midnight. It's the stroke of a new day. It is now Wednesday morning here in Middle Tennessee. It's 12:01. I'm going to bring out the air horn. Final call on those 3 singles. This is going to be a quick and fast one. All right. Now, I'm going to need about 3 minutes to bring out some of the compact disc. I'm going to have to go literally probably, I hope that crate I'm thinking about. We have here, if y'all don't know, to kind of give all the CD buyers an idea, we have a absorbent amount of CDs here. Like, it would probably blow your mind if you've seen them all. And plus, I have some that I don't even know how to get to. It would take hours, if not multiple people moving, and extraneous storage and to basically move stuff around. The problem is, let's say CDs are here, and then back here is a wall. So you got a wall, CDs, and then there's this much vinyl, and then there's like a little walkway, but on the other side is even more stuff. And so the only way to like get the CDs, you'd have to take all that stuff and almost just have somebody wheel it out front into the parking lot until you can clean them out and then push everything back in. So what we do is we try to take all the vinyl and just price it and get it out and get it sold, and eventually we'll get to the CDs. But here's what happened. Usually by the time the vinyl gets to where you can start seeing the CDs, Paul goes and buys another collection. He just texted me and told me he's leaving tomorrow, and they've got to fit another 6,000 records somewhere in this building. Laura, where are we going to put another 6,000 records? This place is completely full of vinyl, and y'all see me empty crates every night, and we keep bringing more in. All right, let me go do that. Y'all talk about something in the chat. I'm going to go get CDs. This is a buy it now for $10. We only got a few hardcore singles left. That's a buy it now for $10. Led Zeppelin's a Japanese pressing for $45. And sealed Commander Cody for $10. Let me go do that, and let me go grab those CDs, okay? I'll be right back. Let me actually put this crate back so it's a little bit more nicer looking. And there's that. Here, I'll put something you can look at in there. Here, I'll put, let me find something you can look at for a while I'm gone. Here we go. That's nice and pretty. There you go. All right, I'll be right back. I'm got to go dig out this. Could be very good stuff. I have no idea. Y'all should have seen what I just went through to get this. It probably sounded like I was wrestling a bear over there. All right. So far, nobody... all right, so Commander Cody was $10. Japanese Led Zeppelin 45. Those three singles didn't get a bid for 10. I'm going to try to auction just the last few, and so we can say all these are done. And actually, yeah, we're going to put the rest of these together. Here's what we're going to do. This one's bizarre looking here. This is, what does that say? ZEPOTA? I don't know what that is. The Forever compilation, Kill You for $1. Fresh Cuts and Cigarette Burns, another comp. Stab, and then the three that didn't sell earlier. So that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 singles, a $15 start. Those, and that's the last of the crate. $15 on that. And then, no, I didn't go to the bathroom. No, I probably could do number 1 right now, but I don't have time. Zeppelin, Adam Bernardi. Let's do $38. I feel like Adam, if I would have put this up much earlier tonight, it would have done very well. But if you want it for $38, I'll sell it to you. All right, and this is a whole tub of CDs. It's probably been stored here in this building for I don't know how long, and I'm sure there's some good ones. I see 2 here on top that are great. I saw some on the side that's great. Oh, yeah, y'all are going to like these. These are also very clean and very nice, and at $6.99, some of these are probably going to be a steal. These are all going to be very nice, and here we are. And I'll guarantee them all to be, I don't have time to check them. If you ever get something and it's the wrong CD or it's really badly scratched, buy them all as if you're getting them VG Plus or better. But we don't have time to go through all these and do quality control. But if you ever get one that's missing a disc or something wrong, I know y'all be honest enough to let me know, and I'll apologize in advance. But I think we've never had a problem with CDs. I've sold thousands. We've never had a problem. Okay, here we go. These are all $6.99. Top Gun, very nice. Let me give you an idea. I know where these came from. This guy's stuff was all really nice. Really nice stuff here. Top Gun, $6.99. Rock and Roll Fantasy, rock classics of the 70s and the 80s. Bryan Adams, Bad Company, Doobie Brothers, Hagar, Zeppelin, Jethro Tull, Mellencamp, Moody Blues, Tom Petty, Rainbow, Springsteen, Rod Stewart, Traffic, Who, and Wings. These are all $6.99 each. The Cranberries, no head to argue. Nice. The Cranberries. Susie says we have 1 hour and 20 minutes. The Cranberries, To the Faithfully Departed. The Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? Bon Jovi, Remaster, Slippery When Wet. Starship, No Protection. Sealed, Never Been Opened. Foghat Live, brand new Sealed. Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. Also, we have Growers and Mushroom. Leaf Hound. That looks good. And this is the Cranberries, Bury the Hatchet. They just did that for Record Store Day. Jeff Buckley, Grace, and wow, I've never seen that on CD before. Buckingham Nicks. Wow, that's probably an auction-worthy one. Look at that. Buckingham Nicks. Wow. $6.99. All right, so what happened here? Michael Ruttman bid $15 on the 45s. Adam Bernardi said he'll take Led Zeppelin for $38. And we have 1 hour and 20 minutes to sell CDs. First is Vicki Allison on Rock. And Rock is for Rock and Roll Fantasy. That's sold to Vicki Allison for $6.99. Leslie was second. Nicholas Hollister. You got lucky. You got dibs on 4 different Cranberry CDs. Or you can take all of them. So there's 4 Cranberry CDs, or you can take all of them. It's your pick. Generator is not plugged up. Nice call, Vlader check. Vice call water check. We have 29%, but I'm going to plug it up. It is plugged up. Thank you for the generator check. Next thing was John Durden got Fog Hat. That's the next confirmed sale. Sealed Fog Hat sold to John for $6.99. Bert Jordan put Fight, but I think he meant Fog. Susie was next. Chris got Buckingham Nicks. Then Michael Ruttman. And then Jim B. Nicholas wants the first 3 Cranberries. That's a collection of their classic albums there. So good. So good. Those sold to Nicholas Hollister, $6.99 each. Mike Oppenshaw wants Leaf and Buck. Buck's already sold. Leaf was Leaf Hound. Leaf Hound, that's sold to Mike Oppenshaw. Susie next on Buck. Chris next on Lindsey Buckingham. I'm not for sure what that was. Oh, that was Buckingham Nicks and then Leaf Hound. Okay, so that left the Cranberries, which is called Bury the Hatchet. Jeff Buckley Grace, is the artwork in there backwards? Why does that artwork look different? What's going on here? This is some kind of promo. Oh, this is a promo. That's why it looks different. From the Columbia release Grace. This is some kind of single. I bet that's pretty good, actually. It's a promo single from Grace, Jeff Buckley, who is no longer with us. Grace Potter, Starship, Bon Jovi, and Top Gun. Danger Zone? Are you kidding me? Okay, so let's go ahead and sell these to Michael Ruttman for $15. And I'm going to go ahead and take our first stack of sold stuff around the corner before we have a disaster. And unfortunately, every time I do this, I got to take the long way because this CD crate has boxed me in. This tub of CDs I lugged up here probably weighs 80 pounds. So as y'all see, there's about to be some great CDs come up. I'm going to try to make these trips as brief as possible because we're now being worked against us. All right, so Top Gun, sold to Susie Breedlove. The only unsold auction is Commander Cody, Let's Rock. It's sealed. It does have a corner damage here, but it's never been opened. It's on Blind Pig Records. $10 buy it now. All right, so that's our first unsold stack. Bon Jovi. I'm not going to read them again. Okay. Next thing here. Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever. George Thorogood and the Destroyers live, Let's Work Together. It has a promo sticker on the front. Prince, Purple Rain. Is this another promo? Why isn't there a barcode on it? The Sopranos, music from the original series. Boy, they need that on vinyl, don't they? They definitely need that on vinyl. So The Sopranos, nice. Armageddon, that's a pricey one too on vinyl. Armageddon, the album, and Gone with the Wind. I don't know if I've seen that before on CD. That's got to be older. Nice. These are all $6.99. Okay, Chris Frazier on Ted Nugent. That's Cat Scratch Fever, $6.99. Javi Soto on P for Prince. Michael Ruttman was second. Then Carmen and The Sopranos. That's also sold to John Darden for $6.99. And that left Gone with the Wind, Armageddon, and George Thorogood with promo stamp. Those are all $6.99. Oh boy. Okay. This could get complicated. Let me mix some of these up. I have like the entire discography of an artist here. Let me mix some of these up. Let me put in a couple in each stack. The good thing is it's a great artist though. Let me mix that one in. Wow, that's sealed. Wow. All right. What have I grabbed here? Okay, I'll mix in that one and the one on the bottom. Okay. So here we go. The Doors, Soft Parade. That's the artist I'm talking about. The Doors, $6.99. Jimmy Buffett, live in Hawaii. Never seen that before. That seems like that's going to be a great deal. A triple LP for $6.99. Can you believe that? Jonathan Butler. Jonathan Butler again, More Than Friends. Lindsey Buckingham, Gift of Screws. You may know him from Fleetwood Mac. Alex Bungan, Tales from the Bright Side, and another Doors, L.A. Woman. another Doors, L.A. Woman. So first was Mike Openshaw. He's going to grab the George Thorogood with the promo sticker. That's sold to Mike Openshaw. Jim Ciascio takes the sealed Commander Cody. That's going over here in the vinyl crate. And then Jim B, first on Jimmy Buffett. So JB gets JB. That's sold to Jim B. Burt Jordan was second, then Leslie. And then Jim B also put LB for Lindsey Buckingham. And Donna Turner wants Alex. So that left the Doors, L.A. Woman, and Jonathan Butler, and the Doors. And I'm assuming, Jim B, your JB was for Jimmy Buffett, and Burt Jordan, your JB was for Jimmy Buffett, and Leslie, your JB was for Jimmy Buffett. And Mike, you were second on Lindsey Buckingham. So all those are still available. The next thing I have here is, let's grab another handful right here. And let's keep going. Yes, the big generator. Yes, 90125. Blink-182, Enema of the State. Greta Van Fleet from the Fires. Huey Lewis Sports. Billy Joe Piano Man. The Flaming Lips, War with the Mystics. The New York Dolls. The Black Crows. And Train, Alive at Last. Wow, that's a great stack there. That was a great stack of CDs. $6.99, and I'll go ahead and mix this in. Brand new and sealed, The Doors, Morrison Hotel. We had a pre-owned one. That one's brand new and sealed. $6.99 on Morrison Hotel. That was a great stack there. All right, so let's see what just sold. First, John Durden on BJ. That's for Billy Joe Piano Man. That's sold for $6.99. Mike Openshaw and Huey Lewis for $6.99. That's sold to Mike Openshaw. Carmen Schartiger on Blink-182. Blink-182 sold to Carmen Schartiger. Chris Frazier gets The Doors, right? And that's sold for $6.99. And I think Mike Openshaw was second. So that leaves Train, Alive at Last, The Black Crows, Shake Your Moneymaker, classic album. New York Dolls, self-titled. The Flaming Lips, sold to Greg Gallier. And Greta Van Fleet is still available. And we have Yes 90125 and Yes Big Generator. How could y'all leave behind Yes? Chad's starting to get angry. Those are more of their 80 pop albums, but they're still good. It's the Rhythm of Love. All right, next batch of CDs. Holy moly, look at all these. Are y'all ready? First, I'll show you Uriah Heep because it's on top. You can already see it. Dolls. Oh, Mike was for Dolls. Oh, that's right. Dolls. New York Dolls. So Chris got the Doors. We've already pulled Greg Gallier's lips. Mike wanted the New York Dolls. Okay. Dolls, $6.99. And then Jim B also wanted it. Mike was next, though. So sorry, I almost messed up. I thought he wanted the Doors. That does say Dolls, Chad. Duh. He put DOLLSA, but I got you figured out there. Okay, so Uriah Heep. Uriah Heep, live in Europe, 1979. The Essential Monkeys, nice, I'm a believer. John Mellencamp, the best of John Mellencamp, 78 to 88. Gene Vincent, a 2LP, The Masters, 38 tracks. Motown Legends, Junior Walker and the All-Star. Shotgun, sealed, Alice Cooper, School's Out. Alice Cooper, sealed, Welcome to My Nightmare. And sealed, no, this one's opened, Welcome to My Nightmare 2. Wow. So 3 Alice Coopers there. 2 of them are sealed. They're all different. These are all $6.99. If you're just hopping on, make sure you've hit the like button, the follow button, the share button, everything of that nature. We're going through incredible CDs right now, and I've only got 30,000 more to show you. First thing is Jackie Reynolds on Uriah Heep. That's sold for $6.99. Jackie Reynolds also got the Monkees for $6.99. Donna Turner on MT. And I bet that was for Motown, which was Junior Walker and the All-Stars. That's sold to Donna Turner. Then Susie was next. And then Jackie, it's your dibs on Alice Cooper. You put Alice first. There's actually 3 here. There's School's Out, Welcome to My Nightmare, and Welcome to My Nightmare 2. And then you're next on that. And then Michael was next on Alice Cooper. And then Leslie got John Mellencamp. And then Susie was third. And that just leaves poor Gene Vincent. Bebopalua. The Roots of Rock and Roll right here. 38 Masters. With booklet, 2 CDs, $6.99 for Gene Vincent. Okay. I bet she wants those 2 sealed records or 2 sealed CDs and then not Welcome to My Nightmare 2. And then if you pass, then Susie may want it. If not, Michael Ruttman. We're about to find out. Okay, let's grab a new handful here. Wow, Gracie, $6.99 for some of these sealed ones are a steal. Absolute steal. It's like below wholesale. Let me take a peek here. Nice. Oh, yeah. Holy mo, this is like, we're like in the greatest hits of like the greatest artist. So she takes all three Alice Cooper for $6.99. Here we go. The very best of Tommy James and the Shondells. The Red Hot Chili Peppers greatest hits. Jefferson Airplane and Jefferson Starship hits. Brian Ferry's greatest hits along with Roxy Music. The very best of ELO. Charlie Daniels, A Decade of Hits. Whitesnake's greatest hits. The Essential Clash on 2 CDs. And The Doors is a 40th anniversary sealed. Never been open. The Doors. And those are all $6.99. While y'all are claiming those, I'm going to go take this first stack of sold CDs right around the corner. These are beautiful. Those are all sold. I'm going to take those right around the corner here. $6.99 each. All righty. Let's see what got sold out of here. First thing we have, lots of claims. So all Alice, okay? Michael Butler first on ELO. Leslie on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Michael Ruttman next on ELO. John Durden first on The Clash. Michael Ruttman first on Whitesnake. Chris Frazier first on The Doors. Carmen Schartiger on Brian Ferry. Jim B next on The Clash. Javi next on The Clash. Jackie next on Brian. Michael next on The Doors. Carmen next on The Clash. Mike Oppenshaw on Starship and The Clash. You got Star. You were next on Clash. Whitesnake, Jackie next. Susie next on The Doors. And here's Charlie Daniels, A Decade of Hits. And Tommy James and the Shondell. Nobody wants Crimson and Clover and Crystal Blue Persuasion. And nobody wants The Devil Went Down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. Those are all still available. Next handful. Right now, without further ado, we have... I'm trying to get all these off top. Let's see here. Let me get all these off top. Then we can go down these rows. All right. Jackson Browne, Everywhere I Go. This CD includes remastered versions of Take It Easy, Doctor My Eyes, and The Shape of a Heart. Jackson Browne, The Naked Ride Home. Ray Charles, Genius Loves Company. This is Body and Soul, Love Serenade, 24 Central Grooves. Uh-oh. And then here's another one, Sweet Seduction, Body and Soul, Time Life. Patti LaBelle, Al Green, so Commodores, a lot of R&B and soul. Heat Wave, Freddie Jackson. Those look pretty cool. The best of Jackson Browne. This is the Shy-Lights Greatest Hits. The Astronet Sessions, produced by David Bowie, and he wrote the tunes as well. Ava Cherry, The Astronet Sessions, produced and written by David Bowie. Wow, never heard of that. Cherrelle, Cherrelle, The Woman I Am, and we got CJ Shanae, and the Red Hot Louisiana Band, Step It Up. Those are all $6.99. Donna on Body and Soul. Donna, I'm going to give you both volumes, if that's okay. If you're good with that. There's 2 different volumes. And then Leslie wants the best of Jackson Browne, Doctor My Eyes. Chris Ridling's on the Astronets. That was the Ava Cherry, so Leslie was next. And Donna on the Cherrelle. And that stack left CJ Shanae. It looks like Chenier to me, but I think it's Shanae. The Shy-Lights Greatest Hits. Ray Charles. And this is the final recording sessions featuring 12 new superstars. So Ray Charles with Natalie Cole, Elton John, Norah Jones, B.B. King, Gladys Knight, Dinah Krall, Michael McDonald, Johnny Mathis, Van Morrison, Wheelie, Bonnie Raitt, James Taylor, and then 2 other Jackson Browne CDs. So those are all still available. Okay, moving right along. Now I'll knock out another row. Holy moly, look at all these. All right, let's do, oh man, let's grab these, and then I need to mix in another one of these. And then I'll mix in one of these. It's kind of hard when I have a complete stack of the same artist. This looks like the Joshua Tree. It is. U2, the Joshua Tree. U2, Octung Baby. U2, Under a Blood Red Sky. 3 great albums there. A classic album from 10 years after. A Space and Time. Grateful Dead, In the Dark. Green Day, Dookie. Sealed Doors, The Soft Parade, Never Been Opened. And Jackson Browne. Lives in the Balance. Those are all $6.99. So Donna does get the Ray Charles. Leslie was second. And Jackie says, let me have Alice Cooper Schools Out. Let Susie have the others or the other guy. Okay. Jackie, are you sure? Because those are long gone, and that's going to really... Because I'm going to have to ask them now. How about we just keep it like it is unless you absolutely want to put them back? Otherwise, they're going to have to. That's going to make it very complicated right now. We have Nicholas Hollister on U2. Now, Nicholas, let me know if you want Joshua Tree, Octung Baby, and Under a Blood Red Sky. Michael Butler got the Grateful Dead for $6.99. Michael Butler gets the Doors for $6.99. Leslie's next on U2. And that leaves Jackson Browne, Green Day, Dookie, and 10 years after, A Space and Time. And Nicholas is going to let us know which of the U2s. Then Leslie's next on dibs. And then Javi for sure wants Octung Baby. 10 years after, of course, has the hit song, I'd Love to Change the World. Green Day, Dookie, a big album, of course, from the 90s. And then Jackson Browne is still available as well. I'm going to start a new little stack right over here of unsold. I have a feeling all those are going to be sold, but we're about to find out. Let's go ahead and grab another handful. And this next handful is going to come up right now. And let me pass on this artist so things don't even get more complicated. Well, I just grabbed a lot. Hold on a second. Let me take these out. Let me mix in. Hey, we were just talking about this. Okay, here we go. I think this test 1, 2. Is the chat working? Nicholas, it's your pick on the U2s. I'm sure he's going to let us know in just a second. We'll put those right over here in Purgatory. And we have Chicago, the Blues Today. Hold on a minute. I think my feed glitched. So Nicholas wants... Did that pop up? Okay, there we go. Sorry. Nicholas on Joshua. Nicola on Joshua Tree for $6.99. And that means next is Leslie. Leslie, do you want Octung or Under a Blood Red Sky, or are you passing? Okay. And then Donna got the Blues. Let's go ahead and tag that for $6.99. And then here is Eric Clapton, Alone with My Guitar. It looks like a bootleg almost. Eric Clapton, and then another Eric Clapton. That's 24 Nights. That's another Eric Clapton. Jeff Buckley, Hallelujah. Wow, that was $25 when it was new back in 1995. Wow. Grateful Dead, the best of Grateful Dead, Skeletons in the Closet. Grateful Dead Dead Set, wow. And Huey Lewis 4. So Leslie said she'll take the other 2 U2s. So both other U2s are sold. And that leaves Huey Lewis 4 for $6.99. Grateful Dead, Jeff Buckley, the double pack Clapton. That's going to be a great price on that. And then the Clapton, this looks like a bootleg, Alone with My Guitar. No, it may be real. OMH Digital Recordings. It's made in Germany. That looks like something, then if it's official, it's probably pretty pricey. All right, so next is Michael Butler on Dead. Michael, do you want best of or Dead Set? You got first dibs. Mike Oppenshaw second. Leslie, I'm going to go ahead and tag you for Jeff Buckley. So there's the Clapton, the other Clapton, and Huey Lewis. I'm going to put those right there in pending for right now. We'll figure out who gets those 2, and I'm going straight into another handful. And that next handful is going to come from right here and here and here. Okay. And first is Sherelle Affair. Sherelle is $6.99. Michael Butler gets both Grateful Deads, and Adam Bernardi wants both Eric Claptons. The only thing that didn't sell there is Huey Lewis. Sherelle Affair. Buckingham Nicks again, this time in just like a flip case. I think that's a bootleg. That's probably unauthorized, but Buckingham Nicks on that. We have Zach Brown Band, The Foundation. Zach Brown Band has Chicken Fried on it. Zach Brown Band. Also, U2, Go Home, live from Slane Castle. That's a great live concert. I've watched that live on YouTube many times. U2, Slane Castle. Also, U2 Rattle and Hum. Another U2 Joshua Tree. Stanley Clarke live, 1976, 1977. Stanley Clarke. Damn Yankees Don't Tread. That's not available on vinyl, at least in print. And Ted Nugent. If you can't lick them, lick them. Those are all $6.99 on that. Donna's First on Sherelle for $6.99. Next is Susie Breelove on Z for Zach Brown Band. That is sold to... hold on a second. Donna got Sherelle, Mike Oppenshaw on Ben, and he meant Buckingham Nicks. So that's sold to Mike Oppenshaw. Susie on Z for Zach Brown Band. Leslie was next. And then U2, you're first on U2 this time, Leslie. Let me know if you want the Joshua Tree, Rattle and Hum, or Slane Castle. And then the Damn Yankees is sold to Javi for $6.99. And then Jonathan Butler. Hold that till the very end, okay? Hold that to the very end. I'm going to just keep reading new stuff right now. I'm trying not to kill the pace we're on because we're at this crazy fast pace. That way we can go through like hundreds and hundreds of these in the next couple hours or next couple minutes. Next couple minutes. So Leslie gets all three U2s and Donna got Stanley Clarke. And that just left Ted Nugent and he's left over there for Huey Lewis. I do have to take this sold stack that's ridiculously tall and janky looking in here before they all collapse. We do not want these hitting the floor. These have been well protected and safe for 30 years. We don't want any damage done to them. All right. Here we go. Mike Oppenshaw and Huey Lewis. Boom. So to Mike Oppenshaw. Next is, let me grab these. And then I still need to mix in a couple of these. And then I need to mix in a couple of these. All right. Here we go. U2 Pop, $6.99. U2 How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb with Vertigo and City of Blinding Lights. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. Jimmy Buffett, Before the Beach. Wow. Alex Bergen, This Time Around. Alex Burden, Alex Love Season. And Alex Burden, 107 Degrees in the Shade. So that stack left U2, The Doors, Jimmy Buffett, Alex Bergen, and Alex Bergen. Those are all $6.99. And I'm also going to go ahead and show you these right here, which are also $6.99. We have Blue Oyster Cult, On Flame with Rock and Roll. Alice Cooper, Sealed, Love It to Death. Also, Midnight Oil, and another Alice Cooper, $1 Billion Babies. First is Michael Butler on The Doors, which is right here, Waiting for the Sun. Sold to Michael for $6.99. U2 on with Leslie, and she wants both. And that was How to Dismantle and Pop. Those are sold to Leslie and Leslie. Donna Turner on Alex. Your pick on those three, Donna. And then Michael Ruttman on Alice Cooper. And it's your pick on those. Is this sealed? This may be sealed too. I think it is. Yeah. The shrink wrap's off, but this has never been opened here. So, Michael, your pick on the Alice, and then he wants both. And we have Midnight Oil, Blue Oyster Cult, and Jimmy Buffett. All right, and these three are sold to Donna Turner, Alex Bergen. Now, the ones I added right there at the end, it looks like Midnight Oil is 1978. Yeah, that's their self-titled. And the Blue Oyster Cult's a greatest hits. Don't Fear the Reaper, Cities on Flame, Godzilla, Burning for You. Some of their best songs there. So BOC is still available. Next is, I'm trying to finish this top row. Let me grab these over here to the side. And then let me grab these. And then I'm going to grab these. Here we go. $6.99. U2 Zeropa. U2 All That You Can't Leave Behind with Beautiful Day. U2 Songs of Experience. Another Doors, Waiting for the Sun. Sealed. The Doors at the Hollywood Bowl. Jackson Browne, I'm Alive. Jackson Browne, World in Motion. Norman Brown, Just Chillin'. Norman Brown, After the Storm. Norman Brown, Better Days Ahead. Norman Brown, Just Between Us. And Dennis Brown, Foul Play. Those are all $6.99. If you just joined us, we're doing a speed run of very nice CDs, big discographies here. Leslie, you're first on YouTube. That has Zeropa, All That You Can Leave Behind, and Songs of Experience. Your pick on those, Leslie. And then first is Michael Butler on DHB, Doors, Hollywood Bowl. That's sold to Michael Butler for $6.99, and Donna on Norman. When I showed Donna, I had a feeling. I know the music you like. I was like, that's got Donna's name written all over it. So Norman Brown's ×4 to Donna for $6.99 each. Leslie gets all 3 U2s for $6.99 each. And that leaves Dennis Brown, Jackson Brown, spelt with an E. And then there's a Sealed Doors, Waiting for the Sun. Sealed Doors, $6.99. Okay, let's grab another handful here. And this next handful is going to be what? Let's get a new row started from the very bottom of the crate. Oh man, I'm seeing some great stuff coming up. I'm trying my best to get to it. Let's mix in some of these too. Carmen Schartiger on Dennis Brown. That's sold to Carmen Schartiger for $6.99. And then Guy Shard, your pick on Jackson Brown. Let me know if you want World in Motion or I'm Alive, or you can have both. All right, here's what's next. Chicago's Greatest Hits, 82 to 89. This also looks like that is the other volume from the Chicago Blues that Donna bought earlier. And there's the other volume. I think we had volume 3 earlier. There's volume 1, volume 2. Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor. The Best of Chic, Dance, Dance, Dance. The Very Best of Dr. John. Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass Classics. Santana. Wow, that's the original 12-inch single of Smooth with Rob Thomas. It's never been open. Or has it? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's been open from the bottom. Smooth with Rob Thomas, 12-inch single. That is, ooh, let me make sure these aren't autographed. When I see loose inserts, sometimes they're autographed. I have found a bunch. Unfortunately, these are not, though. Let me make sure. Willie Nelson. I have found a lot of loose autograph or CD inserts, and they've been signed. I really wish this Marilyn Manson was, but it's not. And neither is this Rob Zombie. I bet that's what somebody was doing, though. I bet they pulled these out possibly to have autographed at one point. Okay, back to CDs. Paul Revere and the Raiders, America's favorite rock and roll band. Rob Zombie and Ozzy. Those are just booklets. Jay Giles Band, Blow Your Face Out. The Guess Who's Greatest Hits. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. And Planet P Project. Planet P Project. Those are all $6.99. These are just loose inserts. Y'all want to see some really cool ones we found, or Paul just bought signed, I'll show you some. They're not for sale because we got to get COAs with them, but we have had them pre-checked. Okay, so we got a Guy wanting both Jackson Browns. Those are sold to Guy Shard and Guy Shard. Mike Oppenshaw on Chicago. Now, Mike, was that for Chicago Greatest Hits, or was that for Chicago the Blues Today? So let me know if that's for GH, Greatest Hits, or Blues Today. If not, Donna wants both blues. Leslie next on Chicago. Robin next on Chicago. And then Donna wanted the Santana, but then she's going to pass. And then Michael Butler. Michael Butler wants the Guess Who, Greatest Hits, These Eyes. And then Mike Oppenshaw wants Planet P Project, right? Planet P Project, yes. Okay, and then Mike Oppenshaw also is going to get Chicago Greatest Hits, and that means, Donna, you're going to get the other 2 volumes to your Chicago Blues. So that left the following. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, Jay Giles' Blow Your Face Out, Leslie is in on Chic. Oh, that is Chic. So Chic here is sold to Leslie Holt. Thank you on that. So Janis, whoa, hold up there, Jay Giles. He wanted to sling open. He don't really want to snap good. Jay Giles, Janis Joplin, Paul Revere, the single to Smooth, Herb Albert, The Very Best of Dr. John, and Jimmy Buffett. And Jim Ciascio wants Jay Giles, Blow Your Face Out. And Jim, be careful of this case. It kind of wants to, it's kind of lost some of its snap. Okay. And my stack has gotten pretty full, but let me go ahead and do one more handful, and then I got to go deposit these and start a new stack. So let's grab these and all these that I can't see. Okay. And these are all $6.99. We have Jeff Buckley, Everybody Here Wants You. That looks like a single. Jeff Buckley, Mystery White Boy. We have Blue Chicago, Sweet Home. Clark Street Ramblers. Clark Street Ramblers. That's a compilation. Here's another one, Blue Chicago. That's another one, comp. Here's Chicago, the band, Chicago 8. Rarities by Eric Clapton on compact disc. Wow, that's definitely some sort of boot. It definitely looks like it. No, Westwood 1. Westwood 1, Eric Clapton Eric Clapton Rarities. The jewel case is broken. The jewel case is broken, but that looks pretty cool. Then here's the very best of Eric Clapton. That's Chicago South Side, The Secret History of Rock and Roll, The Founding Fathers of Chicago Blues, Chicago Rhythm and Blues Kings, and a Chicago Blues Tour. I know exactly where I got all these. I got these from the same guy who we bought all the Stevie Ray Vaughan autographs from. This guy was in the music business. When we went and bought his collection, Paul bought like 8,000 albums and like 15,000 CDs. And they're all tubbed up like this in the back. Now, y'all know in the last couple of years, we've sold a bunch of them. Y'all have seen me go through hundreds, if not thousands. Not hundreds, definitely thousands, if not 10,000s. I don't know, but plus on top of everything else. That's where all this stuff is coming from. So that's why there's a lot of blues in here. It was from the Myrtle Beach collection. That was when Paul first started working here, and we still got them. All right, so Donna on the blue, and that was Blue Chicago. Donna gets those, $6.99, $6.99. Donna also on, whoop, I gave you the wrong one. And then Donna on Chicago 8, also the album, Chicago 8. And then Nick Barger, your pick on Clapton if you want rarities or best of. How do you buy gift certificates? Let me think about that. I think Ed can send you an invoice. Well, I know he can, but I don't know if there's a link on our website. There might be a link on our website, actually. All right, so that leaves Chicago Blues Tour, your personal guide to the Windy City Blues. This has Buddy Guy, Magic Slim, Coco Taylor, Junior Wells. This is Chicago Rhythm and Blues Kings. That's the name of the band. And then that's Chicago South Side. This has Big Bill Brunsey, Pine Top, Washboard Sam, and then the Jeff Buckley single and the Jeff Buckley album, Mystery White Boy. Okay, so that's what's left there. Now, this stack is really dangerously stacked high. So let me go deposit these, and we're going to keep rolling. We are 1/3 through this first tub. We can get 75% by the time the Facebook feed ends. Susie, how much time do we have left? Susie's our official timekeeper out in North Carolina. She's going to let me know. All right, I'm back. I just don't want those things to fall over. So I take them in there and put them on a flat surface. G will be here about 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, or Tanner, and they'll start immediately watching this show. 50 minutes. Oh, wow, we got a bunch of time then. If we take it all the way to then. I have a feeling we might, though. Blues Tour, that is So Did Donna. Okay, Blues Tour, So Did Donna. I'm going to stack those back there. Let's get a fresh stack going. Still working on the sides over here. And let's grab this and see what we have. So, I have no idea. I've been peeking. I have no idea what I just grabbed. I do see the very best of Johnny Cash. There's another Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. A little jewel case damage there. Clapton self-titled. From the Cradle, Eric Clapton. Nice. Cheech and Chong, Los Conchinos. Ray Charles, My World. Also, we have Ray Charles, Would You Believe. There is Tracy Chapman. And we have Change, The Glow of Love. These are all $6.99. So Change, Tracy Chapman, Ray Charles, Cheech and Chong, Clapton, 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 Clapton. And we got first Susie Breelove on Johnny Cash, Michael Ruttman second, and then Michael Ruttman got Cheech and Chong. And we have Donna Turner on Tracy, Donna Turner on Tracy Chapman, then Susie, and then Donna Turner on Change, and Leslie next on Tracy Chapman. And Patrick Francis wants all of the Jeff Buckley CDs, okay? Let me see if I can find those then. Jeff Buckley CDs. So I'm going to have to kind of restack these to find them. Jackson Brown, the Shy-Lots, CJ Shanae, Charlie Daniels, Tommy James, Gene Vincent, Train, Black Crows, Greta Van Fleet, Yes, Doors, Jonathan Butler. Let's sell those two to Donna for $10. I'm going to go ahead and do that deal. The Doors, Gone with the Wind, Armageddon, Bon Jovi, Starship, Grace Potter. There's Jeff Buckley. And let me get these restitched. I'm going to keep most of these at $6.99. I don't really want to discount these because I have a pretty good idea what I'm going to do with the unsold ones. I'm probably going to do a quick flip video and post it in the group. And probably what don't sell right here will definitely sell in the group. So, Michael, do you want which Claptons there? Do you want From the Cradle, self-titled, or 461, or all three? There's one Jeff Buckley sold. And now the Shy-Lots, Greatest Hits. Let's go ahead and tag that for Robin. That's sold to Robin for $6.99. And there's those now. And then there's those that just didn't sell. And then Carmen wants both Yes albums. Those are back here in this other stack. Because I'm telling you, these are going to sell anyway. If they don't sell tonight, they're going to sell in our store, or they're going to sell, you know, in a video or something. So I'm going to keep most of these $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and do that deal that Donna offered, though. There's these two Yes, so to Carmen Tiger. He's going to let me know on the Claptons. There's one Jeff Buckley, and then the other Jeff Buckleys are going to be pulled right now. There's that one, and there's that one. And I think that's it. Let me check these spines right quick. 10 Years After, Green Day, Jackson Brown, Ted Nugent, Jimmy Buffett, Blue Oyster Cult, Midnight Oil, The Doors, Janis Joplin, Herb Albert, and then we have The Very Best of Dr. John, Jimmy Buffett, Chicago Rhythm and Blues. That was Paul Revere, and then the Chicago South Side. Okay, and then next, if you have more Jackson Brown, I don't have among the two I purchased, I want them. Okay, so let me pull back out that other stack. So 3 Jeff Buckley here, right? Patrick Francis. I got these 3 Jeff Buckleys so far. If there's been any more, then they've sold. These 3 for sure are sold to you. $6.99. Now the other Jackson Browns for Guy Shard. So let's go through that stack again. And then Nick Bargeron, let me know. You hadn't, unless it might have not come through, Nick, but I never did hear from you on which of those Claptons you wanted. So here is Train, Gene Vincent, Tommy James, Charlie Daniels, C.G. Shanae. There's Jackson Brown sold to Guy Shard. There's Jackson Brown sold to Guy Shard. The Cranberries, Grace Potter, Starship, Bon Jovi, the Armageddon soundtrack with Aerosmith and Journey and Bon Jovi and Patti Smith. That is available. So is Gone with the Wind. And then somebody wanted all the Doors. There's a Doors. And what else do we have? There's Chicago South Side, Chicago's Rhythm. Let me leave these out because they're making my stack wobbly. There's Buffett, there's Dr. John, there's Herb Albert, there's Janis Joplin, there's another Doors. Susie wants Midnight Oil. Let's go ahead and give that to there. Blue Oyster Cult's called On Flame with Rock and Roll. CBS Special Products 1990 compilation. And then we have Nick Bargeron wants all 3 Eric Claptons. So those sold to Nick Bargeron. And then we got Jimmy Buffett, Ted Nugent. There's another Jackson Brown. That's sold to Guy Shard. There's Green Day. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. And then there's 10 Years After. Wow. Grace Potter. Do they make that on vinyl, Patrick? Is that in print? I probably need to order that. Some of these, I love going through CDs because after it's over, you know what I do? I look at what we sold because a lot of this isn't available on vinyl. And I go back and I order a bunch of this on vinyl if I can get it. All right, so who got the Doors? There's more coming up, too. These 3 Doors are sold to Brian Myers. That's BrianMeyers. All right, thanks, Jimmy Page. Thank you, Patrick Francis. There's Blue Oyster Cult. Now, we've sold even more from this last stack. Wow. So we had 2 unsold stacks, and now we've cut it down to the 1 going through these. Don't go anywhere. We're about to go through some more. There's Armageddon for Susie Breedlove, and there was one more claim. Robin wants the Tommy James and the Shondells. I figured somebody would buy that. Tommy James and the Shondells. There it is. Y'all got me sweating. I'm wiping sweat off my forehead with my t-shirt right now. And Mike Oppenshaw and Starship. That's a different one, Mike. I gave you the greatest hits. The one that's still available is Starship. Oh, it's right here. I still got no protection, but I gave you the greatest hits earlier. That one's still available if you want it. And BOC, who asked about this? BOC, this is available. Patrick Francis. So you do want that? That's so do you. There's no Madonna. No Madonnas have been mentioned. And then over here's the 2 Ray Charles. No Ozzy. These are just empty booklets. These are just empty booklets. I'm going to take these. And there's that. Okay. Let's keep going. And this is sold Tommy James and the Shondells. And that was sold to Robin Glenn. All right. I almost have to go take another stack in there because we've almost filled up a whole nother stack. But I'm going to keep rolling with this little stack off to the side. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready. Cheech and Chong's greatest hit. The Paul Butterfield Blues Band. Also, it all comes back. Paul Butterfield's Better Days. Jonathan Butler, Deliverance. Jimmy Buffett live Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Jonathan Butler, introducing Jonathan Butler, and Meet Me in Margaritaville, the ultimate Jimmy Buffett compilation. $6.99 for those. So those are all $6.99. And let me go ahead and show some more here. I have coming up right now, without further ado, The Doors Morrison Hotel, The Doors LA Woman 40th Anniversary 2 CD set. That is not supposed to be $6.99. A bunch of these in here probably should be $10, $15, $20. W.C. Clark, Heart of Gold. W.C. Clark, Deep in the Heart. Eric Clapton, Me and Mr. Johnson. Eric Clapton, Reptile. Eric Clapton, Layla. That looks like another sketchy bootleg looking one. And Blues Cafe, Chicago. Wow. There is that. Okay. So first thing we have is no on that BOC. There's another one. Okay, so Patrick Francis did not want the BOC on Flame with Rock and Roll. That was not claimed. The next comment was, yeah, the Jeff stuff true too. Okay, sorry. Snoop Dogg. Jim B's is screwing with me. He's wanting some rap CDs. I guarantee you this guy didn't have any rap CDs. Nick Bargeron on Cheech and Chong for $6.99. Nick Bargeron on JB for $6.99. That's either Jonathan Butler or Jimmy Buffett. So we'll have to figure that out. So there's Jimmy Buffett, Jonathan Butler, Jimmy Buffett, and Jonathan Butler. Jim B, that's your pick. Let me know. No on that BOC. There is another one you had. No, that's the only BOC I've had. That's the only Blue Oyster Cult CD I've had. And then Leslie next on Jimmy Buffett or Jonathan Butler. We've got to figure that out. And then Michael Butler got L.A. Woman. He was first on L.A. Woman. Then Chris Ridlings. Robin wants the Jimmy Buffett comp if Leslie or Nick Bargeron doesn't get it. And then Mike Monroy was next on L.A. Woman. Whoop, I put Cheech and Chong in the wrong spot. Let me put Cheech and Chong over here. Okay, and then Jim B next on the Doors. Nick said Doors both. One's already sold, but I will go ahead and give you Morrison Hotel, Nick Bargeron. And then Nick wants all of the Eric Claptons. He's next. So there is 1, 2, 3 Eric Claptons sold to Nick Bargeron. And then Robin on Margaritaville. And then Jonathan Butler's. Okay, so over here, the first person who put JB was Nick Bargeron, and he wants to Meet Me in Margaritaville. So that is sold to Nick Bargeron. Then Leslie was next on JB, and I'm pretty sure she was after Jimmy Buffett. The compilation's gone, but if you still want Buffett Live Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays, let me know, Leslie. And Robin was next on JB. She wants the comp, and that means these two Jonathan Butlers are sold to Donna, okay? And I've got to go take a stack of sold CDs. But here's what's left. Blues Cafe Chicago, Lonnie Brooks, Pistol Pete, Muddy Water, Sun Seals, and W.C. Clark, Deep in the Heart. Marcia Ball plays on here, Larry Fulcher, Riley Osborne, W.C. Clark, and then the two Paul Butterfield Blues Band. All right, there's that. Okay. Now, let me take this stack of sold CDs around the corner. Amazing. And we will probably be able to finish this tub. Don't go anywhere. We're now at the 50% point. 35. So 35. I've got 4 stacks of about 35 sold. Wow. So we've definitely sold well over 100 already. Probably closer to 130. Once again, the shipping department's going to stab me. Okay, 25 minutes left. Let's do it. Let's do it. Sun Seals. That was who played on the Blues Cafe. Okay? Right? Yeah. And Jimmy Buffett is sold to Leslie. And Blues Cafe is sold to Bill Keenum. Let's keep rolling. Next handful coming at you right now. Here we go. These are all $6.99. The best of the Guess Who. Wayne. I don't know what that is. Wayne. A CD laser lens cleaner. Wow, some of y'all might need that. Maxwell CDR. I was going to see if it had information on it, but I can't get it out. Next is Tchaikovsky's Greatest Hits. Some classical stuff. 2 CD surround sound. Gin Blossoms, Follow You Down. That's a 12-inch or a single. Not a 12-inch single. Gin Blossoms. There's another single. As It Is. Coca-Cola Volume 3. This is a 1992 Coca-Cola promotional with Tina Turner, NXS, The Damn Yankees, Mark Cohn, Bruce Hornsby, and DJ Jazzy Jeff. There you go, Brent. I mean, Jim. Oasis, Don't You Look Back in Anger. Nice, the single from What's the Story, Morning Glory. Oasis, an original single there. This feels like it's empty. Does this have a CD? Oh, it's a single. Collective Soul. Collective Soul, that's a single. Space Hog, that's a single. And then Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boy. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. The Police, Synchronicity. And the Cranberries. Whoop, another single. Which song is this? When You're Gone and Free to Decide. So what the heck just happened there? That was a lot of bizarre stuff. The first thing we have is Susie Breelove on the Guess Who, Bill Keenum on the Lens Cleaner, Leslie on Class, and that was classical, exactly, and the Megadeth is sold to Nick Bargeron, and Mike Monroy was next. So all these singles here, I will Javi on Gin Blossoms. Now, let's see here. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Let me get all these singles together. So, Javi, are you asking for a bundle price, or are you saying you want both of them? And then the Space Hog song is In the Meantime. And To Be a Millionaire Wasn't Likely Live. Patrick Francis next on Megadeth. So the actual albums that still left there is The Police, Synchronicity, a classic, Traffic. I love the music on that, and then a couple homemade deals there. And then what I was going to do is, since these are singles, I was going to, or that's like a sampler there. I was going to do a deal on all those. So Javi, if you're interested in all those, because those are singles, but I feel like some of those might be pretty good, like Oasis. I feel like some of those might be, really good. So here we go. Let's grab another handful. Susie said we have, the time is working against us. Okay. Top of the Pops, the 70s. Top of the Pops, the 70s. Also, The Best of Disco, 2 CD. This is Steve Roop, Grace. Also, Baby Go, Southern Rock. Those are lullaby songs in the form of Southern Rock. Discovery Sampler, Country. Michael James, Henny Chesney. Is that a K, or did they misspell his name? Boy, that's got to be early. 1995. Is that supposed to be a K, or did they misspell his name? Kenny Chesney. Also, oh, these need to go together. Yeah, this is a set. No, they're different genres. Okay, these are different genres. There's Discovery Sampler Country, Discovery Sampler R&B, and Discovery Sampler Pop. And then we got Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. the Scorpions' Crazy World, and the Lovin' Spoonful's Greatest Hits. Lovin' Spoonful's Greatest Hits, okay? Now, Javi wants both Gin Blossoms, okay? So Gin Blossoms are sold to Javi, and Javi, thank you and thank you. And then Nicholas Hollister wants the Police Synchronicity. That's sold to Nicholas for $6.99. And now we're working out of the new stack. And over here in the new stack is Susie Breelove gets top of the pops. Robin Glenn was second. Donna Turner got disco. Robin Glenn was second. Vicki Allison third. Leslie fourth. Donna wants the sampler R&B. That is sold to Donna, the R&B sampler. Robin Glenn got Billy Idol. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Susie Breelove first on the Scorpions. Nick Bargeron was next. So that leaves the Lovin' Spoonful's Greatest Hits, the Discovery Sampler Pop, the Discovery Sampler Country, Baby Tunes to Southern Rock, and Steve Rupe Grace. Those are all still available. Next handful is going up right now. There's a lot of comps in here. I'm trying to get into more of the standard stuff. Let me grab this out of the side over here and see what we got. Wow, I know this is going to sell. We have Prince. Look at that with a lenticular cover. Prince is $6.99. Bo Bice, The Real Thing. ZZ Top Afterburst. Bubblegum. CD Gum. What in the world? I feel like this is worth a lot more than $7. ZZ Top Afterburst. It's CD digital gum. The original bubble gum disc. I bet that's worth a small fortune. The Beavis and Butthead Experience. Elvis Costello. Tear Off Your Own Head. It's a doll revolution. Made in England. Sealed. Wow, the Dukes of Hazzard on CD? Are you kidding me? I have never seen that before. Jonathan Butler, Put My Love Away, CCR, Bayou Country, and Jesus Jones, Doubt. Holy moly. That was a good batch right there. Laura, is the air conditioning working in this place? I'm up here sweating to death. Y'all have got me. This is the hardest I've worked in the last 5 years. The next thing we have is Robin on LS. And that was for the Lovin' Spoonful over here. Robin got Lovin' Spoonful. That's sold to Robin for $6.99. Mike Monroy. Now we're pulling from this stack. Mike Monroy got Prince. Next was Susie Breelove. She put O. No O's here. I bet that was for P and she got auto-corrected. Donna was next on Prince. Robin next on Prince. Jim B next on Prince. Carbon Tiger next on Prince. John Durden got ZZ Top. Has anybody ever seen that before? What in the world? Afterburst, that is $6.99. That was sold to John Durden. Nick Bargeron next on Prince. Jim B next on ZZ Top. Nick Bargeron next on ZZ Top. Chris Ridley next on ZZ Top. The Dukes of Hazzard is sold to Jim B. And then Nick Bargeron on Beavis and Butthead. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Leslie next on Duke. Patrick next on Prince. Mike Oppenshaw on EC for the Elvis Costello. And we have Jesus Jones, CCR, Jonathan Butler, and Bo Bice. Bo Bice, The Real Thing. Jonathan Butler, Put My Love Away. CCR, and that's Bayou Country, and Jesus Jones, Doubt. Those are all still available for $6.99. Moving right along, the next handful is coming at you right now. Without further ado, I hope everybody's ready. If not, you probably need to get ready. First thing I have is Howard Stern's Private Parts. Howard Stern, $6.99. The greatest hits of the 60s, Mamas and Papas, Elvis Presley, the Youngbloods. How about hits of the 60s Twin Pack 2 CD? The 70s decade #1 hits, Fun Lovin' 60s. These are great compilations here. Time Life, Classic Rock, $69. WKED Pittsburgh and Rhino Entertainment presents Red, White, and Rock. And then Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains. And that's Black Gives Way to Blue. Alice in Chains, $6.99. I'm going to fan my shirt for a second. It's moving the camera. So y'all see that? That's me fanning my shirt. Okay. Now, we have Nick Bargeron on Bo. Nick Bargeron on Bo. Bo was for what? Nick Bargeron put B-O. And then he put, was that something in the previous bin? Bo. Bo Bice. That's sold to Nick Bargeron for $6.99. Then Susie got 60. Susie got this right here. Regina was next. Vicky put 70. This here, that's sold to Vicki Allison. Robin was next. John Durden got Alice in Chains. Mike Oppenshaw said reread. Is that something in here? And then Nick Bargeron said 69. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Leslie next on Alice Cooper. Nick put Ally for Alice. Mock Oppenshaw on Rewind. I bet that was something in here. Or was it? Okay. Okay. Fun Lovin' 60s, and Howard Stern. And then Private Parts is sold to Carbon Shark Tiger. Can we do a review on who got the prints? John Darden wants to put back Alice in Chains. So give that to Leslie Holt. This Alice in Chains here is going to be sold to Leslie Holt instead. Now, Mike, I'm trying to figure out where you saw the word rewind. If I missed something, let me know. Red. He's trying to say red here. Red, white, and rock. So that's sold to Mike Oppenshaw. Donna wants me to figure out who got the prints earlier. The prints earlier was sold to Mike Monroy. And then, Donna, you were second. Mike got prints, and you were second. So the only thing that didn't sell there is Fun Lovin' 60s, the Beach Boys, the Monkees, Sonny and Cher, Manfred Mann, Mamas and Papas. And then Hits of the 60s, which is a 2 CD, Beach Boys, Fats Domino, Chubby Checker, Shirelles, Jan and Dean, etc., etc. Moving right along. Next thing we have is, wow, there's a lot of compilations in here. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. We got like the world's biggest CD compilation collection. Let's grab something else. Johnny Cash, American Recordings, Chubby Carrier and the Bayou Swamp Band, The Best of Clarence Carter, Larry Carlton, Kid Gloves, Larry Carlton Collection, Larry Carlton Strikes Twice. This is Gene Carn, Happy to Be With You. That looks like Mariah Carey. It is Mariah Carey. Another Mariah Carey, another Mariah Carey, and another Mariah Carey. Wow. Those are all $6.99. First come, first serve. First thing we got is I need to stack this crate a little bit, this stack a little bit better before there's a crash. And the first thing we have is, before we crash, we got Cash sold to Susie Breedlove for $6.99. And then next was Regina Tabor. Then Chris on Chubby Carrier. Then Nick's next on Cash. And then CC. And that could have been for a lot of stuff. Robin was next. And CC could have been for Clarence Carter. It could have been for Chubby Carrier. If it's for Clarence Carter, it's sold to you. The Mariah Careys are called Greatest Hits. Mariah Carey, this one's called Charm Bracelet. And then Mariah Carey's 13 #1 hits. And then Mariah Carey, Vision of Love. We still got Gene Carn, Larry Carlton Strikes Twice, Larry Carlton Collection, and Larry Carlton Kid Gloves. So Robin did want Clarence Carter. So Robin is sold. The very first Mariah Carey was called Vision of Love. And then we still got #1s, Charm Bracelet, and Greatest Hits. So she has a #1s and she has a Greatest Hits. She's been very successful. She has sold a lot of records. All right, next auction is going up right now. Next stack is going up right now. Next is, though, Jim B wanting the Mariah Carey, and that was Vision of Love. Next thing we have is the Romantics Breakout. Is this a hits comp? Yeah, that's a hits comp. The Romantics Breakout. Styx, Grand Illusion. Also, Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. Also, Van Morrison Moondance. Also, Van Morrison Astral Weeks. Also, Tesla and REM and Dennis Brown Ultimate Collection. Wow. So Dennis Brown Ultimate Collection, REM Out of Time, REM Automatic for the People, Tesla Mechanical Resonance, Van Morrison Astral Weeks and Moondance, classic albums, Grace Potter, Styx, and the Romantics. Wow. Some great CDs there. I feel like I've said a wow a lot going through some of these. Holy moly. What else do I see here? Boy, I bet those are expensive right there. There's 2 CDs I've been skipping because I think they're really good. I'm sure y'all are dying to figure out what they are, too. I've shown probably a lot of other stuff that I shouldn't have. Now, Susie put yes, but she meant Tess. So Tesla, so does Susie Breelove. Next is Mike Oppenshaw on the Romantics. Next is Nicholas on REM. Nicholas, do you want Out of Time or Automatic for the People? Carmen Schartiger got Dennis Brown. Nick next on Tesla. REM next with Leslie. That's only if Nicholas doesn't want both of them. And Nick, your pick on Van Morrison. Do you want Moondance or Astral Weeks? And that just leaves Grace Potter and Styx. Nobody wants Come Sail Away with Me. There's Grace Potter. And there's REM. We're going to figure out which if they want on that. I'm going to go ahead and take my sold stack in here. And before there's a disaster. This is the tallest stack so far. So that's at least probably 35, if not 37 CDs. Let's go ahead and take these in here right quick. All right, here we go. I'm trying to knock out, nothing against compilations, but those can get confusing. I'm trying to knock out all the artist CDs I see first. So first is Nicholas wants Automatic. So Leslie, do you want Out of Time? Out of Time has Losing My Religion on it. Let me know if you want that, Leslie. And then Van Morrison, both so to Nick Bergeron. What are the Larry Carlton titles? The Larry Carlton titles are the following. We had Kid Gloves. We have the Larry Carlton Collection. Larry Carlton Strikes Twice. Those three are still available. And I need to restack these slightly better and put them right back here. There we go. All right. So these are in purgatory back here. And let's grab another handful. And that next handful is going to be... here we go. Let's grab these and these. I'm very curious about this one. That could be a really good one. Okay, here we go. So we got Jimmy Buffett, License to Chill. License to Chill, Jimmy Buffett, and that is Songs You Know by Heart, Jimmy Buffett's greatest hits. Also, The Sounds of Today's in the 90s. General Public, The Smithereens, Naked Eyes, Spandau Ballet, Blondie, Kajagoogoo, Sly Fox, The Motels, The Tubes, and John Waite. Flashback, rock classics of the 70s, Allman Brothers, Bad Company, The Cars, Cheap Trick, Clapton, Deep Purple, Foreigner, Kansas, Skinner, Pink Floyd, Bruce Springsteen, Steve... Tour of Duty 3, 22 original hits. This looks like Vietnam era music. CCR, The Byrds, Love Affair, The Supremes, all that great Motown and classic rock. The very best of Jeff Buckley, the very best. Eric Clapton, Pilgrim. Also, Stanley Clarke, Randy Brecker, Frank Morgan, Implosions, and Jimmy Buffett live in Las Vegas. Next thing we have here was Leslie passed on REM. So REM Out of Time is still available. And then Adam Bernardi got all three Larry Carltons. Those are sold. And then Robin Glenn wants the Jimmy Buffett Greatest Hits. That was Songs You Know by Heart. Paul Beal on the 90s. That's so to Paul Beal. And then Nick, your dibs on Jimmy. Let me know if you want License to Chill or Live in Las Vegas. Mike Oppenshaw next on Sounds. Nick Bergeron on Tour. And that was for Tour of Duty. That's so to Nick Bergeron. Donna Clark on Stanley Clarke. Donna Turner on Stanley Clarke. Nick Bergeron on Eric Clapton. And John Nazarko next on the Vietnam. We still got Jeff Buckley and Flashback Rock Classics of the 80s. Nick Bergeron pick on the two Jimmy Buffetts unless he passes. And Tracy wants the Cranberry single from earlier. Okay, let me find that. Is that over here? Nope, that's in this little stack right here, I think. Yeah, that's in this stack right here. So the singles from earlier was Space Hog, Collective Soul, Oasis, the Coca-Cola sampler, and there is the Cranberries. And be careful, the disc comes out at the bottom. It's almost dropped on me twice. Whoever's tagging, be careful of that. Okay, so those are going over there. So these two Jimmy, this Live in Vegas looks nice. Oh, I thought that was real for a second. I thought that was a real set list. It looks like it, though. I was like, wow, that'd be a great deal there. And then Jeff Buckley, That's so to Jim B, and Mike Openshaw got Flashback. All right, let's keep these rolling. Hope everybody's ready. Everybody paying attention? Looks like we got a few new buyers on. Welcome, Paul Beal. Welcome to the machine, as they say. All right, those are there. And now, let's see what's in this next handful. We've got 60s Flashback, the 60s collection, the hits that rocked a whole generation. Orbison, Donovan, Elvis, Airplane, Spoonful, Diamond, Dylan, Birds, Donovan, etc. Next is rock classics of the 60s. Birds, Big Brother, Santana, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Dylan, Paul Revere, Flag, Al Cooper, Buckinghams, etc. Motown legend, love songs, Marvin, Jackson 5, Smokey, Commodores. Women of the 80s, Go-Go, Blondie, Benatar, Tina Turner, Bangles, Pretenders. Also, Cher, Believe, that's the single. Wow, look at all the different mixes. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 different mixes of I Believe in a thing called Love, or however that song goes. Hootie, Cracked Rear View, John Denver live in Russia. John Denver live in the USSR. Is this real? Looks like a bootleg. I guess it's not. John Denver live in the USSR, and Duran Duran, 7 and the Ragged Tiger. Next is lots of compilations. I know y'all love compilations. Y'all going to love some of these coming up. There's other artists, though, I'm trying to get to. So Regina got the 60s collection. That's the one that had Elvis on it. Donna Turner got the Motown collection. Then Susie was next. Then Robin. Leslie got the Women of the 80s compilation. And then Regina was second. Tracy Sorger on Cher. And then Vicky is next on Women of 80s. Then Paul Beer. Leslie next on Cher. Nick Bargeron on Hootie. And Chris Ridling's on the John Denver live in the USSR. So unless somebody got this and I mixed it, that just leaves rock classics of the 60s and Duran Duran, 7 and the Ragged Tiger. Moving right along. The next thing I have, yeah, I'm holding back too. But y'all see why here. I'm probably going to price them. It wouldn't be fair if I didn't price them, but I have 2 CDs over here that I feel like at auction would probably do very well. And I'll tell you who they are in just a second, because I think they're originals, and I know their original CD stuff right now is pretty popular. However, we've already sold one of theirs tonight, and I'm about to show you some more. But these 3 over here, I'm going to hold back just for a second. So I'm always honest about what I'm holding back. But let's go ahead and do these. Lindsey Buckingham, a retrospective, Words and Music. Also, we have Lindsey Buckingham, Out of the Cradle. Lindsey Buckingham, Go Insane. Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order. 1985, 1989, Only Rock and Roll, 20 pop hits. Is it rock and roll or pop? It's both. It's got Aretha Franklin, David Lee Roth, the Bangles, the Georgia Satellites, the Cars, Animotion, Foreigner, Dream Academy. And then we have Austin Powers. That's the original soundtrack. And then The Spy Who Shagged Me. And then Alice in Chains Live and Alice in Chains Dirt. That's a little foreshadowing on some of the other artists I have coming up. Those are $6.99 each. So Mike Openshaw on Lindsey Buckingham. Mike, you got dibs on a bunch. Retrospective. This one was called Out of the Cradle. We have Go Insane and Law and Order. Your dibs on those. Susie wants the Only Rock and Roll 20 pop hits. That is sold to Susie. Next is Robin Glenn on Rock and Roll. That's already sold to Susie. Don Durden on Alice in Chains. Your dibs on Alice in Chains, John Durden. $6.99. And your pick. And then Leslie, your pick on Austin Powers. So you can have both. Michael Butler wants both Alice in Chains. John Durden was first, then Susie, then Paul, and then Mike wants all 4 of the Lindsey Buckingham CDs at $6.99 each. And who was first on Alice in Chains? That was John Durden. Okay, and he wants Alice in Chains Live. So he gets the Alice in Chains Live. That's never been pressed on vinyl. And then Michael Butler, you're second. So that means you're going to get Dirt. And then Leslie wants both Austin Powers. That was a great stack. What do y'all think we auction these? I don't want to sell them for $6.99, but does the masses? I think these are really good. I mean, they're not like extremely valuable, but I think I might need to auction these. Look at these. I think these are original releases here. I know these are because they're in the jewel cases. Maybe sell them all 3 together in an auction lot. I like those. I like them myself, actually, because these are so tough to get originals of. Wow, they're so cool, too. Two different versions of three-legged dog, and then jar of flies with the hop sticker. That's what I'm holding back. So give me 1 second. I'll either price them or we can have a quick auction. I think those are going to do very well, though. Let's go ahead and grab let's go ahead and grab some more. Jeff Buckley live. Oh, that's a great one there. Jeff Buckley live at Cine. Jeff Buckley Grace. Jeff Buckley Mystery White Boy. Jeff Buckley sketches for My Sweetheart the Drunk. Wow, Jeff Buckley galore. 1972 compilation. Look at this. Elton John, Rocket Man, Alice Cooper, Bill Withers, Lean on Me, The Raspberries, America, Moody Blues. So many great items there. 105.9 Classic Rock, WCXR Classic 4s, 70 ounces of pure gold, Billy Haley, The Foundations, Build Me Up Buttercup, Chuck Berry, Dobie Gray, Drift Away, and what do we have here? Feeling Groovy, 12 breezy rock hits of the 60s, 12 breezy rock hits of the 60s. Now, Jeff Buckley, there's one for Leslie, there's two for Leslie, three for Leslie, four for Leslie to pick from. Robin Glenn wants 70. And Robin Glenn got 70 ounces of pure gold, right? 70 ounces of pure gold. That's sold to Robin for $6.99. Greg Herman was first on 1972. That's sold to Greg Herman for $6.99. Susie next on gold. And that leaves Feeling Groovy, 12 brazy rock hits of the 60s. That has the Circle and the Turtles and the Critters and the Kinks. And what's on the Classic Rock? Slow Ride, Taking Care of Business, Walk on the Wild Side, Nights in Light Satin, Easy Living, Sweet Home Alabama. That's what's there. And then we have these four, Jeff Buckley. And Leslie, if you don't want all four of them, Patrick Francis does. So there's that. We got 10 minutes to auction these Alice in Chains CDs. I want to keep y'all coming back all week buying CDs, so I better not delay them any longer. Starting bid on the three Alice in Chains CDs, 25 and now 30. Let the bidding begin. Facebook ends in 10 minutes. If you want to bid, I would get them in right now. These are going to go up for auction. I want y'all coming back all week as we go through this incredible CD collection. So I'm not going to hold anything back, and I rarely do, but these here are an exception. I think y'all know the demand for Alice in Chains. They're probably the most desirable artist right now on vinyl and CD, and these appear to be original releases. Very, very cool. So there they are. Now up for bid. Next is Slow, and that was for what? Robin said slow, never mind. And so Leslie gets Grace by Jeff Buckley. And that means Patrick Francis, you're going to get these three. These other three here are sold to Patrick Francis. And let me take this sold stack. And the Alice in Chains CDs are at $50 with Michael Butler. Let me take this sold stack in here because we've got quite the stack. Quite the stack here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go clear off. I balanced those with one hand and used my other elbow to push off a bunch of stuff so I had room. She wants Slow Rock. Slow Rock. There is no Slow Rock left. The only thing left is Feeling Groovy, if that's what you're talking about, and the Classic Rock. There's Classic Rock and Feeling Groovy. All right, now these are at $75. Michael has pushed in his chips. He says he's at $75. Boy, those are beautiful. So does anybody remember that these come in different jewel cases? Is that what happened? They made a yellow and a purple. And then that's a very nice jar of flies. And of course, I slipped in the dirt and the live. I could have put all those together and sold them in as one lot, but I'll let those go for $6.99. And let's grab another handful here. Here we go. So first thing we have is Pure Disco, ABBA, Thelma Houston, Gap Band, Gloria Gaynor. What's the Gap Band? You dropped a bomb on me? It usually is. No, it's Oops Upside Your Head. Boogie Nights, that's a soundtrack from the motion picture. Solid Soul, 1968. That's got Marvin Gaye, Aretha Franklin, The Temptations, Archie Bell, nice. How about Rock and Roll, Jukebox Hall of Fame, Platinums. Gold and Platinum Volume 2, those are really good. And we have the #1 hits of soft rock. Rupert Holmes, the Pina Colada song, Hooked on a Feeling, America, Sister Golden Hair. I love soft rock. Are we all done? 3 CDs, final call for $75. Michael, it looks like they're yours. Next is Alice in Chains out, so we're definitely getting close. Vicky wants this for $6.99, the classic rock. That's so to Vicky. Donna first on Pure Disco. That's so to Donna. Susie was next, and then Vicky Allison, then Leslie Holt, then Robin Glenn. Donna first on Boogie Nights. That's so to Donna. And then Susie next. Susie first on Solid Gold Soul. Adam Bernardi was second. Leslie next on Boogie, Susie next on Gold. This one here, Gold and Platinum. John Nazarko next on Disco. John Nazarko next on Boogie. And then Donna on OS Soft Rock. That's so to Donna. Then Susie, then Donna, and then Regina. And that just left this. Platinum's Rock and Roll Special Collector's Jukebox. And wow, it's not the music I thought it would be. I thought it would be 50s. It's actually 60s hits and early 70s. So Leonard Skinner, What's Your Name? Dobie Gray, Drift Away. Brian Hyland, Gypsy Woman. Barry McGuire, Eve of Destruction. These 3 Alice in Chains are sold for $75 to Michael Butler. I knew those would do good. Those are sold to Michael Butler. You should do a CD night. Well, what we've been doing, John, I know you've been watching relatively new. At the beginning of the year, we was doing it from like 11 to 1:30 every night. So Fame is so to Susie Breedlove. So we can sell a lot in the last couple hours every night. I think it gets to a certain point, everybody's like, all right, bring out something else, especially after 6 or 7 hours of vinyl. So here we go. And here's our next compilation. How much time do we have left? Because Facebook's about to end, and whenever Facebook's end, I'm probably going to wrap it up. We're probably 85% done with this tub, but there's no way we'll be able to finish it. Best of the bubblegum years. I'm a very optimistic person, but we're about to run out of time. But I want everybody back that's interested in CDs because we're going to be doing this. I know that y'all are going to be here now that y'all know we've got great titles. Best of the bubblegum years. That's like Lemon Pipers, Green Tambourine, and the Ohio Express, bands like that. Walk on the Wild Side, 20 tracks. Canned Heat, Santana, ELO, Peter Frampton. The Battle of the Bands, Sam the Sham, the Turtles, the Royal Guardsmen, even more Dazed and Confused, and Dazed and Confused. So Dazed and Confused, that's the original soundtrack, Volume 1, Volume 2. Psychedelic Pop, 12 spaced out 60s classics, the best of 60s psychedelic rock, wow. And then Psychedelic Micro Dots, wow. Great psych comps there. And Guitar Rock, 78 to 79. Foreigner, Toto, Boston, Joe Walsh, Cars, Cheap Trick, Nugent, Dire Straits, Knack, Cars, ELO, Robert Palmer, Cheap Trick, Blondie, Foreigner, BLC, and Blackfoot. Wow, $6.99. So we're running out of time. We're going to squeeze in everything we can. John Durden wants both Dazed and Confused. I bet somebody gets those socks. Vicky on Wild Side sold, and then Tracy wants all the sock related. 1, 2, 3. Those are also to Tracy for $6.99 each. Michael Butler was next. Guitar Rock, Battle the Bands, and Bubblegum Years. Bubblegum Years. So those are all available. $6.99 each. Let's keep going. Holy moly, what have I found here? Oh man. Let's go ahead and mix in some of these. Here, I'll make this easy. Y'all let me know name of the album, okay? You cannot say Jimi Hendrix. You got to say the name of the album. Here's where we're at. Nirvana Icon. Nirvana Icon, as in a greatest hits. Valleys of Neptune. Make sure you say Valleys of Neptune. Smash Hits. Make sure you say Smash Hits. Axis Bold as Love. Sealed. Sealed, Axis Bold as Love, and People, Hell, and Angels. People, Hell, and Angels. And those Jimi Hendrix, make sure you comment the name of the title, okay? First, Robin got 79 rock hits. Mike, you were next on Dazed. Bill Keenum wants the last 5. So, Bill, do you want Battle of the Bands and Bubblegum? If you do, say yes or no. If not, Robin wants Bubblegum. And then Michael Butler got Nirvana. Mike Monroy was next. And then Susie got Valley of Neptunes. Susie got Valley of Neptunes. Michael Butler got Axis. Susie or Leslie next on Nirvana. Susie got Smash Hits, and Susie got People. And then Bill Keenum next on Axis, and Mike Monroy next on the sealed one. So he does not want these. So the only two comps that didn't sell was Battle of Bands and Bubblegum Years. The clock is working against us. I think we might can do one more great handful here. And tomorrow when we start with these, they're going to be absolutely great ones. The next one I have is Ultimate 70s, 1977. Marvin Gaye, Earth, Wind & Fire, Fleetwood Mac, Foreigner, Man for Man, Steve Miller, Glenn Campbell. Wow, the Labyrinth soundtrack, David Bowie. That came out of nowhere. 1976, that's the soundtrack. The Spirit of 76 with Grand Funk and Carl Douglas. Everybody was Kung Fu Fighting. And then Pretty Woman soundtrack. We all know how popular that is. And how about Harley Davidson Motorcycle Road Songs? Wow, 2 discs. A lot of classic rock there. Leonard Skinner, Molly Hatchet, Greg Allman, Jimi Hendrix, you know, classic rock. Bubblegum. Yeah, I forgot about Robin. So Robin did want Bubblegum there. So Robin gets Bubblegum. And then we're at 77 with Susie Breedlove. So to Susie. Donna was next. Greg Herman on Labyrinth. Robin next on 77. Leslie next on Labyrinth. And then Susie wants whatever one has Kung Fu Fighting. That was the Spirit of 76. And then Carmen was next. Susie on Harley. And that just leaves Pretty Woman. Surely somebody needs Pretty Woman. How about we do another handful right quick? Let's see what's over here on the sides. Ooh, a couple more actual artists here. There's another Mariah Carey. That one's Rainbow. Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey Butterfly. The Cosmic Thing, the B-52s, Love Shack Baby, and REM Document. REM Document. John Nazarko, you were next on Harley Davidson. Carmen, you were second on Spirit of 76. And that left B-52s, REM, Mariah Carey, and Mariah Carey. Robert Warner does want the Pretty Woman soundtrack. That's pretty tough to get on vinyl. That's one of those John Hughes films. Y'all been seeing me sell that box set all week. Let's go ahead and do some more. Boy, this is tough to get on vinyl. No, that's a different album. That's Greatest Hits. I thought it was that fourth Boston album. That is Boston's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Also, we have Blues Fest, Modern Blues of the 90s. Buddy Guy, Lucky Pearson. Songs to No One, Jeff Buckley and Gary Lewis. There's another Jeff Buckley. And then Born on the Blues and Jackson Browne, Heaven in Motion. Guy Shard may want that one, but it's still first come, first serve. Next is Susie Breedlove on REM Document. Patrick Francis next on Harley Davidson. And that's it. Feeds ended. We're done. And Nicholas said, rest in peace. That's either a claim or he's saying rest in peace because the feeds ended. And for those that are still watching on YouTube, I think Facebook's done. Guy's still watching. Great. So Guy does get Jackson Browne. I don't know if I've went right up to the end like that in a long time. It's been a long time since I've went right up to the end like that. So if you're still on YouTube, you're probably about to see the final claims, and then I might do a quick recap, okay? So if anybody hops over on YouTube, the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm probably going to do a quick recap. I'm not going to show any more new ones, though. That wouldn't be fair to people who don't have YouTube. And plus, we probably wouldn't be selling as many. And I want to make sure we're showing these when a lot of people's watching so we can get them all sold. Now, Bill Keenum put Haxon, and that was for Jackson Browne. And then Patrick Francis. I'm glad you're still watching because I was about to say Guy Shard on Jackson Browne and then Patrick Francis on Jeff Buckley. Okay. Wow, I'm exhausted. That was... That's why about 11 o'clock I go get something to eat and drink a V8, and it really wakes me up. So, and that was fun. Because if I get quiet and lazy sounding, sales seem to go down. But Mike O, if you're Mike Oppenshaw, you're welcome. I know you've been asking for a while. And Mike, I'll keep doing this because, I mean, like I said, I've got 8 hours every night to show and try to sell everything in this store. And if I I mean, it's a record sale, right? But if all of a sudden records are kind of teetering off and I'm going through stuff I've already shown, let's just keep going. So let's read through the unsold stuff one more time, okay? I'm not showing anything new. I'm just going to do the unsold stuff one more time. And these are all $6.99 if you're just hopping on. Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor. Chicago Rhythm and Blues Kings. That's Chicago Southside. Greta Van Fleet. The Black Crow, Shake Your Moneymaker. Gone with the Wind, Max Steiner soundtrack, and Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. Oh, we've been talking about food earlier, Guy. I'm on a rigorous diet this week. Oh, yeah, I have not had anything really processed. Jimmy Buffett, License to Chill. Jimmy Buffett, live in Las Vegas. Blois de Cole, On Flame with Rock and Roll. That's a hits compilation. Ray Charles, Would You Believe? Ray Charles, My World. Starship, No Protection. Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. And the only Cranberries left is Bury the Hatchet. What a weird cover. That's pretty cool, though. At first, I thought it was Alan Parsons' project. Chad, I never got my little Superman figurine from Sunday a week ago. Superman figurine. Did you get an invoice for it? If so, we might have not tagged you for it. CJ Shanae, Step It Up. Charlie Daniels Band, Decade of Hits. Gene Vincent, The Masters. Train, Alive at Last. Jimmy Buffett, Before the Beach. Ted Nugent, If You Can't Lick 'Em, Lick 'Em. 10 Years After, A Space and Time. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. Herb Alpert and The Very Best of Dr. John. Tracy Wants Barry. And that was for, the other Cranberries, yes. Superman figurine. Do you remember what it looked like? If so, it must have not got tagged. Bury the Hatchet. This is sold to Tracy 222, which is Tracy Songer. Thank you on that. Final call on these. Chad has a lot to do after the sale. And I'm just starting to think about everything I do have to do. I got to go to bed early because I got to wake up to call people tomorrow. A lot of people. I have like a crazy list of phone calls to make. Some are like a month old. They probably hate me. Born on the Blues, featuring B.B. King, John Lee Hooker, and Bobby Bland. Blues Fest of the 90s. Boston's Greatest Hits. Mariah Carey Rainbow. Mariah Carey Butterfly. The B-52's Cosmic Thing. Battle of the Bands. Feeling Groovy. Duran Duran, and Rock Classics of the 60s. Rock Classics of the 60s. So all those are still available. And then the last stack right back here, you see on the left. You can barely see it, but here they are. Coca-Cola Volume 3. And this is Tina Turner, NXS, Mark Cohn, Bruce Hornsby, DJ Jazzy Jeff, and Will Smith. Coca-Cola on that. Very small. I didn't think I'd get it tagged, but I still like to get it. Okay, I'll walk around up front tonight and try to find it. Oasis, Don't You Look Back in Anger. That's one of my favorite songs by them. Collective Soul, Precious Declaration. Space Hog, In the Meantime. The only REM that didn't sell, Out of Time with Losing My Religion. The only Jonathan Butler that didn't sell, Put My Love Away. Steve Rupee, Grace. Baby Go Southern Rock. That's Baby Lullabies to Southern Rock music. Discovery Sampler with a young Kenny Chesney. And then Pop with A.J. Croce and Susan Werner. And then Traffic, Low Spark. I don't know what these are. I might have to listen to them. Styx, Grand Illusion. Another Grace Parter. Then we had Gene Carn. And then all the Mariah Carey still. Charm Bracelet, Mariah #1s. If somebody bought all the Mariah Careys, would you give $5 a piece? I'll do all the Mariah Careys for $5 a piece. Fun Lovin' 60s. Hits of the 60s. Jesus Jones, CCR, Paul Butterfield, W.C. Clark, and W.C. Clark. And if anybody wants all the Mariah Careys, I think there's 2, and then those 3. So there would be 5 for $25 if anybody wants all those. If not, I'm going to say my first goodbye right now. If you're still watching on YouTube and you want to say goodbye, now's the time to do it. Going once, going twice. Welcome to Collectible, and we're about to say goodbye from Collectible. It's been an epic sale tonight. epic sale. And guess what? Tomorrow, we're going to do it again. Laura has already sent me tomorrow's hot pictures. She's been back there working on the next couple days' auctions. Here is Wednesday's hot pictures. Check out some of these. We got Weird Al, Robert Palmer, Them Crooked Vultures, Sid Barrett, Monk, Sting. Also, we have Talking Heads, Radiohead, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Queen, Devo, R.E.M., Dust, Echo, Kenny Rogers, Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Smiths, Pearl Jam, Marvin Gaye, Thin Lizzy, George Strait, Kraftwerk, Cash, David Bowie, Love, Daft Punk, Jimmy Page. Wow. Do you remember what CD case that you didn't ask what it was in? Do you remember what the CD case that didn't ask what it was in? Do you also remember that CD case that you didn't ask what was in? Did you buy that too? I'll check on that. I remember selling a CD box. It was completely full of CDs, and it was at random, right? Did you buy that too? Thanks, everybody, and good night. Bill Keenum, I need to reach out to you, it sounds like, so I'll contact you either through Facebook or eBay. So appreciate everybody watching. I'm in the feed.